the fucking cord more than the little mouse at the end. What? Oh my god. So sorry. That's awful. Oh, yeah. There's never a good time, but at least when it's to help reduce the pain or whatever, that's when it's... Well, I've had some pets that had to be put down for their own good, in a sense. My first cat, when I was a kid, ended up having a bunch of like face tumors and like face cancer, brain cancer, swelled up, and it was blind because it had so many blockages. I couldn't see anymore, and it would just walk in circles and grind its tumors against the wall and leave blood streaks as it just roams in circles. My mom would like feed it with like an eyedropper just to try to keep it, fed. It was just too much. Poor kitty. That's tough. It's one of the reasons that I was even worried about having pets in the first place after a certain point, because I was like, I love them, they're amazing, but just that eventual sadness that comes. I guess it's just about enjoying them while you have them, and it's a lesson in life. One of the more fucked up lessons in life. Okay. Yeah, that's the other thing is sometimes... Yeah, oh my god, yeah. It tells you about Valorant because every 5 gifted subs, Valorant gifts at least 1 bonus sub. Wowies. Wowies. All right. I found this Diablo 2 lo-fi. Boy, oh boy, does that hit. Just because I played the shit out of that game. Because I'm old. My dog had a couple of spots. When I was growing up, I had one dog. His name was Putty. He was the sweetest little boy. And he had a couple of spots he would lay. Including one spot on my floor in my bedroom. And that ended up getting like this weird shade, this one because he was a greasy, he was a beagle pointer mix mutt kind of dog, and he was so oily, and there was just this weird like slightly darker spot on the carpet where he would just lay all the time, and he just sort of left his oils there. This was him before he got really fat, but that was my old puppy dog from like the 90s and 2000s. I mean, he passed away when I was in college, so he passed away around Jesus. You can see the tube socks in the background. They're really, you can kind of see them back there. That kind of gives you an idea. That would have been 2007-ish. He also would lay against one part of like this, like there's a little outcropping of like our pantry, kind of like where it merges with the kitchen and the living room, and he would always lay with his back against that. And then one Christmas when we visited and we were bringing our cats with us, my cat Filco, he laid in the same exact spot with his legs sticking out in the same exact way, and I was like, oh my god, that's exactly what Putty would do. You weren't even born. Holy fuck. Oh fuck. Yeah, that's, I mean, yeah, life moves on. When I was I think I've said it before, but when I was at my job, I was considered the baby. You know, I was young. I mean, I wasn't like the youngest person to ever work at the job because I started when I was like 23, because I was in college for 5 years, because moving from FSU to USF, and then also trying to do some electrical engineering and some math stuff at first. So I had some extra credits I had to move around. So I ended up taking 5 years to do it. And I had the one semester where I had to like mulligan because I got flattened by the car accident. But so I was like 23-ish when I got there, 23, 24. But I was like a young guy. And then immediately, over time, it became less and less of the young guy, more of a regular age guy, and then eventually the guy that's been there for 15 years. And people were like, wow, that's impressive. That's different. So it happens slowly, but you get used to it. Every person I would ever talk to or get trained by or had over me was older, and then they were about my age, and then sometimes they're actually younger, right? And it's a little different, but it's fine. Whenever I would end up training somebody for a position, like, oh, this is how you do graphics, this is how you do assistant director or whatever, I always felt weird when they were like much older than me, just because I'm never used to training somebody that, and whenever I helping out somebody, either a peer or younger, you know. I mean, there was definitely people that are older than me. There are definitely people that were there longer and people that were older, but it's one of those things. Oh, yesterday. Oh, speaking of which, just bad timing. I ended up being a little eepy boy and didn't quite get on schedule. So I figured I'd take the mulligan day. And then also, I wanted to, because I have in October, early October, I have my DSA how to video edit for social media vertical, you know, phone class thing that I wanted to do, or I was helping to do. So I need to make like a little class curriculum PowerPoint / example edit. So I need to grab some of that footage. I mean, I have most of the footage myself that I've filmed. So I'll have to start planning out that thing. So I've never actually literally like held a class before. So also, it could be anecdotal, but y'all ever take creatine before? I keep hearing about how good it is for you. And then I was all fucked up in my muscles, especially after that one time I worked out. So then I figured maybe I should start dosing up on the creatine again. It's supposed to be like, I don't know, puts water in your muscles or something, makes it better. I don't know. But anecdotally, my incredible bad soreness and bad back and whatever felt better the next day. Could have just been placebo effect and or it was naturally going to feel better the next day anyway. But the problem is you got to drink like 7 fucking pills. Tasty. All right. Well, a lot of times people get it in a scoop powder thing. I'm drinking sodas and protein drinks and shit, so like it's not as easy to pour powders in currently. And capsules, pills, they go down smooth. Kara's got a bunch of work to do this weekend, as always. Her job's always kind of making her, I guess I've never worked a salary job, but she works salary, and they seem to kind of like, whenever she has a salary job, they take advantage of that shit, man. Where I'll probably be fine. There was a guy at my work, older. He was probably fine, yeah. I mean, depending how you define it, right? There's a guy at my work who was like, I don't stretch. You know, I go out there and play basketball. I do whatever. I don't stretch. You know, you never see a cheetah stretching. So I don't believe in that. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure you do see cheetahs stretch. Cats are like, one of the things that cats are most well known for is big stretch. What are you talking about? Like, and he was like, well, it's like, okay, sure, man. I mean, if you don't want to stretch, that's fine, you know, but you probably should stretch. You probably should. It's one of those things. Yeah, also different muscles, right? True. Another important factor. Gorillas only eat, you know, grass or whatever. Gorillas eat, what is it? I forget what, there's like a certain like meme where someone was buying gorilla feed because gorilla big and strong, so they could just eat the same thing. And it's like, it's not gonna work for you. You know, it's just not gonna have the same effects. We can start today with some good stuff, with some happy stuff. Let me pull up my leaves and fruit. Yeah, it was something like, let me see. Yeah, eat like gorilla, become strong like gorilla. 25 pounds of gorilla food is what he ordered. Of course, the only image I see is this blurred out TikTok thing.
Get this straight, you're gonna eat gorilla food. Actual, real gorilla food.
That's the plan.
Because eat like gorilla is, like you said, become strong like gorilla. I'm really actually excited to see how this comes out. This might either work out very, very well or go very, very poorly.
I want to guess it went poorly. Oh. I'm going to imagine that the gorilla dietary habits is not formulated properly in this bag. You know what I mean? Like, this is like the Purina ass shit. Yeah, this is the stuff that's going to like... I need updates. This is the shit that's like Oh, well, is there? Do you think that? I mean, there's got to be, especially considering what a gorilla can munch and chew and crush, and then has the enzymes for versus the human. I imagine there must be so much fiber in that, right? Just because it's got to be just, it's got to be just a bunch of like what it essentially feels like lawn clippings to a degree. You know what I mean? It's got to just feel like mulch he's eating. That cannot be. That cannot be enjoyable. Leaves is 100% leaves. Yeah, yeah. That's gonna have some trouble going in, going out, and going in. We're looking at Knuckles, right? Is it Knuckles in Echidna? An Echidna?
This episode is sponsored by Brilliant. The story of Oliver the short-beaked echidna begins here, a single fertilized egg. Well, technically, I suppose it started here. Oliver's parents,
Yeah, Knuckles from Sonic.
Jacko and Charlotte, were in a back alley and had just shared half a can of Foster's, which is quite a bit for an echidna, by the way. And let's just say that passion got the better of them. Got the whole thing on a security camera. But you notice that it's a bit of a delicate process, which takes some time. They are echidnas, after all. Look a bit like the feather duster from the fetish club. So let's just say that the Echidna Kama Sutra doesn't exactly have that many pages in it. More like a pamphlet. But listen, besides navigating the pointy bits, you've got the whole four-headed penis thing going. And to avoid confusion, I don't mean a penis with a forehead. That's just normal. I mean that in its flaccid state, the male echidna's penis looks a bit like how they might grow craisins. It looks like what happens when you ask a witch to...
I thought that was a foot. Like an infected foot. But that's a penis. I would not have normally thought that was a penis.
Bring a fart to life. For some time, this four-headedness was a bit of a mystery.
Holy shit. Damn, homie, what the fuck?
Seeing as the female's bits would only require 2. And that's when one scientist decided to do the obvious and just ask. Turns out echidnas can't talk, so real shit scientist, by the way. Anyway, another science hippie decided to take a closer look. It turns out when the echidna penis is erect...
I mean, it's just an echidna penis, whatever. It's fine. Still, it's just feels a little weird.
It looks like a punk snail singing opera. But you can see here that only 2 of the 4 tips become erect, and the whole thing rotates a bit, so functionally it becomes a 2-headed penis. Just right for the female counterparts. And these alternate. One pair becomes erect and ejaculates, and then the other. It's sort of like... It'll come to me. Kill me. Now, this double-barrel shot dong seems to be controlled by blood flow from a single vein that splits into 2 right before the tips. Anyway, back to the alley where the pair are now smoking a cigarette and Jacko's sperm is rushing on its way to Charlotte's uteruses. Echidna sperm, it turns out, are sort of into carpooling. They twist together in these bundles that end up moving faster than an individual sperm would. It's smart. It's what happens when you put your heads together. Get it? No? When they go, it looks a bit like a shuttlecock. And quite...
I know that ducks have a corkscrew dick, which is just its own insane thing.
Frankly, this is what that word should mean. I'm on fire. So one of these sperms here eventually makes it to an egg and gets Charlotte all pregnant. And that brings us back to Oliver here. He doesn't look like much at this point, but probably a welcome respite from what you've been looking at for the past few minutes. Over the next 20 or so days, this little embryo has to build itself a body. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with this whole development process, but we'll have a little refresher. First, it sort of flattens out and then goes all pinchy-pinchy before transforming into a slightly toothed vagina. Then onto a Salvador Dali impression of SpongeBob before hitting the crucial stage of 2 squirrels humping. From here, as you know, it picks up a bit. Next, we have a goblin.
That's a human fetus.
And fondly admiring his new pet baby dragon into Oh How Sad the Dragon Flew Away, plus major side boob. But then, Oliver seems to take a keen interest into a certain part of his body, if you know what I mean. No, you don't, because look, it was just a hand grenade wrapped in tissue paper, you pervert. And now he's on to you with your dirty mind. Look at that side eye. Then to well, it's still a side eye, but he's getting sleepy. And then he falls asleep and dreams that his belly button has become a fist. Now at this point, if you get a close-up on the face, sure, you might think that's a butthole of a sleeping ghost bear. Or maybe a gummy bear that's thinking,
You brought me out of the bag just to give me a kiss, didn't you?
the horror. But pay attention now. When it turns into a zombie testicle with a 5-head,
Yeah, the dolphin thing with Charlie Kirk. Yeah,
you can see something interesting start to emerge. Right there, a little tooth. And if you look at the snout, Charizard, you can see it better. This little temporary tooth is very important because it will help the little baby break out of this. Look at that. Charlotte laid an egg and she put it in her pouch. Her pouch, by the way, is also temporary, forming just before breeding season. Like if your belly button only opened up when it wanted a grape. Now you want to put a grape in your belly button, don't you? Go ahead. Listen.
wait, did I what Charlie Kirk? Yeah.
If you're watching this show, you're obviously into learning. Go deep, and that's not deep. Is theory to learn. Click on the link in the description. Brilliant has been a long time.
I mean, it was making the rounds because unfortunate timing.
Time sponsor is not hard. I'm
Oh
a fan.
shit! I found it.
Where were we?
I love this is my favorite image when talking about duck penises. It says really this comic guy, I don't know, I've always liked this guy's comics. Get out of here. Fellas, I just got abducted by aliens. See, they turned my abs into labyrinthian duck pussies. They turned mine into corkscrew duck penises. Are you guys almost done hugging? I need a ride home. I just love the idea of labyrinthian duck pussies. This guy makes all kinds of weird ass little comics. I forget the author's name, but they have a very like scuffed, they just drew it in like 2 minutes kind of style. That's great. Oh, there's like a extra fabulous is what it's called. It looks like they upscaled it and made it better. Anyway. Oh, wrong thing. Pause. True facts. Oh god. It's like porn from the 70s.
Oh, right. This egg is not hard like the egg of a bird. Instead, it's made of a tapestry of keratin-like fibers and is soft and leathery, which is more like the eggs of some reptiles. And when it's time to bust out, it's handy to have that little tooth. And
That's a little gummy bear.
there he is, for the first time in the open air, little baby Oliver. Now, not
The air's got to feel awful against that like translucent skin.
all echidnas are born into the smooth, outstretched fingers of a man's hand. We should all be so lucky. No, most of them hatch into what looks like the unkempt navel of a construction worker during a midsummer's heat wave. It is in this environment, somewhat reminiscent of pornography in the 1960s, that Oliver must
60s,
search
okay.
for his first meal. Now, you should know that what Oliver is looking for, well, more like smelling for, is called a milk patch. It's sort of what you might get if you tried to buy a discount nipple in a gas station parking lot.
Oh my god. That's crazy. They just have like a wound that they make that just bleeds milk.
Just sort of skin that leaks. And you can't return it. Oh, sorry, didn't know you wanted a fancy nipple with a tip on it. It costs extra. So whatever childhood you had, I bet you weren't desperately holding on to pubic hair the diameter of your thumb, lapping at whatever oozed out some proto-nipple. God forbid you let go. Let's just say that pouch doesn't exactly have a...
I mean, this must be omega tiny because we're looking at like hair follicles as like large things.
Ziploc on it. You know what you need right there is a good sphincter. Keep the baby in.
Platypi, platypus, plata, please.
You can find those in the plumbing aisle of Home Depot. Soon, Oliver's head is reduced to a point with a single eye. Oh, what is he throwing up? Oh, that's the back end. All right. And so, I see, this part's the front. I mean, it's not that different. Anyway, not knowing much
His little hands. He's just a little baby.
else, Oliver
God. You're just naked and hairless. Just pink and pink and cold.
stays in that pouch for quite some time. Maybe too long. It's just my opinion, but by the end he sticks out like when you try and stuff a winter hat into the back pocket of your jeans. I mean, that's a life lesson right there. Some holes are nice for a while, but then you gotta move on. Now, you've probably heard them called all sorts of things. A hamster dressed up as an elephant, a tardigrade with Botox lips, or even sentient scrotum, which is downright offensive. But these beanie babies made from leftover elbow skin
It's kind of adorable.
are called puggles. Get it right, and don't try this at home either. These are professional science hippies trained in rearing puggles, because once in a while they do fall out that air quotes pouch. At this stage, these puggles aren't exactly heavy on the defense,
It's got like 5 o'clock shadow all over him.
heavy on the defense, but you can start to see a 5 o'clock shadow form on
Yeah.
their bodies. At this stage, these puggles are basically dumplings of the meadow and spend most of their time hiding out in burrows with their mummy. Before they venture out into the world, they need to grow a spine. Well, a whole bunch of them, really. Get it? And that's what they do. The spines first
cute.
come in as little bitty things, but before long they look like a field of number 2 pencils right before the harvest. Only after the spines have started to come in do echidnas develop little hairs in between them. Hairs with an inferiority complex. No, your job is just as important. Oh boy. By adolescence, echidnas look a bit like a militarized whoopee cushion. When they
Wow.
walk around, the spines can lay flat-ish, but if they get their curve on, it gets all pointy-pointy. Much of the body of the echidna has this sheath of muscle just under the skin called the panniculus carnosus. Flexing this muscle can move the spines and even point them in a particular direction. And they might do this to get some ventilation or to get some grippage down in a tunnel, or, of course, for defense. Echidnas, if you haven't noticed, don't exactly excel in the running department. So under threat, what they'll often do is wedge themselves into a tight space or dig down a little and ball up, like Oliver here. I didn't forget. Now, you might be a bit sour on that bird there, picking on poor Oliver, but this is one of those don't judge a book by its cover situations. You know why? Because Oliver decided to hunker down right next to a nest. And I get it, you don't want a pincushion next to the crib, not to mention the aesthetics. You got a southwest cactus thing going on right in the middle of a grassy front lawn, no wonder they're pissed. But it doesn't matter, that male bird can't do shit against Spiky. And you know mommy bird's giving him the what for? No, sure, don't get worked up, honey, he says. I'll get rid of it. Bullshit. I swear, if I have to pee in the middle of the night and come back and sit on that thing by accident, I mean, can't do anything right. Now, with a defense like that, you might expect that echidnas would be pretty good at digging, and you wouldn't be wrong. They've got some good equipment, too. Curved claws on their front feet and some excellent technique. More of an off-to-the-side scoop. You don't get dirt on your nethers like a dog do. In fact, their whole body plan is a bit splayed out to the sides, like an alligator, for example. And their pelvic girdle, which is what connects your top half to your
What a tiny little pelvis. Yeah, I mean, crazy. It's the organic beasts. The fact that a life cycle can formulate all of this from what is essentially single cells or a few cells. I don't really know if, I mean, a sperm is definitely not a single celled thing. So, but the DNA that melts out of the sperm once it makes it into the egg and shit, or kind of like, you know, but even the egg itself is not a single cell. I mean, I don't know. I never really got down to the counting of bullshit, but you get the idea. It's crazy that it grows and does all these different things. Why was there a random button?
bottom half is more similar to a reptile than to
Oh, they lay soft eggs. They don't need big. Well, we lay no eggs. I guess we give live birth. Oh, I see what you're saying. Because the soft egg is like a big shit, so you don't need much of a pelvis. But when you give birth to a live being or a hard egg, then you need a big, meaty pelvis. Huh.
other mammals. And this arrangement can make it look like the echidna's feet are put on backwards. Lots of weird stuff. They also have a low body temperature. And these sorts of oddities and reptilian similarities lead some people to call echidnas primitive. Echidnas are monotremes, a group of mammals that took a different turn from the rest of us about 160 million years ago. You know how like rock, hip hop,
I mean, they definitely took a different turn from us. That's an easy one, based off of all the bizarre marsupial-like jelly bean-sized things with the milk patch and a soft-shelled egg.
soul, and jazz all split off from the blues? Well, monotremes are like the jazz of mammalian evolution. Look at the echidna's closest living relative, the platypus. It's like Coltrane playing the song Rubber Ducky. But they've been evolving just as long as the rest of us, just doing it different. Sure, the backward feet can look a bit strange until you have to scratch your ass. They're perfect for it. Now who's primitive? Echidnas can also use those snouts to dig, and that's because that thing is solid, made out of their face bones.
Yeah, I mean, everyone, because like, even an alligator is still evolving, right? I mean, they trace back the alligator to be very similar to what it was a long time ago, but it's still mildly changing over time, right? I mean, unless I'm stupid, but I'm pretty sure an ancient alligator would not be able to properly interface with a modern alligator.
From the top, the skull looks like a bicycle seat just right for a naked man. Now you're thinking about it, aren't you? From the side, you can see it has a subtle curve to it. Well, they can use that thing like it's a pointy plow, but not like some ordinary gardening tool. It's fancy. The thing's like a metal detector, but for ants and termites. They've got these receptors on their snouts that can sense small changes in electrical fields. And listen, if you're an ant or a termite and get found out, you're going to get the tongue. It's a long one, too. Chase you right down a hole. Your French kiss an echidna, you don't need a bidet. The tongue is covered in a sticky mucus that hauls insects to the back of the mouth. There they have two abrasive grinding surfaces, one at the base of the tongue and the other on the roof of the mouth. So when the echidna eats, it sounds like this. Anyway, back to Oliver. Now that he's grown, Oliver will lead a fairly solitary life.
Aww. I like long walks on the beach.
But come on, what more do you want than some ants to eat, some birds to f with, and maybe a swim now and again? The exception is when Oliver gets horny. In breeding season, the females emit some stank that drives the males crazy. Male echidnas, as well as platypuses, have these little spurs on their back feet. The spurs are equipped with a venom gland. Platypuses use them to kick the crap out of each other during breeding season. Echidnas not so much. Their spurs no longer stand up straight, and what used to be venom is now more of a benign, waxy, syphilitic drip, the scent of which apparently still has a role in mating. And instead of stabbing each other, they have a civilized approach. They queue up. Males will follow a female around in these trains that can get up to 10 males deep.
A train. I mean, okay, they're running a train.
It's like the polite Canadian version of the human centipede. I don't even know what that means. And this goes on for quite some time. It can be weeks before the female's ready to mate. And even then, she's only going to choose one or maybe a couple to mate with.
Oh,
A
wow.
young echidna like Oliver doesn't stand a chance. And he knows it. Went home from the club early. He's going to have an Oliver night tonight. Maybe break out the watercolor set. Or masturbate. Probably looks like the fountains at Bellagio.
All the doctors.
It looks like one of those party blowers, but made from buttholes. Like a sausage octopus. That makes no sense. Like what's left.
So then how do they get the photo with all four erect? Unless maybe these aren't erect. I guess these aren't erect. This is a shriveled. I can see the shriveling going on, so I guess that's the difference. Marsupials developed and outcompeted monotremes, and then Viviparous developed and outcompete marsupials, and that's why only the marsupials left on an island no one can get to. Huh. I feel like I'm Andrew. Wait, not Andrew Tate. Aiden Ross reading the word fascist and having trouble. Interesting. I like animal stuff. It's cool. Oh, loud. Trying to get my easy path to having quiet music in between sections. Okay, I have my little dials and shit for the browser volume, so hopefully it works. And I have my new loudness meter that I'm trying to monitor. It looks like I'm a little bit louder than I was before. I went back to the smaller wind muff on the mic. This one was a lot bigger, and I was worried that my volume wasn't quite getting to the same level because the top end of it has so much more material. So then I was equally far away from that, which pushed me even further away from the microphone, which made me quieter. But I'm worried that my "please bring pizza pronto" is causing some plosives, but maybe it's not. Those are mammals that lay eggs. Marsupials are mammals with pouches. Oh. So the echidnas form a temporary pouch, but have a soft egg. Would that make them... I would still keep them in the monotremes because they don't have the permanent pouch. So are platypuses also monotremes and not marsupials? They may have said it in the video and I just was too stupid to log it into my brain. Oh, there's some other stuff I wanted to watch. Interesting. Got it. Oh, I'll do that later. Why are we eating slop? We're asking the deep questions here. And by we, I mean we're watching videos that people make the deep questions from. So. Why are we eating slop?
Kava, sweet green, chipotle, dig, naya, chopped, just salad. These are merely a handful of the dining institutions in which one can procure a mush-colored leaf and protein porridge known as a slop bowl. These fast casual dishes are the go-to meals for urbanite employees as they embark on their cute little lunch breaks. But with all of the ways we human beings feed ourselves, the uniformly corporate vibe of these places has me wondering, why do so many of us choose to eat slop? Today, we investigate. The beginning of the age of the slop bowl can be traced back to the year 1993 AD, when a man named Steve...
Just seeing that FedEx worker pull down a handcart and go through the New York area, I wonder what it... Because my dad is a FedEx delivery guy. That's his, like... job he's had for an obscene amount of time. I wonder what big city FedEx guy's life is compared to suburban sprawl FedEx guy's life. Because my dad is driving and running around and schlepping shit. But I can imagine in shit like this, he's just walking down with a handcart down the street and just there's so many doors and addresses all in the same sort of fucking block, and then a big business building that you deliver to the mailroom, and it is handled internally and shit. So it's just such a different thing.
Colorado opened a humble burrito shop near the University of Denver campus by the name of Chipotle. Pretty soon, Chipotle started spreading like a bomb when you press explode. Today, there are exactly 3,799 Chipotle locations across the United States. Colorado Steve is a billionaire, and many
It almost looks like it's an electoral college map, but I guess that would be crazy. Yeah, Gore Bush. Okay, yeah. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. Chipotles. I remember just like everything else, team sports oriented growing up, because my dad worked FedEx. I was always team FedEx, represent FedEx. My dad had like old FedEx equipment that he would let me, like, I used to wear a jumpsuit to school that was like a size, multiple sizes too big for me. But I thought it was so cool to have a jumpsuit because I never had a jumpsuit before. And it was warm back when it used to get cold before, you know, climate change. Whoops. Such a little nerd. But yeah, why did I have this connection to one delivery service over another? UPS, ugh, brown, spit. Orange and purple, hell yeah. Movie Castaway, hell yeah, that's our boy. You know, whatever, dumb.
Chipotle locations across the United States. Colorado Steve is a billionaire, and many restaurant entrepreneurs have tried to replicate Chipotle's slopularity, combining the speed of fast food and actually healthy ingredients with other non-Mexican cuisines. There's Cava, which is Mediterranean Chipotle, Naya, which is Middle Eastern Chipotle, Dig, which is Republican Chipotle, Just Salad, which is Chipotle but just salad, Chopped, which is just salad but shitty, and Sweetgreen, which is just salad but for the hot daughters of generational wealth. And these are just some of the bigger ones. Outside of the major leagues, you got hot young upstarts like Springbone, Inde, The Little Beat, Oxedo, Bango Bowl.
My dad also voted for Ralph Nader because he's an independent thinker. And then he voted for Obama, and then he voted for Trump. Twice. I've never had any of these other ones. I've never heard of these other ones. But it's funny that all the big, you know, places, the big cities have all these little, you know, flop food places.
Bowls, China, and 3 others that were created since you started watching this video.
It's a very crowded category. Everybody's jumping in. They all want to be the next Chipotle.
Lisa Jennings is a veteran restaurant reporter who I coerced into telling me more about the fast casual space.
Fast casual has, I think, really, probably for, since the 1990s, been the growth category. Last year, among the top 500 restaurant chains, fast casual sales grew 9%, and that was much faster than fast food, which was 2.3% growth, and 1.3% growth in casual dining.
That's right, folks. As a peoples, we Americans go hog fucking wild for slop. Roll the tape, Peter.
I'm about to get Chipotle for the 3rd time in 3 days.
Chipotle, 2 nights in a row.
Everything at Sweetgreen is made with quality ingredients.
All of these bowls are divine.
Crispy rice ball, please.
You see how I eat my bowl and it still keep its composure and structure.
But enough slopping around the Trophmus tree. It was time to talk to some real certified bowl knowers.
Yeah, I'd say mostly just have a lot of experience in the space over the years. Once I started working, kind of dove fully into that world, was eating Chipotle. I mean, sometimes lunch and dinner multiple days a week, just going as my only meal Chipotle for days on end and then mix it in.
I mean, I get the idea that you can get a container. It's 1.5 pounds of just food. You've got the different varieties of the fibers, the vegetables, the starches and the proteins all mixed together. You can eat it and throw it away, especially in an environment where like you don't really have a kitchen. You don't really have, you know, a big freezer and shit. It's very, very big city living style. It's fast and easy, no dishes. You throw it away, you get moving, you know? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I know. I could tell that was a joke.
Cava in there and Naya and all that type of good stuff.
I'm a resident expert on Chipotle, and you know, I'll mix in Cava and Sweetgreen. Candidly, I eat Chipotle 2 to 3 times per week, on average.
Like when I did my internship when I was in I did my air quote internship, fake internship when I was in high school. I was in the downtown, what the hell? Downtown Tampa area. And it was the old location for Tampa Digital Studios, some little editing shop where I learned editing, beta stuff, all these different things. And I, it was an internship that I did because my dad was a FedEx driver and he saw some like mullet, beer belly, Hawaiian shirt, super tanned leather skin from being on the beach his entire life guy grilling outside. And he was like, hey, my son likes video editing and video stuff. And he was like, you should bring him by. You need something to do this summer. Okay, bring him by. We'll figure out what to do with him. So, yeah. But I would eat at Panera Bread because it was across the street and I could just eat a bread bowl and that's it. I didn't have to bring a lunch and to do nothing. All right. Well, when you factor in like your 5-day work week, right? 3 times a week, that's the majority of your work week. And then especially if there's like some days that you can work remote, that's like the majority of your time out,
Oftentimes more. I spend hundreds of dollars at Chipotle a month.
Also, homies like this in general are probably eating 2 meals a day instead of the full 3. Yeah.
Good rotation of like the kavas, the knives.
And then not having a big kitchen, not having a big pantry because you have a very limited living space. And then they're also all over the place, right? They're available. You're not going to go and sit down at an Applebee's. You're going to walk in, spend 8 minutes approximately gathering your food from this place, and then you're set. And that's including walking in before walking out with it in your hand.
As the just salads, it's like you kind of have to have one in each slop category. Poke's another one in the rotation.
You said that you're a veteran of the 42nd Street Slop Bowl corridor. What is that corridor, Devin?
Yeah, so for anyone familiar with the New York City area, sort of right outside Bryant Park along 42nd Street from 5th to 6th Ave, there's just about every place you can imagine: Chipotle, Kava, Naya.
Do you go with coworkers, or is this usually a solo trip?
Generally with coworkers. Usually at least a couple guys will team up and go at the same time and decide to hit one spot.
I love mixing it all together and like getting all the little things in every bite, which I guess realistically like can happen with the sandwich too. But I think there's like comfort in the bowl of it.
Acknowledging sandwich voices. Thank you. Thank you for hearing us and for acknowledging us. I am much more of a sandwich lad than a bowl bro, if you know what I mean, right? I appreciate the package, the mouthfeel experience, the portability of a sandwich. I can understand, and hell, I've been there. Nachos is one of my favorite foods, but a taco bowl, taco salad bowl, I guess you could call it. Taco salad is what it's called, period. Not a taco salad bowl, but a taco bowl is also a pretty good fucking meal. I loved the taco salad from Taco Bell, which is just a very large tortilla fried into a bowl shape, because you just basically put a tortilla into the fryer, just splop, throw it in there, and then you just kind of like push it down with this. I guess it's not actually just thrown on top. It's like a cage. You load it into a thing, and there's another thing that sits inside of it that kind of punches into it, and then that would create the bowl shape, and then you fry it like that, and then you open it up and you pull the thing out. It's been a while since I've been there. I had to think about it. Food goes in mouth mania.
Like eating out of a bowl is like the greatest thing. I could eat
God, I love eating out of a bowl. I'm sorry.
like all my meals out of a bowl.
It's still reasonably priced, depending on which one you get.
And how does your wife feel about such consistent Chipotle consumption?
She probably thought it was a little bit weird, like, hey, you're eating a lot of Chipotle, but now it's like, it's whatever. And often, she might see me eat Chipotle for dinner once or twice, but she doesn't know that I also ate it 2 or 3 times for lunch that week.
I think some people say that there's an ADHD thing about like consistency, or some sort of autism thing about consistency. Being able to eat the same thing forever without too much variation, appreciating certain aspects of things. I don't know how much of that is just people trying to make correlations and causations or whatever, but not causations, but just connections. Maybe his mom took Tylenol or something.
Because she keep working, so she knows I eat Chipotle. And I told her
This is a joke, by the way.
You eat a lot of Chipotle, but like, I don't think she even knows how much Chipotle I eat. I'm not hiding it. It's just so much.
Everybody, I'm about to tell you why you should consider investing in a Surfshark VPN. Hey, I see your fingers. Don't even think about skipping through this. Do you know why? Because if you skip through this, somebody on the internet is gonna steal your fucking shit.
I'm pretty sure VPNs are not actually good for keeping yourself safe and private or whatever. Also, the more VPNs get pushed, the less good they're going to be. When a VPN was what the hell is a VPN? I could imagine it being very good at keeping you safe from certain things. But now that it's so commonplace, like it's for decades. I get on kicks. I get on like sorry for yawning so much. I have a problem. I have some brain issue. Something about me makes me yawn. Or health issue. Probably more of a health. Anyway, I'll get on a kick where I'll eat one thing for like a month or two, and then I'm like, okay, time to mix it up. Although I've been on my current diet plan of cottage cheese, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, protein shakes, fruit bags. This has been a nice variety of simplicity is a big part of it too for a while now. Although I mix it up and get a bowl of ramen in there occasionally. So I'm not entirely stuck in my ways. Yeah, I mean, I understand that they're better than just raw dogging things in some way. But like people are like, oh, look, you can just get a VPN. But like now VPNs know when you're trying to watch Netflix and say that you're from the UK. Like they have ways to notice that. Or the VPN companies themselves, I guess, are capitulating to the big people out there. Good for porn now, depending what state you're in. Yeah. The reputable porn sites in Florida and I think Texas. God damn it. Don't let you watch porn unless you have like a verified account or something. For years and years, I never paid money to anybody on Twitch or subscribed to a Patreon or whatever it was. And in the same idea, I never paid for porn. I still have never paid for porn. Something about paying for porn just felt like I'm not that rock bottom yet. You know what I mean? Where like, because there's so much free porn out there. It's one of those things that it never felt like it made sense to ever pay for porn. You could just Google the word boobs and you'd have porn. You know what I mean? So like paying for a very specific type of porn. Now I appreciate sex work and all that stuff, right? Like that sex work is work, right? So it's kind of fucked up to say I don't buy porn, right? But I don't buy porn. I don't know. I mean, I never donated to streamers and stuff until eventually my brother was like, how many hours have you watched such and such thing? How much have you committed to them? And I would watch their YouTube and I've got an ad block on and all these different things. And it's like, I have been relying, I've replaced my consumption of media, of cable television, all these different things with specific creators. And also, oh no, I get you. It's fine. This is not a plea for, this is more about explaining my own path of realizing I should pitch in some money for the people that I really appreciate and want them to still be able to do the thing that they do. That's all. I guess it still kind of comes across as like throwing shade or whatever, but you have not been watching for me nearly as long as I was watching Beagle Rush, right? So you're safe for now.
Steal your ship because you don't have it. In Krenz, Surfshark
Also, a lot of
is
these
a great
VPNs
choice.
come from
There's
Israel.
Also,
So.
more tools on rocks, especially with and an anti-ethic it's safe. Nice. Right now, you can go to Network at checkout. Thanks for watching and supporting our advertisers. Now, back to the trough, piggies. Relationships aside,
This is all to say I'm launching an OnlyFans. Only Sniffs, right? It's where you can somehow through the screen, through email, you can smell. You can smell. No, I'm kidding.
it's obvious that for high-functioning, busy folk like these, the appeal of slop bowls lies in its health and efficiency. And I agree that these are huge benefits. In fact, my fast-casual shaman Lisa went so far as to say that
Only J's. That's pretty good. I like that.
we shouldn't be calling these bowls slop at all.
I think slop bowl has become a term that is
The slop is the term for everything. People talk about how Peak is a game called Friend Slop, where it's where you and your friends go and play a game, and you play that, and you consume it like slop. There's Roll Slop. That's an Elden Ring game, right? There's Metroid Slop. That's the new Hollow Knight game. Everything is just slop, 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 because you know, it started with AI slop, I feel like, when it came to like its majority. But then we realized a lot of things are also slop, and then people use it as being like a I don't care about anything. I'm a nihilist. I'm above, really being a fan of something that's cringe. Therefore, I just see it as slop, superhero slop, all these different elements, right?
Something I think is derogatory. It's, sort of the newer version of what used to be called the sad lunch salad.
Okay, so this is our modern version of the sad desk lunch.
Sad desk lunch, that's what it was. The term really came from the internet where, you've got all the gym bros who are trying to pile on their proteins. Then the term sort of has shifted over to, what we know as fast casual bowl concept. The fast casual concepts are defined by the fact that they're offering something better for you, better ingredients, and all of Chipotle, Sweetgreen, Cava, those are places you can get a very nutritious, filling meal. I think it's good money for the price for what you're getting.
But what exactly?
One of the tips from both my dietitian as well as just like lazy dumbasses like myself was go to a place like Chipotle and order what is like from their catering side of their menu and their website, where you can order like 2 pounds of cooked chicken, and it's just a bunch of like strips of cut up grilled chicken, and it's mildly seasoned, cooked in a plastic tray that day, right then and there, and you buy it instead of going to the store and buying raw and then having to chill it and then prepare it, cut away all the fat and the gristle, cook it up, throw away the things, clean all the stuff. You can just, you pay a little bit more, obviously, because of but you're also buying it in some degrees into a certain amount of bulk. But you could buy something like 10 pounds of grilled chicken, and you would just buy that on Monday, and you have that all week until next Monday. You put a date on the fucking container with a Sharpie or something, and then it's a way to meal prep without having to dedicate your time to prepping it. It's one of those, like, it seems like a decent way to go about stuff. For a lazy fuck like me, I'm like, hell yeah.
Are these bowl enthusiasts getting? I knew I couldn't find out just by sitting in my booth as I do, and that's when I remembered something Devin from earlier in the program told me.
Sort of right outside Bryant Park along 42nd Street from 5th to 6th Ave. There's just about every place you can imagine: Chipotle, Cava, Naya. Usually at least a couple guys will team up.
And just like that, I knew what I had to do. So I whipped up a sign that said, "Talk to me about slop bowls," and expensed an Uber XL to Slop Bowl Corridor. It was quickly obvious that
There's a guy who does this thing where he sits outside a big festival or something with a sign, and a microphone and a little camera set up somewhere. I should probably emulate this. This is a very doable thing where I can set up a sign saying like, tell me about why you hate Duke Energy or something, and have it set up for the Dump Duke campaign. And there's also going to be like that, oh my God, this Tesla truck wrapped in like some gold shit. Gross. Also, goddamn. Because like this Tesla truck looks small here because there's a, you know, even bigger SUV behind it. It almost looks like a regular car, but I know how big those fuckers are. It's crazy. Yeah. Wrapped in anus? Ausbah. It's not even legible. The letters are like running it. B-A symbol U-S. It just looks like Baxus. B-A-X-U-S. Inverted penises all around. I had a backpack once that... Oh, excuse me. Sorry if I was loud. I have a mute button, but my feet are kicked up right now, so I wasn't able to hit my mute button. Probably. Probably some fucking investor shit. It's all gold. And it has that, like, lightweight, all caps font. Deus Vault. Yeah. I had a guild when I was in playing World of Warcraft called Ve Victus. I'm afraid of looking up what that is. My friends of friends were into that shit, and that was the name of it, and I was like, fine, I don't know what that is. That's fine. I'll be in Ve Victus. And I'm sure it was some Nazi shit. I don't know. It just sounds like one of the Crusader fucking slop enjoying Crusader slop shit. It probably has some, like, if you look it up with a definite, I think I looked it up once or twice and it was like something about victory or something, but it's probably some gross shit. But I had a backpack that had a chest strap. Surprisingly nice. Because I know that, like, the hiking backpacks utilize the chest straps. It's just a way of, like, moving the weights more to your... It just sort of shifts the weight in the way that it holds. And it's just nicer. Woe to the vanquished. Interesting.
I was in the right place.
Me and my friends, we call this Slop Lane.
You could call this the Bryant Park Trough.
Slop Row?
I love Slop Alley here.
I'm usually just sandwiched in between all these like protein like bros and like a lot of like Patagonia vests.
These Sweetgreens, Chipotles, and Nayas are the highest grossing in the country.
It's a mixture of beef, hummus, and then what they do is they just drizzle your sauce of choice on it and you just slurry it around, and then it turns into slop. I have this most days of the week.
This is a daily occurrence.
That's my daily ritual. It's a couple times a week.
You go here often?
Whenever I can. Yeah, every day.
They don't taste like anything.
I feel like I find no joy in food, and I just want to get fed, and it's very consistent, and it's healthy, and it's right beside my work.
Are you a fan of them?
I feel like I used to be, and now I find myself eating them less. It's just like thrown in the bowl, if that makes sense. And I don't know, I feel like eating should be more of an experience, because it does feel like I'm kind of like eating slop.
Right.
Even if the food is good. I don't know how to explain it.
And we work so hard, why feel like a little piggy?
Yeah, exactly. Bingo.
I probably got the worst in the city. People in work laugh at me that I have the driest order that's possible.
So hit us with the order. What is it?
It is just rice, spinach, chicken, and then some romaine on top with some pita crisps.
That's a pretty dry-ass order. I'm not going to lie. When you hear the term slop bowl, I mean, does that sound like an accurate description, or do you think that's unfair?
Shoot, it doesn't sound right, but it sure does taste right.
What's the appeal of a bowl-based lunch?
I think it's just portable, and don't mind the shape.
It's quick. You can get back to your desk faster. That's basically what you're going for, is speed.
It's got everything I'd ever want in a single bowl.
Which is what? What do you want?
Oh, I want hummus, I want chicken, I want rice, I want veggies, all of it.
I'm fueled by slop bowls. Kava's got that sauce.
Do you get these for lunch?
I don't know. I'm more of a soup girl. I just don't like when my food touches sometimes.
I'm very anti.
But soup is... It's all touching. Do you mean like a... Not homeopathic. Homeogenic. Wait. Fuck. There's... Like... Mixed things are heterogeneous mixtures. and there's homogeneous mixtures. So like water is homogeneous, whereas Kool-Aid is sort of a heterogeneous because it's mixing water and the sugar together. Although I guess you could argue once the Kool-Aid is mixed, then that's now a homogeneous mixture. I mean, the rice holds some moisture to it, depending upon how the rice is cooked and served. So that's where the hidden moisture is coming from, the stickiness to kind of mush it all together. But no sauce, and yeah, I mean, I've only done the soup thing for a little bit. One of my easy ways to get a meal was to buy the $2 can of chunky soup, peel the lid off, throw it into a bowl or a cup that was designed to go into the microwave. But then that plastic cup started getting this weird like bubbling texture to it because it would get so hot, it would like micro melt the plastic. And I'm like, that's not good. Even if, you know, getting away from the plastic possibly getting into my food element, just like the destruction of the outer walls of the material, creating these cavernous nooks and crannies, meant that it would not be able to get cleaned properly, and bacteria and or problems could then live inside of the micro scratches and micro cavities that were built inside. So then I ended up getting glass pilled, where all of my Tupperware now is glass Tupperware. Tupperware. I heard a plosive there. Hopefully that wasn't too noticeable over the air. Because I love glassware for cooking and storing your bullshit. Because you could have rotten chicken festering inside of a glass bowl, and you could just boil that glass bowl, put it through the dishwasher, and it is clean. And you trust it because it is smooth surface, non-porous, does not get stained, does not, you know, it's just, it's the way. It's heavier, and it's a little bit more expensive up front, but it's so fucking good. Where did goat get their autism from? Smash cut to my great-grandfather having his casserole picked apart because he didn't like his food touching. Yes. There was, that's funny. Also, girl autism is a thing that everyone pretends doesn't exist, but boy, oh boy, does it exist. People that work in the field, working with different needs children, autistic children, disabled children, the parents will come in to pick up those children, and then the people are like, oh, hello, sir. And after dealing with that person for a very short period of time, they're like, okay, you know, it wasn't the vaccine, it wasn't the Tylenol that has led to this child's development being different. Chances are it could have come from you, sir, you know, without really saying it to them, but you can really notice. Because there was this dude at my work who was very different. Everyone sort of did not like them because of the way that they were different. And they have legitimate reasons to not like certain elements of what they've done. But then I find out that person has an autistic child. And when the boomers talk about autistic children, they only usually mean it in like a very specific way. They don't just mean like they like trains or whatever. They mean like they consider it to be developed as they see it as a disability. So like they see that there's negative impacts on their ability to manifest a regular life or whatever. And then I look at the dude and I'm like, oh yeah, he has that too. And he's just had the boomer / Gen X style of getting over it and having to deal with it. But he definitely fits that model, which then made me interact with them a little differently. There's definitely more charitability to it. But then also, like, you know, they were being like creepy and weird around women and being like sexually abusive and shit. So never really fucked with them. And it's the corporate structure. So despite I even went to HR and escalated elements because someone had come to me and said, this has happened to somebody. What do we do? So then I escalated that with my manager, who was their boss or whatever. But then what do you know? The corporate structure found that there was not enough evidence and just let things go. And I'm just like, and then even when I was having that discussion about that, I escalated. I was like referencing another story about somebody kind of just using like the R word or being like transphobic. And then they escalated that as well. And then again, that went nowhere. So corporate HR structures, how useful they are, you know, because I always had this weird guilt because I grew up in an environment where, like when I first started working there 15 years ago, I was the young guy. I had no idea what I was getting into. Certain elements of like the people would come up to me and say, hey, which model would you want to fuck? Right. That they would just whisper that to me like on set and point at the women who are standing on stage modeling the clothes. And I'm just like, whoa. Right. Like there's this like a toxic masculinity built into workplaces, built into society in general. Right. But I didn't report those things because like everybody was it, and then I was like trying to find a way to fit in, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I just I never really thankfully those things kind of died down because they realized that I wasn't going to feed into that shit. But I never reported anybody because you don't want to be a narc or whatever, and you just don't know. But I had this guilt about like, am I turning a blind eye to the Me Too movement type shit? You know what I mean? So then when I finally did escalate things, it didn't seem to really go anywhere. And then if anything, it now put a target on my back as like somebody who's going to cause problems or something. Or people could find out that I was the one that reported them, and then that would cause further problems and things. I'm not saying that you should never report, and I'm not saying that you absolutely should report and you're a bad person if you don't. It's a balance. I think that you'll find inner peace when you do report to some degree, and then you might have a worse experience than I did, or you might have a better experience than I did. So, I mean, this conversation went to a different direction.
Slop bowl. I'm waiting like 30 minutes to get probably 5 pieces of chicken. There's nothing in there, and honestly, it's kind of gross. Also, bring back the 3 martini lunch. The old power lunches they used to have back in the day. Hour-and-a-half lunch, you sit down, you get a steak. Why do we have slop bowls now? There's 10,000 bodegas in the city.
Okay. I haven't really seen a lot of conservative gingers. I'm sure that they exist, and I'm sure that they exist out there, but I'm kind of blown away. And it's got me kind of stunned because I'm like, this is probably, I was trying to think, like, it's not just a this is not just a Joe Rogan fan. He's probably like a JD Vance fan. Like, he's got this, like, I want the cigar smoking room, fat cat style lifestyle. I want to be a real man, like on the show Mad Men. 3 martini lunch. What are you, an alcoholic? I don't know, man. That's gross, but they exist. There's a better way, and I would love to, hopefully, somehow push the world towards where dudes like this don't wish for a slide backwards.
They all make the same stuff, and it's all
Conservative gingers. I think I said gingers are insane is what it said, was flagging it. And
definitely better than what you get here.
Why do you think Sweetgreen is a ripoff?
It's like
yeah, I could see how people could take the white people or actually have it harder in life nowadays than black people because, hey, look, affirmative action in DEI makes it easier to be a black person. That's a rule that makes it harder to be a white person. Like, no, it doesn't. It specifically does not make it harder. You don't understand how those rules work. But also, then they add on top of that the ginger element, right? Yeah.
$18 for like some lettuce and like a little cardboard like
$18. What the? I guess it's New York.
bowl.
It was during my time speaking to these chicken-breathed worker bees that I began to realize the real meaning of slop. For some, it's a tool of efficiency. For others, a choice for health. For one particular man, the sauce was intimidating.
Kava's full of sauce, man. Not into it. Too much sauce. Yeah, too much sauce.
For all of us, though, it represents a congealed, somewhat discolored group of people all working together to try our hardest to get through the day. All of us coming from different backgrounds, yet packed together here in this one round container we call Earth. Indeed, the vibe of these places is absolutely torched, given that they have the aura of a venture capital firm regurgitating pre-masticated leafy greens into your mouth like a baby bird. But after making so many new slop friends, I am forced to admit that there are times
I feel like people don't do this anymore, and it's good.
a baby bird. But after making so
Watch this homie. Wow. Oh, like a shrugging thing. People don't do this like, oh my god, I'm on camera, wave, smile, what the hell?
many new slop friends,
This guy's like, look, a camera, whoa, makes a face.
I am forced to admit
Just to be
that
funny. And
there are
his girl's like, what the fuck was that? And she couldn't even see the disgusting face he made, but just kind of like, what are you doing?
times and places to consume it. So the next time you're out eating a slop bowl at your desk, I want you to look down into your mush of greens and grains and think of me. Think of you. Think of all of us. It might not be ideal, but at least we're all here. Together, slopped as one. For good work, I'm Dan Toomey.
Wow, Dan.
You want to talk slop? You want to talk about your bowl? Talking slop if you... All right. You're a fan? You want to talk about it? You sure? I could follow you.
In my opinion, a slop bowl is a conglomerate.
Everything in a bowl.
This is classic bowl slop.
Kava is in my heart.
What is it about Chipotle that makes it the daddy of these lunches?
Hey, he got his original trench coat on.
Flavor is just like...
It's called Good Work on YouTube. There we are.
Oh, you got motion! You got motion! Chipotle would be my top. I fucking hate Chipotle.
Let us try every meat on the menu. Give us a little sampler cup, perhaps.
A lot of meat.
I'm Italian, so I much rather prefer.
Oh, Wally.
This is disgusting to you.
There's a flavor, but you can't really taste the individual things in this bowl. Double meat if I'm like feeling really good about myself or really bad about myself.
True. Bro, true. Crank down to -10. Play music. Gorilla feet make men strong. True facts echidna, I can get rid of that. Alright, let me clean up my list here. Remove. Okay. I mean, I don't know how you got that circle hyphen. I'm impressed. Like an M dash, you have to like hold Alt and hit like 3 different keys to get the M dash to come up. Ugh. The aura. On a phone, nevertheless. It's crazy. An M dash is like a longer dash. Like there's a hyphen, and then there's like... Oh, shit, I don't have it here. Unfortunately. Hold on, real fast. And that's an M dash. My scene note for my other scene had it. Ah. But so the M dash was it's like a different, it's almost like an ellipse, almost like a semicolon, but it's used fucking, what do you call it? Oh my god, you have the triple dashes. 3 different sizes. 3 different uses. I don't even know what the other one is just so... It's only slightly bigger. It's kind of crazy. And a frog. M dashes are... English majors love them because they know that they know how to properly use them, and then ChatGPT uses it too much. So whenever a comment has an obscene amount of M dashes, because there's more than literally one, and you've never seen it before used in the wild, you know that it was a copy and paste from a ChatGPT. That was one of the... I watched a video on like how you can tell when writing is ChatGPT. Utilizes the rule of 3 early and strong. It's just like a pause. It's just an ellipse. It's a different version of it. It's also like a sentence separator to some degree. I'm not an English major. The journalism school that I went to, by journalism school I mean television production school that heavily focused on journalism, but it wasn't like journalism like 101 or whatever. Well, we may have actually had a journalism 101 class, but one of the major classes we had to pass in order to get through the USF structure for TV production, because we live in such a large news market, was a grammar buster sort of like class that had a required spelling test, and it also had this, you know, intense grammar for written word style things. You know, we had to spell gubernatorial and shit, you know, hard words that were also very commonly done in news. I couldn't spell it today. I had to cram for it. Took the test twice, passed. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Spelling is anathema to me. More and more and more. So commonly, I'll be typing inside of a Word document or some sort of text box, and I will get squiggles or words that are misspelt, and then I click on it, and it has no suggestion, or the suggested words are so far away from what I'm trying to get it to type. It's so frustrating that even the spell check is like, I don't know what you're going for here, man. But the weird thing is, if I always copy that fucked up word and put it into Google, Google instantly knows what word I meant. And I'm like, I want Google spell check, not whatever spell check is existing in other spell checks. Or at least include Google's dictionary of words into my spell check, because it is always right whenever I type in a word fucked up. There's probably a larger data set or something that makes sense for why it's better than a traditional spell check database. But damn. Also, a new development that is annoying but expected eventually is... what was it? When I would Google for something, like I Googled for, oh yeah, here we go. I was Googling for, I wanted a study that talked about how Tylenol, or the actual, not acetaminophen, but the drug that it's actually utilized in. Tylenol sucks. I guess it was, wait, is it actually acetaminophen? Yeah, acetaminophen or paracetamol. That's the other name of it. I was looking for this study. Let me get rid of this title. I was looking for this study, and I can also unpin my shit. I wonder if there's a command for unpinning. That'd be cool if there was a command for unpin. For Twitch. I was looking for this study. Acetaminophen for chronic pain, a systematic review on efficacy. Damn it, why the fuck can I... My mouth can't say the word. Fuck. Stupid lips. Efficacy. Oh my god. I think I'm stuck on it. I can't get it right. Efficacy. That's almost right. It's just weirdly slow. Anyway, this meta-analysis study, systematic literature review, chronic pain conditions, applying 3 broad things, blah, 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 blah. They found that little to no efficacy with dubious clinical relevance. In conclusion, there's little evidence to support the efficacy of acetaminophen treatment in patients with chronic pain conditions. So I guess it's more about chronic pain than like a short-term headache or whatever, but it seemed like it wasn't all that useful for things. And then continuous, as always, continuous understanding and looking into different elements of things. I was looking for this review. I was looking because I remember this being a thing that was shared with me about how Tylenol sucks, and you probably should just use ibuprofen or something else instead in your daily life. But when I was Googling for it, it would not come up to save my life because everything was about Tylenol's most recent RFK Jr. Trump shit. But the AI overview knew what I was getting at. And that's where I see the best impact of AI in my life for sure, and for most people, is especially as these search engines get worse and worse and worse by the bogging down of more and more bullshit, right? Having the engine having a better understanding of what you're trying to type in based off of the large language model behind it, and then being able to, with a bit more of a grasp, like it's not an intelligence that's listening to you and understand what you think. It's just able to, instead of you commonly, you know, like when you were typing into Google, you used to have to use commas properly and minus signs to like include things in your search and disclude things from your search. But the internet's getting wider and wider, and it's getting more and more filled up with slop. So the words you type in and then what's getting pumped in the SEO is coming into your face faster and faster. But at the very top was talking about this study with a link that pulled up the side and had this thing in it. So I don't think I'm going to be trying to minus AI all of my searches because it's able to find the things I'm looking for faster. I think it's definitely a better indexing tool and a search tool than the default search tools we've sort of been building for ourselves. But I'm not going to use it to build my entire life around it, you know what I mean? Yeah. But, you know, I got to give props to when it works. And that was very helpful to have it work. I've been saving loads of articles on things whenever I find an article that like is a thing that I want to bring up more commonly, but I always struggle to find it, right? And then I also want to save certain videos whenever they come up. Like this is a classic banger. Wait, didn't I? Oh no, I did something different. Pause the music. Also, I should go in here and loop, just so that way it's easier just to hit the mute button. Like this is a classic video.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
It's a banger. It's a classic. Never wanted to lose it, so I can just save it to my GOAT folder. Greatest of all times. May Allah awaken the people to the evil doings of Israel and the United States. I should download that and make it a fucking alert for things. Also, the Dune scream is a great way to put it in. Greatest of all time. Greatest of all time. You can take that as a point of compliment. That if you share something with me, you end up in my GOAT folder because it's goated. Oh, I should get out of this. Okay. I'll leave this here to download, actually. Why are we eating slop? Done. Okay. We've had our slop. Hello. Hello. Now it's time to learn. At least for me to learn. And maybe you to say, you didn't know this already, you idiot? And I'm like, I'm sorry. I got a goat for you. Oh, okay. Hold on. Alec Jones. Oh, hell yeah. It's only 2 minutes. I want to find a way to yoink the metadata from a link. There might be a way to do it. Might not be a way to do it.
It's time to be a hero. It's time to wear the most advanced anti-COVID mask available on the market.
Banned video.
The Glor 9000. What's wrong? It's totally normal to wear Halloween outfits.
He's the same guy I say he can't live with a N95 mask on his face. Not even a KN95, just an N95. Oh yeah, I forget which one's. I think maybe KN is. I forget which one's more intense, but.
This is how your moral is. When the urge comes, it is time to procreate. I must find a quiet place. May I lay my egg here?
No, why not?
I don't care what that mean human says. It's my right to lay an egg here.
Wow. Look at him go.
Refreshing.
Dude, what an impressive body he has. Had.
The
It's
mask
different
not
now.
only keeps me safe, but my baby as well.
Also, oh my god. The fucking I've used this font inside of. Is this like old Premiere? Oh my god. Also, Brian's toy review shit. Oh my god, I forgot all about that.
But my baby as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame that he's evil, right? Like he's a element for bad things because he's such an impressive, charismatic personality. No, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You avoid watching YouTube. What do you watch? Billy Billy? Like, what do you? Interesting. I love the individual creator space beyond what you. I mean, I don't want to say like, oh, I'm so not mainstream. I'm so indie and off to the side, but television got so formulaic and annoying to me. The coming back from commercial break and recapping the thing we just talked about, even TV shows that are kind of fun and, you know, carefree, just constantly stretching things out and overplaying elements. And it just got like, I would come home to my mom's house and she would have the TV on and I would just like, oh, I cannot stand the way regular television is done. So I just would flock to individual stuff. Even stuff like Good Mythical Morning was like a better, fun, carefree thing to watch than the actual television carefree things on TLC or HGTV or whatever kind of bullshit. It just, or Food Network even. It just had like a better, more pure humanity to it. YouTube isn't regulated. I never thought about the regulation of television being the benefit to the television, to the media, or moderated for that matter. Okay, that's a different, but I get how that's similar, but I mean, I guess I moderate. Like, I could look up the Tyler Oliveira videos and all the most racist bullshit and freaks, or I could find the things that I want to find. That goes both ways. Netflix would never say Palestinian lives matter, Israel is doing a genocide, but someone on YouTube would be able to say that, right? So there's like, but then also someone can say black people are not fit for jobs like Charlie Kirk was doing. Like there's two sides to that coin. crazy. It's just that I'd never, even back when I was less politically involved and I was still making the choice to move to YouTubes and Twitches instead of Netflix and television, because I just appreciated being able to find more pure forms. I mean, I didn't even think about it that in that like context, but just pure forms. That's also, but I have missed out because I have not watched movies and television shows, and I have an urge to make sure I go back and catch up on a lot of things. So there is that side of things as well. I'm definitely loud as fuck. Sorry for being super loud. I should just move the microphone further away. That'll achieve the similar effect. Also, I like project sometimes when I'm like on stage. Kick should not exist. Horrible people on there. Yeah, the moderation I can see being an important element of it. Twitch is pretty good about its moderation for the most part. I mean, with there being a large amount of people that exist, like Kick is a platform that I will avoid, because it is there to prop up gambling, crypto gambling, to get either current whales or to be a loss leader that breaks the brains of a generation of young people into becoming addicted to gambling as well. There's a net negative that's trying to be formed from it. And even if they chose poorly, I don't want to feed into it. I've watched like Nutty, the person that helps me learn so much about StreamerBot and do OBS things, especially when I was first starting, built a lot of the widgets that are on my website currently, or my Twitch stream right now. He has started being on Kick, and I've like voiced, he's had votes or like, do you guys think I should do things on Kick? And I'm like, no, I do not think you should do things on Kick. And other people are like, yeah, W Kick. He's the only person developing, widgets and things for Kick, but it seems like he's starting to realize how gross and racist and bad it is. And I hope that he gets off of it. He gets an hourly wage for streaming to Kick based off the number of viewers he has, and also based off of the time he's up. And like that was very similar to the money he would make from Twitch ads and also subs and shit, just that hourly wage. That's cool to have an hourly wage for something like streaming or whatever it is, but I don't want to go to that platform for that prop. I don't want to do that. I don't want to go there because I just see it as a negative. It's a bad thing. But that's because it's so new, I guess. Depends on who you want to regulate the media. Terms of service are followed. They're not followed as well on YouTube because it's so large, and they've never really had a good practice of building out their terms of service to be followed. Whereas Twitch is much better about following its terms of service, at least according to the creators that I know that have been on both and have talked about it and that I trust generally. Obviously, there's still always going to be misses and problems. Asmongold's will exist or whatever that can spew hate in certain ways, but they still get banned in the same way. You know what I mean? I guess as an individual, I would much rather find the stuff I want to watch myself than go back to watching exclusively mainstream whatever. You know what I mean? And again, saying mainstream makes me feel like a hipster or something, but I love the diversification and the like watching the nature documentaries from Ze Frank. He puts it into a way that is palatable, entertainment focused, but still has a lot of respect for the science. Is a bigger channel, but does a great job of it. Much better than watching some crap on some like TV, like top 100 deadliest snakes, and it's just like a bunch of shit, and it's slop, and it's got before and after the break, kind of like recapping everything you just watched with ads crushed into it. It's I'd fuck that. I'd rather not. Watching Netflix and watching movies, watching other pieces of art that are really good, totally reasonable, and a thing that I should be doing more of. But I just appreciate the space for what it is.
The humans are not communicating with me. Hello.
Wait, this is back when COVID was a thing. He was not wearing a mask, but he's wearing this mask. That's crazy. I was kind of joking about that.
Now block out the sun. And I will build this rocket and escape your planet. I've conquered a lot of planets. This is pretty easy to conquer. Thank you. Thank you, Earthling.
Okay. I don't know what to say. But I think you have a reasonable you have a reasonable approach. Trying to think. Because Alex Jones and what's his name? Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes just got banned off of YouTube. I saw a tweet or something that was like they made their accounts and then got banned within 24 hours or something. So that's where like Rumble and other weird ass places. That or he made a new side account and got banned. I'm not really sure. Did I just close out my X tab? I must have. Now I'm calling it X. Oh no. I've anyway, I've had enough young people come through that weren't really sentient when it was Twitter, and I've been dealing with it more and more since it's been X, the everything app. He was banned years ago. I don't know where my window was that had it. I guess I closed the tab out without realizing it. Well, closing out Twitter is not a bad thing. That didn't take long to search for. YouTube has banned Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes in less than 12 hours after they created their channels. That was a couple of days ago. This was him spraying the woman that went to knock on his door. Banned in 2018. Sandy Hook shooting, yeah. Banned in 2020. On their new channels within 12 hours. Okay, so they made new channels. You are 400 of them. You fell asleep while making pasta. Oh, no. Well, hey, at least you didn't burn the house down. Shit. The other day, I was making ramen, and I hadn't made ramen in so long that after pouring the pot into my water and moving along, I left the oven on. Like, it was like, you know how the oven will, like, the stove top will, like, I have, like, a glass top stove, which is basically just an element under a piece of glass. So it'll, like, turn off and then not be red. And then when it notices the temperature is too low, it turns back red again and then goes back down. I left it on with nothing on it. It was just burning to the air, just wasting energy. But I fucked up before. We always had like rule number 1, check the oven to make sure there's nothing in the oven, like the actual like oven. Open the door and look in, Because sometimes people would store like a pizza box or something in the oven because it's a way of keeping it sealed so bugs don't come after it. But you would never want to turn the oven on to preheat it with like paper in there because you'll start a fire or something. So there's like rule number 1 was always check the oven. Rule number 2 is always, I don't know, turn off the oven when you're done kind of bullshit. There was always these rules about using big appliances and things growing up as a kid. The stovetop didn't have those same rules put into it. But yeah, so they made new video, they made new places September 25th and they both got banned. Leaked into YouTube? I mean, I wouldn't really think about being, I mean, because these are, I mean, most of the problems on Twitter are just a bunch of old fuckers who have been on YouTube just as long. You know what I mean? But them being banned shows decent moderation. And whenever there's a space that says we have no moderation, that just turns into hate speech and it turns into N-words and it turns into Nazis. So every space needs some form of moderation. How heavy-handed the moderation is always a debate, and it's always a private company. Good luck to, I mean, I guess literally China does it. China has its own sort of like, if not hand in hand, but direct control of certain things. So, because in America, if there was a, you know, the Biden network or the Biden channel or the Biden, you know, app that could like show you videos and things. Oh yeah, CSAM shit. Yeah, totally. Yes, that would be the problem. So there obviously has to be moderation to some degree. It's just how much. Mainstream stuff, Netflix, cable television will have an intense amount of moderation to the point that they won't even allow Palestinian voices. So, as just a small example. The 2chan. I've heard of 4 and 8chan. Never heard of 2chan. There, yeah. I know 4chan is bad, but 8chan's even worse. Speaking of which, actually, I wanted to watch this video from Red Pen. They're a little dry, so I'll do my best to use my ability to speak and my personality or whatever and my reactions to things to keep it from being too dry. But I wanted to know about Xi Jinping because, like, I don't even know how, like, they don't have family dynasties as far as I know. Do they have elections? I just don't fucking know. So I would love to learn about China, literally.
This video presents a summary of key points contained in Xi Jinping's governance of China. I made this video for those who are interested in learning about Xi Jinping thought, but don't have the time to read all 2,400 pages of the governance of China.
Oh yeah, I don't have time for that. I don't have time for 2 pages.
If you like the content produced on this channel, consider lending your support at the links in the description below. The Governance of China is a 4-volume collection of speeches and writings by Xi Jinping, the General Secretary of the Communist Party of China, which outlines the—
Right, he's not Chairman Xi, he's the General Secretary, aka the President.
Official party perspective on China's development in the 21st century.
Now, I also imagine his own writings on things will have biases built into it, right? It's reasonable to understand that and also reasonable to expect that. And then doing your best to be able to see it through both charitability and also a critical eye.
The writings encompass Xi Jinping's views on economics, domestic and international politics, infrastructure, technology, environmentalism.
Like this softened filter is an example of, I know he's not that smooth. Even when he first started, he was not this smooth. And I can understand that they make him look smoother. He makes himself look smoother, whatever. And I can see through it to some degree, right? Should it be more real? Whatever. It's not a big deal. But
peaceful coexistence,
a small example,
and military affairs. The Governance of China is a unique text because it is a book written from a global historical perspective by a statesman with the power to actually shape the future course of a major country. Through an extensive...
That would be my book on Sniffin' J Thought. On Sniffin' Thought, it would be just like, dang, he sucks. What a bitch. He's always failing his goals. He can never get anything done. Literally his entire young adult and adult life, he's been trying to lose weight, yet still fat. L. More like Sniffin' L, not Sniffin' J. That'd be my books. They go, okay, he's got biases where he hates himself because he has low self-esteem. We got to look through that. We got to look past that.
Grasp on Chinese as well as Western history and literature, Xi Jinping not only articulates the intricacies of China's internal development, but relates China's development to its growing role in global politics. The text does not present a Western-style critique of capitalism, couched in the language of negation and idealism, but instead presents a tangible framework for concrete steps in the arduous struggle of building a communist society.
I'm gonna put some stuff back up on...
With the rise of the People's Republic of China, its growing power on the global stage, as well as an emerging soft power conflict with the West, it is increasingly important that the world understands what China is doing, how it got here, where it is headed, and how nations across the world factor into this world historic transformation seen with the rise of socialist China. China's relationship to Marxism-Leninism began in the early 20th century during a time of significant social and political upheaval. The country experienced several major internal struggles for a long period of time, including the Taiping Rebellion in the mid-19th century, the Boxer Rebellion at the dawn of the 20th century, and the overthrow of the Qing dynasty in 1911. The fall of the Qing dynasty...
I'm going to replay this last little bit. I was just asking Kara if she wanted to wake up, because when I started around 3:30, she was like waking up. I was like, I want to sleep a little bit longer, so I wasn't sure. I figured this is a cool video, so she might be interested, but I wasn't sure.
China's relationship to Marxism-Leninism began in the early 20th century during a time of significant social and political upheaval. The country...
Which came first, Ranch or Cool Ranch? Which came first, Ranch or Cool Ranch? Which came first, Ranch or Cool Ranch? She's doing okay. Goku and ZZ are good.
I think you should kill yourself, Dilbert.
Hashtag wow, hashtag
Please don't kill me.
This is shit my brother would show me.
I'll let you go if you can tell me which came first. Ranch or Cool Ranch? What? Ranch or Cool Ranch? Ranch? You stupid bitch. You stupid fucking bitch. I can't believe how dumb you are. Jesus Christ. I can't believe how fucking dumb you are. You're the dumbest motherfucking...
My brain is broken. My brother, I love him. He would show me this shit that he would find. He would go on forums and Something Awful and all these different, literally the place was called Something Awful. Formulative videos. I can't think of, whenever I think of ranch or whenever I think of Cool Ranch, this is all I think of.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you I always loved you.
It's kind of interesting to think about it in the modern context, because nowadays suicidal mass shooter bullshit is kind of more and more and more of a problem. That, like, there's literally a thumbnail about Kash Patel and the latest fucking ICE shooter that kills himself after going and doing stuff. It's just like writing anti-ICE on the bullets, insane shit. There's elements of the internet that are a problem, right? That case in point, not so much the video talking about it, but just the fact that that shit exists. As many kids identify as Democrat Socialists as MAGA. Oh, wow. Really?
The country experienced several major internal struggles related to socialist China. China's relationship to Marxism-Leninism began in the early 20th century during a time of significant social and political upheaval. The country experienced several major internal struggles for a long period of time, including the Taiping Rebellion in the mid-19th century, the Boxer Rebellion at the dawn of the 20th century, and the overthrow of the Qing dynasty in 1911. The fall of the Qing dynasty was followed by the fragmentation of China into regions controlled by warlords and the Kuomintang, leaving the country in chaos and vulnerable to foreign powers. It wasn't until the 1917 Russian Revolution that the Chinese...
There's a longer video about Mao, but that was like an hour and a half long, hour and 20 minutes long. And maybe it was better to start with that one first, but I figured I would just jump in with this and then move forward.
The Chinese saw a clear example of how Marxism-Leninism could be applied to overthrow a repressive regime and establish a socialist state. Inspired by the developments in Russia, Chinese intellectuals began to explore Marxism-Leninism as a solution to China's problems, which quickly led to the 1919 Democratic Revolution and the founding of the Communist Party of China in 1921. Mao Zedong, a key member of the party, played a crucial role in it.
Damn, look at him. Yeah, and I want to learn more about that as well. I've heard it said it was a bloodless revolution at one point, that Lenin's revolution was bloodless, but then I asked Carter, and he's like, "No, it was very bloody. It was it was very bloody." And I was like, "Oh, okay."
Adapting Marxism-Leninism to China's specific conditions and predominantly rural.
In my illiterate version of that, I listened to the Behind the Bastards episode about Joseph Stalin. Robert Evans. Apparently, there's a different Robert Evans that's famous for writing and poetry or something. I don't know. But this Robert Evans is like an anarchist, kind of a online trader dude. He seems pretty cool, even though I don't necessarily agree with anarchy entirely. But he seems like a really cool dude. Loved his podcast. Very funny as well. And he would have people on, and he'd read about him, about how he was like in school and fights, and then did the bank robbery shit, and all his whole past, and all these different elements of his life. It's very neat. It probably all comes from that same fucking book. But I think he also combines it with a couple other books that then talk about it in different perspectives and ways, because autobiographies are also always have elements, right? There's always going to be that bias of your own autobiography, whether it's ghostwritten or not.
Population. His interpretation of Marxism-Leninism, known as Mao Zedong thought, emphasized the potential of the peasantry rather than the proletariat as the revolutionary class, marking a significant departure from classical Marxism, but demonstrating the flexibility of Marxist theory in different historical and social contexts. Under Mao's leadership throughout the 1930s and 40s, the Communist Party engaged in various struggles against warlords, Kuomintang nationalists, and foreign invaders, notably during the Second Sino-Japanese War. In building the People's Liberation Army, the party recognized the importance of military strength and leadership. As Xi Jinping states, while it was engaged in
Maybe he was thinking of the Civil War element then. Dang. Sorry, I was just turning to the side. Randomly, because I have a fucked up brain, I was wondering if, because I like drinking out of cans, because it's such a reasonable way to drink and keep it cold for the right amount of time. And I was wondering if my beloved Diet or Mountain Lightning Zero comes in cans, and they only make cans in the Diet Mountain Lightning, which is different than Mountain Lightning Zero Sugar. But even cans, they just cost 3.1 cents for fluid ounce versus the 1.5 cents fluid ounce in the 2 liter. It's just not reasonable priced.
Kuomintang nationalists and foreign invaders, notably during the Second Sino-Japanese War. In building the People's Liberation Army, the party recognized the importance of military strength and leadership. As Xi Jinping states, while it was engaged in violent struggle, the party came to recognize the irrefutable truth that it must command the gun and build a people's military of its own. Chinese people learned that it was an imperative to send the aggressors a message they would understand. War must be fought to deter aggression. Force must be met with force, and a victory is the best way to win peace and respect. We Chinese people do not provoke others, nor do we shy away from trouble. We do not give in to fear or yield in the face of difficulties and dangers. The Chinese nation will never cower before threats or be subdued by oppressors. By 1949, the communist victory in the Chinese Civil War and the establishment of the People's Republic of China marked the triumph of Marxism-Leninism in China and validated its significance in the Chinese Revolution. Over the past 95 years, the Communist Party of China has accomplished so many tasks which were thought to be impossible by other political forces. The reason for this has been precisely attributed to our adoption of Marxism as our guide of action.
Like my dad and many other free thinkers slash, super smart, whatever, independent thought guys will tell themselves that while they agree that what is it called? Not a benign, but a certain dictator that's good. Why the fuck can I not think of it? Beneficial dictator? No, it's us. It's like, damn it. It's such an obvious, man, I've really messed up my head today. all the little simple words that I know and have said 100 times in my head. Benevolent. Thank you. Oh my God. Anyway, benevolent dictator is the best way to do anything because, like, for example, in our current two-party system, one party wants to do something, the other party says no, because that means that our team loses. Therefore, we will stand in the way. Opposition, speed bumps. Benevolent dictator just says, everyone work on this one thing, it goes forward. But you can never really control the benevolence and the corruption and blah, 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 blah. But a government that is entirely in power and works on the Marxist guide of action is just like the Dr. Doom. I don't know enough about Dr. Doom enough to talk about that at all. Other than, I assume he's bad. I don't know. He's got lightning hands and he's made out of metal and his name is Doom. And he always acts evil but I really haven't even seen him do anything. I never really got into Fantastic Four. Fantastic Four just seemed like a really, I think it was just poorly named. Like, it's the Fantastic Four and they got fours on their shirts and they hang out in a giant four. And it was just like, I don't know. It just seems so artificial isn't the right way to put it, but it just seemed like generic bad. I don't know. Some people love Fantastic Four. That's like that's what they got into that shit for or whatever. But it's just like, I never was into it. And then whenever I saw cartoons of it, they were super old. I'd imagine all the different pieces of media that were output from Fantastic Four or any of the comic book things, not fair. Super old comics and TV shows are, not very good compared to the better version of things. But yeah. So a government that is built around this, to me, sounds like a benevolent government because it's the goal is Marxism, which is good.
This has allowed our party to free itself from the limitations of all previous political forces, which focused on pursuing their own special interests. Departing from or abandoning Marxism, the party would lose its soul and direction. On the issue of Marxism as the fundamental guiding thought, we should not waver under any circumstances. Following the death of Mao Zedong, Deng Xiaoping rose to prominence and initiated the policy of reform and opening up in 1978. Reform and opening up recognized the dialectical necessity of adapting to changing conditions and constantly developing theory to guide necessary changes in practice. For China,
that looks like not Mao. That looks like Deng Xiaoping and Dengism, which is more of a capitalist. Like Mao was more one way, Deng was more the other way, and then it seems like Xi is a bit more in between. As Mike from PA has said that Xi Jinping is the only social democrat in the world, the only true social democrat. Like, he's not even communist. And the fact that people paint him as such a thing is crazy. But yeah.
The overall purpose of development is to open up to the world through globalization, cultural exchange, and knowledge sharing. The process of opening up produces outcomes that cause changes in the social structure that require reform. Reform and opening up is...
Sorry, I'm going to use my nail clippers and they're really loud, so I was muting my mic in between. I also didn't know a lot about China. To me, China was the grass hut, rice farmers thing. And then I see the iShowSpeed shit, and I'm like, God damn. And then I see all the high-speed rail shit, and I'm like, God damn. This has been hidden from me in some extent through xenophobia, right? Fear of China constantly being a part of our elements. Made in China is bad, and it's all crap, and it's all, third world, blah, 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 slave labor. You see factories that are really unsafe, and you're glad you don't work in a factory in China, child labor, all the things you've been told about China forever. And those things, to some degree, are true about China, but there's so much more about China. And I'm learning that there's a heavy hand of propaganda pushed against this entire country, entire method of government. I don't want to go too knee-jerk in the direction and then be blinded to other things. But even some stuff like even some stuff about the Uyghurs being, put in concentration camps and re-education camps and shit. Even that stuff was exaggerated to a certain degree. And there's only this very specific, like, Radio Free Asia type of, like, even certain, like, all these, like, studies from the UN and whatever all date back to this one particular guy who has, like, weird backing funding to be anti-China, xenophobic, whatever. So I'm very open to relearning about the way China interfaces with things, because, like, it's a direct model of how I think things could be so much better in America. But it just, depending upon the week, it can feel very possible or literally impossible to make it change. Hong Kong is different than China, though, right? Like, China, like, Taiwan and Hong Kong are not really China, depending upon how you define what real China is.
Is therefore seen by the Communist Party of China as an ongoing and holistic process that will continue on indefinitely. Deng Xiaoping designed and led the Reform and Opening Up Initiative and the modernization drive with a view to improving the well-being of the Chinese people, stressing on many occasions that poverty is not socialism. Socialism means eliminating poverty. Unless you are developing the productive forces and raising people's living standards, you cannot say that you are building socialism. This policy marked a pragmatic shift towards prioritizing economic development over strict ideological purity, emphasizing the use of market mechanisms to develop the productive forces. The reforms introduced under Deng Xiaoping included decollectivizing agriculture, establishing special economic zones, and encouraging foreign investment. The new theoretical and practical foundations of reform and opening up allowed the Chinese economy to achieve swift growth, which accelerated rapidly after China's entrance into the World Trade Organization in 2001. Many criticized the party's embrace of pro-market reforms and integration into the capitalist world economy, but Deng Xiaoping and every paramount leader after him demonstrated that the process of moving towards the lofty ideal of communism unfolds at an incremental and gradual pace. Deng Xiaoping always understood that developing the forces of production would be a lengthy process, and that China had a long march down the socialist road before approaching a new stage of socialist development.
I've definitely seen this model be not so much like, well, just the capitalist systems would look down on the producers and they wanted to be consumers. And China seemed to, in not to personify the entire country as one sort of like intelligence, whatever, but maybe it was through Deng Xiaoping's leadership or whatever, but they just sort of saw that side of it and decided to take on the challenge to improve their own sort of like industrial revolution in a sense, but this is like the manufacturing hub to become like the way that Germany was seen as a world power, because it was its industrial might is what kept it strong in the World War II, World War I era of things. They saw they decided to invite in the capitalists, but through the capitalists' own arrogance, they thought so little of them that they gave them all of their business and allowed them to build themselves out of literal poverty into now having the industrial might of the entire world, right? So interesting to see it talked about, how that's a long road to build and whatever. And you can argue there's some ethics involved where, like, allowing yourself to sort of be the cheap manufacturer for the world's commodities could cause hardships for your individuals and whatever, right? and that could be seen as like you're building an incredible nation on the backs of laborers for a couple of generations, right? Like I could see the negative implications of that, but also in the face of being colonized and in the face of being exploited even worse. I don't know. I mean, I'm not the one in the decision making that call, right?
Reform and opening up catalyzed Chinese economic development, lifted hundreds of millions out of absolute poverty, and laid the groundwork for the development of what would become known as socialism with Chinese characteristics. Xi Jinping explains that this concept embraces a dialectical view of socialism that integrates the universal ideals of Marxism and socialism with China's unique historical and material conditions. Socialism with Chinese characteristics represents a theory, path, and system of how China will further advance down the socialist road through the implementation of theory into the practice of statecraft. The evolving nature of the theory is based on the necessity of informing practice based on changing conditions and the needs of the people as a whole. Xi Jinping describes it as a holistic theory that conceptualizes Chinese society in its totality. Every institution, policy, campaign, and long-term plan is informed by the lofty goal of achieving communism, correcting erroneous views and decisions, and unifying all mindsets, policies, and measures to carry China beyond the primary stage of socialism. Socialism with Chinese characteristics is built on the foundation of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, which offer basic scientific principles for understanding the world through a dialectical materialist worldview. Marxism-Leninism is seen as a universally applicable theory, while Mao Zedong thought represents this theory under specifically Chinese conditions. On top of this foundation is Deng Xiaoping theory, Jiang Zemin's concept of the three represents, and Hu Jintao's scientific outlook on development.
Whoa.
Each of these contributions to socialism with Chinese characteristics is understood to be temporally determined or specific to unique circumstances at a given historical period of China's development. For example, in 2004, as China's growing market economy intensified social inequalities, Jiang Zemin...
Do they? I mean, it's been a while since I was in school, so...
Min found it necessary to reiterate and solidify the party's commitment to people-centered and socialist development by introducing the three represents into the party constitution, ensuring the equal representation of economic, cultural, and people-centered development in governmental affairs. Lastly, the most recent contribution to socialism with Chinese characteristics has come from Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping thought marks a significant turning point in Chinese development and the theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics. The term thought has not been used to describe the theory of any paramount leader since Mao, which signifies a deeper level of importance to the contribution. But furthermore, since achieving moderate prosperity in all respects, Xi Jinping emphasizes that China has entered a new stage of development.
That's what I was thinking, but I figured there also could have been a joke going somewhere and I didn't want to cut you off.
And makes frequent reference to socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era. In 1997, Jiang Zemin introduced the concept of the two centenary goals: to achieve a moderately prosperous society in all respects by 2021, the centenary of the Communist Party of China, and to achieve a modern socialist country that is prosperous, strong, democratic, culturally advanced, harmonious, and beautiful by 2049, the centenary of the People's Republic of China.
I mean, as of now, I don't think by 2049, I can't imagine the level of prosperity and shit they're going to have, honestly, based off what I've seen and how fast they can do things and how far away we still have between now and then. Like another 20 years. The world is their oyster, whatever the fuck that actually means. You know what I mean?
The two centenary goals were taken up and popularized by Xi Jinping, who elevated them into a central theoretical component of socialism with Chinese characteristics, and use them as a national call for the Chinese people to continue pushing towards national rejuvenation. Working towards moderate prosperity in all respects saw remarkable progress in poverty reduction. From the end of 2012 to the end of 2017.
I mean, even just like seeing that they haven't had a famine since 1962 or something in a region of the world that was so prone to natural famine. To me, that just signifies, because everyone likes to talk about the millions that died in the famines, air quote, that they blame on communism, but they would never blame the potato famine in Ireland on capitalism.
The rural poor population decreased by 68.53 million, or about 70%. On average, 13.7 million people were lifted out of poverty annually, which was more than double the annual rate of reduction during previous poverty reduction programs. By 2020, all people in these regions were guaranteed food, clothing, compulsory education, basic medical care, and safe housing. Poverty-stricken rural areas saw increased rates of growth, family disposable income, and basic public services. China's poverty alleviation achievements are the culmination of people-centered development and economic planning. Throughout the first several decades of China's reform and opening up, means of production were used to produce means of production in order to catch up with the West.
Factory making factories. Crazy.
However, with the achievement of moderate prosperity in all respects, China's high-tech sector is now quickly approaching and even surpassing the West, standing at the cutting edge of scientific and technological breakthroughs in the fields of AI, quantum information, mobile communication, blockchain, synthetic biology, gene editing, regenerative medicine, cosmology.
There was this new thing that came out just the other day. China, as of 4 days ago, China's J-35 beats US F-35 to become world's first catapult-launched stealth jet. Aircraft carriers, not only is China producing more boats in like, what, 1 year than we've ever created ever or some bullshit, some like insane like comparison. Americans have only ever been able to do a steam-powered launch of a jet off of an aircraft carrier or something. And then for years thought about magnetic rail, electromagnetic propulsion launch, but have never been able to do it. And China was the first one to actually be able to do it. So they've already surpassed us on so many different forms of still await U.S. Navy carriers await electromagnetic catapults. That the Fujian aircraft carrier and its capabilities attained world-class levels. Growing status as a prominent naval power. Inaugural electromagnetic catapult-assisted takeoff and arrested landing trainings on aircraft carrier. Also, the F-35 is a joke. Spent however many trillions on it. Shit sucks. Great. Well done, guys. Well done. Oops. That's oops.
Robotics and many others.
Also, America has done too late at this point, but they're trying to do the Cuba shit, but China's too integral. It's too connected. It is too much of the world's production. We are all consumers. We need our slop. And we cannot ever cut off China. But they're trying to cut off China from the best silicone chips. They're trying to cut off China from all these different things because they're worried that they're getting too good. What happened to the free market, motherfuckers? What happened to the fucking free... you goddamn fucking liars. You're putting the artificial rails up, and they're still out-competing you. DeepSeek is a better AI tool than ChatGPT was using significantly less powerful technology. Well, Taiwan So technically, you know, a part of China, right? But also not a part of China, but also depending who you ask, right? It's one of those things. And then GPU, there's a whole Gamers Nexus put out a long video about how Hong Kong is a net, like it's about like importing US GPUs into China through Hong Kong and like a black market of GPUs. It's because they're not allowed to get the latest and best things, but they are kind of creating a gray market, black market around it. And we're just artificially putting these rules in place because they think it's too dangerous for Chinese people to have good chips. It's just insultingly racist and xenophobic. Like, what the fuck are you talking? They're the ones making it. Like you said, you know, it's just ridiculous.
Throughout the late 20th century, Chinese...
And they're still losing. America and the West is still losing out to this, despite putting up these artificial fucking inconceivable fucking rules. Ridiculous.
These workers produced goods that were exported abroad rather than consumed at home. However, the economic success experienced throughout the 21st century has allowed for greater considerations to be made regarding people's well-being, the natural environment, and social justice. China's new economic strategy emphasizes high-quality development that is innovative, coordinated, green, open, and inclusive. As Xi Jinping says, we must put the people's interests first. Under no circumstances can we ever alter our standpoint of breathing the same air as the
I mean, yes and no, literally. I mean, I also don't know enough about it. I've learned about it as much as I'm willing, you know, able to regurgitate and share. But I know that there is ambiguity to the sense that TSMC, Taiwan Silicon Manufacturing Company, whatever it is, literally is not allowed to give chips to China despite being a part of China, right? Like it's literally considered different, both obviously in the American version of things, but also legally speaking in lots of different ways. Yeah, and you can't buy Huawei phones here. A video I want to watch after this is about some DJI equipment. I literally use DJI equipment all the time. It's awesome. And with the tariffs and things being put up, they might not allow them in here anymore. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me, dude?
people and sharing a common future with them.
Also, Huawei phones are super good. I can't buy Chinese cars. The free market, I can't buy a Chinese car. They cost an insanely low amount of money and are significantly better than the cars I have available to me. There's cheaper cars that are on par, if not a little bit worse, but very affordable. And then there's cars that are significantly better than the cars that I could buy here and still at a lower price. Like, depending on what the price range is wide, right? And, you know, a BYD luxury, you know, Lexus level, you know, trim is still cheaper than a fucking Toyota, you know?
Nor can we forget our purpose, which is to serve the people whole.
There's definitely something, whether it's governmental or whatever, but there is a barrier, artificial or not, between Taiwan and China to some degree. I guess I could be wrong, but that's where my understanding is at. And I guess it would take, like, I don't know, not just the ocean. I promise you it's not just the ocean. Like I'm saying, there's a governmental barrier between them. On the world stage and even on the Chinese stage to some degree.
Wholeheartedly, nor can we discard the view of historical materialism that the people are the real heroes. Serving the people whole.
Like, because there's also Tibet, and my dumbass brain with geography can get that confused with things. Where is the competition? Right, allowing the competition for these to enter the market. Yeah.
Wholeheartedly, and always representing the fundamental interests of the greatest possible majority of the people, are the important preconditions and foundation for the implementation and development of consultative democracy. According to Xi Jinping, from 2021 to 2035, China will build on the foundations created by its moderately prosperous society with 14 more years of hard work to ensure that socialist modernization is generally realized. The party's vision is that by the end of this stage, China's economic and technological strength will have increased significantly, the rights of the people will be adequately protected, social etiquette and civility will be enhanced, people will lead more comfortable lives, the size of the middle income group will have grown significantly.
Dude, those I have these tassels. That's crazy how big they are. What a wild looking. It's almost like a trick of the eye. It's crazy.
Modern social governance system will have taken shape, and society will be full of vitality, harmonious, and orderly. Xi Jinping emphasizes that this process represents the movement towards the higher stage of socialism. Achieving communism is the highest ideal of the Communist Party of China, and party members.
I'm aware of the autonomous zones setup. I don't know if it's exactly like similar to a state's versus the federal government to some degree. That's how I'm mentally compartmentalizing it. Obviously, I imagine there's differences, but to some degree there are states' rights that are whatever, but there's also the federal rules of it. I don't know how exactly those work together. It's like Puerto Rico. Oh, that's very different than the state model. I mean, surprising that the oppressive, overreach, authoritarian Chinese government is like so separated in the sense of like Puerto Rico. But from what I know and from trusted sources, I know that there's a difference between Taiwan and the other autonomous zones. There's an extra layer beyond just the American definition. Again, I could be wrong, but that's where my understanding is based off of. And I could be convinced otherwise, but just not through just like a sentence saying it's different or it's the same. You know what I mean? And this video might cover it. It probably won't, but I mean.
Members, particularly party officials, should maintain a firm belief in lofty communist ideals, along with the common ideal of building socialism with Chinese characteristics, and pursue them with dedication. Xi Jinping recognizes that capital still has an important role to play in China's modernization efforts, and encourages its orderly regulation rather than abolition. He says that after the launch of the reform and opening up, we broke free from a restrictive mindset on ownership and came to realize that capital, as a major factor of production, can serve as a tool for the market to allocate resources and an effective means to grow the economy. Yet we must be aware that capital is profit-driven in nature, and if unregulated and unconstrained, it will cause immeasurable damage to the economy and society. The 2008 global financial crisis has taught us that allowing capital to blindly pursue profit will result in chaos, and that global prosperity cannot be built on the shaky foundations of a market without moral constraints. The growing gap between rich and poor is both unfair and unsustainable. It is important for us to use both the invisible hand and the visible hand to form synergy between market forces and government functions, and strive to achieve both efficiency and fairness.
Central planning is that benevolent dictator element, right? It's a clear mind with a goal and the arm to push it forward instead of like Kara. It makes so much sense to me. Right now, we have a profit motive instead of the success motive, right? Instead of just making sure we are able to provide for the people and build infrastructure that empowers us and makes us also more prosperous and able to then succeed even greater, there's just the profit motive. These people, these select few, are allowed to hoover up all the money into profit. It's like every time I try and just think about all the different models that exist, whenever it's like, well, you should want to have this private company do the electricity in your municipality. And it's like, but this is a private profit company that just sucks profit out of it. No matter how you define it, there's always this loss of this profit that goes to the select few. It sucks it away from the local. It sucks it away from the national. It just steals it away from the population, the people themselves. So it's especially when it comes down to like raw, like your national resources, when it comes down to your basic needs for people, right? You can diversify that even further out, but just using that core tenet, like the most basic internal system. Because obviously China has its own billionaires. China has its own, profit structures. It has its own communist capitalistic sort of elements. They still exist. They have money. You know what I mean? It's not like it's fucking, nothing but like vouchers and stamps that they get their food from or whatever. It's not just, it's. I agree. Central planning.
We must set up traffic lights for capital flows. Traffic on the road needs to be controlled with traffic lights. Likewise, capital also needs to be regulated. No capital of any type can be allowed to run out of control. We must prevent the unchecked growth of capital and combat monopolies, exorbitant profits, sky-high prices, destructive speculation, and unfair competition.
Like, the China model allows business to exist for the betterment of the government, aka for the people. But in America, the government exists for the benefit of the corporations. Like it's the same thing. It's just flipped backwards. Case in point, everybody votes and says like, yeah, we don't like these things. Well, those things are still going to happen. Sorry. Those things aren't going to happen. Sorry. Everyone thinks that Medicare for All is pretty decent. Polls, even after, no longer having Bernie Sanders in the mainstream media or in the running for things, it's still a very popular message. It's still a very popular idea. And yet, sorry, it's not going to happen. Sorry, you're not going to get it. Where's the democracy in that, right? Because, again, it's a system set up for the corporations that then the government is there at the behest of the corporations instead of the corporations being at the behest of the government.
We must reinforce effective regulation of capital in accordance with the law. The socialist market economy is law-based, and capital must operate in accordance with the law. Curbing the disorderly expansion of capital is not intended to deny its worth, but to ensure its orderly growth. To regulate capital, we should strictly enforce the relevant laws and regulations and improve those that are incomplete. We must support the healthy growth of capital through regulation and guidance.
Like this being, like after Deng Xiaoping's, look, the global world exists, and there's a path to growth for us. There's a path for us to fill this niche, and there's a path for us to fill this, to build up our own production, right? Capitalists would come to us and be happy to fund the building because they want to exploit the labor. They want to exploit our resources. They want to exploit these different things, and we could use that. We could build it up. But then after that foundation was started, then coming in to regulate, coming in to stop them, to make sure that they never seize control on top of it. They don't corrupt it. This type of planning, this messaging seems to have been very, very effective.
The 2021 centenary goal of achieving a moderately prosperous society in all respects was tied to achieving quantitative benchmarks in economic development, such as the elimination of absolute poverty, increasing the numbers of the middle class through elevated living standards, growing the GDP of the country through
Okay, I thought it was Deng straight into Xi. I had no idea that there were so many more in betweens. Or maybe Deng wasn't technically the PRC president or whatever. People's Republic of China General Secretary. 80, 85, 90, 95. Interesting that Xi Jinping's legacy is about as long as any of the other ones had been. I wonder if there is... I wonder how these changes happen. I don't know if they're going to cover it in this, but...
Technological innovations and advancements, and closing the gap between rural and urban economies. However, after 2021, when these benchmarks had been surpassed, greater focus shifted towards qualitative standards such as high-tech, people-oriented, and green development. Xi Jinping's vision for the future of China is of a green, environmentally sustainable, and beautiful nation, leading the world in sustainable technologies and development to move towards a model of ecological civilization. He explains the necessity of green development for China by pointing out that the total population of well-off countries in the world is about 1 billion. China has more than 1.3 billion people. If we are all to become modernized, the well-off population must more than double. If we were to consume as much energy and production in daily lives as the present well-off people do, all of the existing resources in the world would be far from enough for us. The old path seems to be a dead end.
Spitting. You know, my refrigerator uses more energy than a Central African person uses an entire year, right? That's what I've been told. I know that just in the same way that I have misconceptions of how China exists, there's also misconceptions. Like, you know, Mozambique is a city like any other city. There are people there. They live a modern life. And my idea that it's different or whatever is fucked up because both my own ignorance and inability to stick my head out from my own little corner and also what was shown to be in that corner. But that is a fact that I have been well shamed for, in a sense. My computer right now is chugging through more power. Mozambique here, yeah. Apex Legends is where I learned the word Mozambique. True. It's a shame, but it's true. Yeah.
Where is the new road? It lies in scientific and technological innovation and in the accelerated transition from factor-driven and investment-driven growth to innovation-driven growth. In an overall effort of progressing towards a future that is both prosperous and sustainable, China's high-tech sector continues to develop new green technologies, such as electric vehicles, hydropower, nuclear energy storage systems, smart grids, green infrastructure, solar and wind energy, as well as carbon capture technologies. We should endeavor to...
Like, this was an article from a few months ago, whatever it was. China breaks... Oh my God. Get out of here. China breaks close. More records with surge in solar and wind power. Between January and May of this year, China added 1.8 gigawatts, Marty gigawatts of solar and 46 gigawatts of wind. Enough to generate as much electricity as all of Indonesia, one of the largest populations in the world, or Turkey. China's installations of wind and solar in May are enough to generate as much electricity as Poland. The world's second biggest economy breaks further records, the rapid build of renewable things. There was installed 93 gigawatts of solar last month. Almost 100 solar panels every second. There was something about it's just crazy. And that's just China number one for sure. In so many ways. And that's just in the 5 months of this year, they did so much. Let alone what they have done in years past. What they've done again, what they're going to do more in the future. They've developed these special types of high direct current lines, because one of the major problems with solar is not only battery power and how inefficient and the resources required for batteries, but getting the power to where it wants to be used. And there are high speed, high efficiency direct lines that take it from the deserts where the solar gets harvested to the coastlines where it's being used. And also because of the shape of the earth and the way it rotates, even in the after night, even in the evening hours, there's no sun in the cities. There's still sun generating power in the deserts, and that line can still take it directly to the people. And they're also developing the special new salt batteries that are like insanely cheap and efficient. And then they also do hydroelectric. They built the largest hydroelectric dam, and they're building the next biggest hydroelectric dam. They do wind, they do solar, they do nuclear. They're building so many different nuclear things. They even have the small individual nuclear cells that are modular and expandable. They're hitting energy across all the different things. Yeah, because there's different uses for all of them. There's different breakthroughs. They're also developing fusion power. They're like leading the world in fusion power. I saw, some kind of weird special about America's fight to try to keep up with the fusion stuff, but like we have brain drain in the opposite direction now. People are going to China instead of coming to America to do these new. And if you ever crack fusion power, it's like quantum computing. Like as soon as you make that breakthrough, you change everything, right? And we're just behind on it. We just ain't doing it.
To build a green, clean, and beautiful world, the Earth is the only shared home for humanity. Now, a few individuals are trying to find a new home in outer space, but that is still a distant dream. In the foreseeable future, human beings still need to live on this planet. This is a fact that will not change. We must defend the Earth's boundaries, both tangible and intangible, to ensure harmony between humanity and nature. We need to improve planning regarding our territorial space, implement our functional zoning strategy, and draw up red lines for ecological conservation.
I'm sure there's a way to really tell, but yeah, it's a lot. From America specifically, it's a lot. We pay for their free healthcare. Oh, definitely.
We should accelerate efforts to establish a system of nature reserves, improve biodiversity protection networks, and set reasonable spatial limits for economic and social activities. We will never again seek economic growth at the cost of the environment.
And China was and still is a large carbon producer. There's so many human beings there that are that have been raised out of poverty, and a modern lifestyle generally is combined with carbon consumption, whatever it is, which is why it's insanely forward-looking to see that if you have people living a quality life, air quotes, then that means they need to use so much energy. And in order for us all to have that much energy use, we will bankrupt the planet. So we need to build up energy, but we need to build up energy in a sustainable way, not an unsustainable way, because they want to become, modern people. They want to have the modern comforts just like Americans have, or the Westerners have, but they don't want to destroy the earth to do it, which is like based as fuck and like smart also, because it's self-serving. Like the fact that Trump and all those fuckers are like coal baby drill. I guess they know that they're gonna die. They know that they're too fucking old to see the problem with it. I don't know. It's the most selfish fucking thing ever. It's disgusting.
China's rule of law functions as one of the primary means of cultivating a harmonious society of internal stability and social order, where conflicts are managed in the interests of overall social cohesion. The Democratic People's Dictatorship is composed of the four classes of Chinese society.
Ooh, X-nay on that dictatorship. Ooh, careful. Ooh.
The national bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeoisie, workers, and farmers. Deng Xiaoping pointed out that although China's socialist economy and political system were imperfect, they have continued to improve and are much better than the capitalist system, based on the law of the jungle and the principle of getting ahead at the expense of others. Our system will improve more and more with the passage of time. By absorbing the progressive elements of other countries, it will become the best in the world. Capitalism can never achieve this. Elsewhere, he added, democracy in capitalist societies is bourgeois democracy. In fact, it is the democracy of monopoly capitalists. It is no more than a system of multi-party elections, separation of judicial, executive, and legislative powers, and a bicameral legislature. Ours is the system of the People's Congress and the People's Democracy, under the leadership of the Communist Party. We cannot adopt the practices of the West. The great advantage of the socialist system is that when the central leadership makes a decision, it is promptly implemented without interference from any other quarters.
So this is, like, I guess, where you get more direct into the full-on governance examples. Money in politics, APAC money, people getting, you know, super PAC, mega PACs, whatever it is. You can see the issues with the system we currently have. Leaders that don't listen to constituents, give money, fund wars, judicial branches that strip the rights away from its citizens. So I'm really curious to learn the People's Congress and the People's Democracy under the leadership of the Communist Party. I would love to have the civics understanding of how that is balanced. Because again, there's never going to be a perfect system, which is reasonable to understand. But also, I would not want to blindly just agree with the system that is just one evil person away from being, you know, completely destroyed, right?
In contrast to the Anglo-American legal system, based on the supposed separation of legal powers, the Chinese system was created through a combination of socialist innovation and traditional Chinese practices to produce a legal system that is not only functional, but also promotes harmony and moral virtue by reflecting the democratic will of the Chinese people. According to Xi Jinping, Chinese law epitomizes the ethos and wisdom of the Chinese nation and contains many excellent ideas and concepts worth passing on. These include the governance strategy of enforcing public discipline through the application of both morality and law, the people-centered concept that the people are the foundation of the state, and only when the foundation is solid will the state be stable, the wish for social harmony without lawsuits, the idea of prudence that prioritizes moral enlightenment over legal punishment, the concept of equality that advocates passing judgment in accordance with the law and ensures that the punishment fits the crime, and the principle of leniency towards widowers, widows, orphans, childless couples, the elderly, children, women, and people with disabilities. All of these shed light on the wisdom of Chinese traditional legal culture.
All right, childless couples, Kara, we get leniency. Let's do it. I don't. Okay, this is a lot of, like, I guess, like, a flowery way of describing it. I want to see a bit more of the brass tacks.
Despite the many examples of Chinese law reflecting the democratic will of the masses, Western critics insist on characterizing the Chinese system as authoritarian, framing China as desiring to expand its control outward. But Xi Jinping responds to these accusations by reiterating that China will never seek hegemony. As China continues to grow, some people start to worry. Some take a dark view of China and assume that it will inevitably become a threat as it develops further. They even portray China as being a terrifying Mephisto who will someday suck the soul of the world. Such absurdity couldn't be more ridiculous, yet some people, regrettably, never tire of preaching it. This shows that prejudice is indeed hard to overcome. In addressing the question of whether the party is above the law,
I see what you're saying, based off all the, yeah, okay.
Xi Jinping stated, "This question itself is problematic and is a political trap. We must leave no room for confusion, but answer the question clearly. Party leadership and law-based governance are not in conflict, but inherently coherent. Our country's laws embody the will of the party and the people, and our party acts in accordance with the law, which manifests an inseparable relationship between the two. All party members should keep in mind that the party leadership is the soul of our country's socialist rule of law and the biggest difference between Chinese and Western rule of law."
What? Editing. Oops. We left in too much room there.
China is the 4th largest country in terms of geographic territory, the 2nd most populous country with 1.4 billion people, the world's 2nd largest national economy, and it holds a permanent seat on the UN Security Council. However, China's economic underdevelopment has historically hindered its ability to outwardly exercise power or influence. Progress towards the Chinese dream of national rejuvenation is therefore also tied to the party's desire to restore China's pride and place on the world stage. Xi Jinping's vision for China's global role is deeply influenced by the principles
Is this going to be the Belt and Road element?
of peaceful coexistence and mutual benefit. China's approach to international relations is governed by the idea that all countries should pursue development that is inclusive and beneficial to all parties involved. Xi Jinping has frequently spoken of the need to build a global community of shared future, where nations work together to address common challenges and achieve mutual prosperity. China's commitment to peaceful coexistence is reflected in its opposition to
This is from 2024, so Biden still was relevant.
protectionism and economic hegemony. Xi Jinping has made it clear that China is firmly against any form of
He's like,
protectionism and is willing to resolve economic and trade differences through consultation rather than confrontation. This stance is part of China's broader strategy to promote the establishment of a multilateral trade system characterized by balanced and mutually beneficial development. By advocating for a rules-based international order, China seeks to ensure that global economic governance is fair and inclusive, allowing all nations to benefit from globalization. It is
ass cancer guy, yeah. Ass cancer in his bones or bone cancer in his ass. I forget which way it went, but
is important for all countries.
Oh, believe me, you won't hear the end of it when it happens. No.
To pursue inclusive development for the benefit of all.
Or maybe
to
we
lead
won't.
A happy life is the common aspiration of people all over the world. The progress of human society requires.
They replaced his photo in the White House with the picture of the auto pen signing his signature. The most childish, petty ass fucking thing. Just so low class. I don't even like him, but it's like, that's just dumb. Makes you look like a bitch doing that.
Requires a continued effort from all countries to further opening up, cooperation, and win-win development, and reject isolation, confrontation, and monopoly. In a world of deeper economic globalization, the pursuit of the law of the jungle and winner takes all leads nowhere.
Like, exploitative control over countries causes the world to suffer. And then it even causes your own country to suffer. You have the momentary gain of having seizure of their power, of their population, of their resources, but you miss out on their humanity. You miss out on their combined, like they are no longer seen as a part of the world. They are seen as a resource to burn in the world. You've turned what is the most valuable resource, humanity, into just coal, and you're there to burn it. And then it's going to give you cancer and get you sick and die, because you end up with the blowback situations that we end up having. You end up with the destabilization. You end up with the cartels and the drug markets, the terrorism. You end up with all these different elements that would not be there if you did not do them. There would be petty crime. There would be the small things, but there would not be the larger conflicts. There would not be the larger animosities. The number of democratic elections that we have seen as a problem and have overthrown or thrown wrenches into, or have artificially astroturfed counter-revolutionary dictatorships, guerrilla, it's just amazing the amount of damage we've done, the cartels we've built, the opium fields in Afghanistan to fuel the CIA's drug. It's just, there's central planning for the most evil things possible to accelerate and to grow and to nurture the fungus that grows in our armpit of the world. And instead of treating it right and cleaning it and showering it and treating it with dignity, we misuse it. So the idea of the Belt and Road, where you go to places and you help them build infrastructure and you help them build things, and even the fucking low interest loans they just forgive, and instead of holding them down forever, that there's benefits to having this other country to be developed and to have goods to buy from you or to buy from you instead of just being a subservient resource producer. And then they don't fucking want to destroy you. They don't, build up cartels that smuggle drugs into your country, or it's just, they don't need to have to worry about these like outside black market elements to give themselves prosperity. They have the direct prosperity that you help them build, and then they appreciate that. They're human beings. Such a huge, like when forget which country it was, but there was, a government leader from Africa talking to somebody, and he's speaking French because the French came in and colonized their area. And when Europeans come to our countries, they give us a lecture. When the Chinese come here, they give us a hospital, right? There's a difference.
Inclusive growth for all is surely the right way forward. Countries need to rise above differences
and that's just like just normal, be a good person type of shit that can be extrapolated out even in the governments. Like the idea that governments have to be like, you wouldn't make it in government. You got to be cutthroat and murder populations and doom people to die, whatever it is. Like, nah, you could just be empathetic. You could to the degree that this shows the difference,
leverage their respective strengths to pursue inclusive growth in the face of common risks and challenges. This way, people of all countries will be able to share in the benefits of economic globalization and global growth.
That's the humanity element. You're going to have inventors from countries that would normally never have been fed. They would have had no chance to nurture their minds or literally to grow their limbs because they had no nutrients. Now they are there and they are helping build fission. And all of a sudden the world has surpassed all energy needs because we just had more chances to roll the dice. We had more geniuses that exist. We had new inventions, a way to wipe your butt in a way that's even better than a bidet. Wowee, aren't we all happy? It was invented somewhere that we helped build instead of fucking stepping on it, right? That's just the most basic selfish version of it, let alone the like ethical, like moral dilemma of it, to purposefully hold them down. And that's just through greed. If it's not through racism, be like, they're lesser than us, I want to hold them down. It's just through greed that if I hold them down, I'll have a better position than they have. Like that's just that's the pairing. And I imagine you slurry that up and you have different values in each category. But either way, it comes down to one of those two. And that's just, I was raised in Florida in the South and in a conservative environment. I still don't have that evil built into me. I do to some degree, but not like, I would never actively want to. I guess they have ways of just convincing themselves it's not the case, because generally, not entirely, but generally, these people don't see themselves as disgusting, evil, racist pieces of shit. They don't see themselves as greedy fuckers. They see themselves as, I don't know what, normal. It's just, it's crazy. Like, this makes so much more sense to me.
One of the most significant expressions of China's commitment to peaceful development and mutual benefit is the Belt and Road Initiative.
There you go.
Launched in 2013, the Belt and Road Initiative is a global economic development strategy that aims to enhance connectivity and cooperation between countries across Asia, Europe, and Africa. The initiative is a manifestation of Xi Jinping's vision for an open and inclusive world order, where economic cooperation is not based on ideological alignment or geopolitical considerations, but on mutual benefit. China has grown from a poor and weak country to the second largest economy, not through military expansion or colonial plunder, but through the hard work of its people and their efforts to uphold peace. China will never waver in its pursuit of peaceful development. No matter how strong its economy grows, China will never seek hegemony, expansion, or spheres of influence. History has borne this out, and will continue to do so. We will not, however, accept condescending sermons from those who feel they have the right to lecture us. China shares a common destiny with all third world countries. China will never seek hegemony or bully others, but will always side with the third world.
I don't know what hegemony means. It's a word I've heard enough, but the context is always cloudy. Predominance or dominance of one group, state or entity over others. It makes sense based off of what it kind of sounds like. Often achieved through a combination of political, economic, and ideological and cultural power. So when they say like America is the hegemonik superpower or whatever it is, or world power, they mean like dominance of our group, state, or entity. Makes sense. Will never seek to make themselves more important or bully others, and will side with the third world and oppose any forms of seeking themselves to be superior and safeguard world peace. Yeah.
And China will oppose any forms of hegemony and safeguard world peace. Xi Jinping has repeatedly emphasized that the Belt and Road Initiative is not a geopolitical or military alliance, but an economic initiative aimed at fostering global development. The Belt and Road Initiative was launched in response to the call for reforming the global governance system. It is an open and inclusive process that does not exclude any party. It is not designed to form an exclusive bloc or China club. Its participation is not based on ideology and is certainly not a zero-sum game. Any country that wants to participate in this initiative is welcome to do so.
Because there's also like the BRICS thing, which is like, I don't know, the different countries, BRICS or CKS. But I know that that's like outside of the Western powers, there is the BRICS nation, which a lot of times when nations get in trouble with the Western nations and get sanctions put on them, they could look to the alternative market to buy goods and services, to trade energy, to do these different things. And the sanctions system gets worse and worse and worse the more places that you sanction and get out of the mainstream, and then all of a sudden the alternative stream is just as strong, if not even stronger than the mainstream. India, Russia, China, South Africa, some others, yeah. Like, I guess Brazil, BRIC, you know, like I can try making some guesses. Indonesia, maybe. Like, I just don't know. I know India is definitely a part of it, though. And Russia makes sense. Like, it's like North Korea can work, not allowed to work with the Western powers, but it can work with Russia and China, right? There are things, but like Cuba is stuck on this part of the world, unfortunately, where it's at. So it's still very embargoed and held out. But Cuba would be, you know, chill with these groups for sure. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Maybe. I mean, I don't see Brazil. I don't know enough about Brazil to think of it as entirely anti-Western, but it could be something else, you know, entirely. Just guessing based off how it's big and important because it's size of population and whatever. But yeah, not creating a walled garden is kind of the whole point of the entire thing.
China's approach to international relations is also characterized by a strong commitment to the principles of non-interference and respect for sovereignty. Informed by its own historical experiences under foreign domination, China is acutely sensitive to the rights of other nations to self-determination. This sensitivity is reflected in China's adherence to the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence: mutual respect for territorial integrity, mutual non-aggression, non-interference.
Sure, I should have just Googled it, right? Yeah.
In each other's internal affairs, mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence with regard to ideological differences. We have never abused, oppressed, or subjugated the people of any other country, and we never will. By the same token, we will never allow any foreign force to abuse.
There's probably, you know, the term never is very, very restrictive. This is obviously from the head of a government. The limitations on the honesty are always going to be there. The biases shown even in a natural person, let alone a government. I don't know if there has been some sort of quasi-imperial element. I know that the South China Sea and them fighting for their rights to it is overblown in many cases because it's literally the South China Sea. But there could be some overstep to some degree along the way, right? I'm giving complete, without any specifics or whatever it is, I'm giving the idea that I understand that there's probably some biases implied in this. But if you ever compare China's role to the Western role of oppression and subjugation, you're just ridiculous, right? But I agree that this is probably, if they're being completely honest, they could have had some amount of conciliatory, like, okay, we've made mistakes, but we've grown through them element. To say you've never ever done it is probably an exaggeration, right? So agreeing that this is a biased form and I'm able to see through the bias, but based off of everything I've ever learned about what the West and my own country, the United States, has done, I don't see this as a egregious exaggeration comparatively to the West.
Oppress or subjugate us. Anyone who would attempt to do so would find themselves on a collision course with a great wall of steel forged by over 1.4 billion Chinese people. Big countries should treat smaller ones as equals instead of acting as hegemons, imposing their wills on others. A country cannot have security while others are in turmoil.
Yes.
Threats facing other countries are likely to haunt it too. When neighbors are in trouble, instead of strengthening one's own forces, one should extend a helping hand to them. As the saying goes, united we stand, divided we fall. All countries.
What is Obama's last name?
Countries should pursue common, comprehensive.
People love calling him Barack Hussein Obama, but yeah. It's like somebody asking me, hey, Sniffin, what's your last name? And it's like, well, wait, Sniffin is my last name. Wait.
And sustainable security through.
Oh, I'm just so used to calling you Sniffin, I just thought it was your first name.
Cooperation. For all the rhetoric about a clash of civilizations or the superiority of one civilization over another, it is the diversity of civilizations that sustains human progress. Indeed, mutual learning between different cultures is a shared aspiration of all peoples.
I mean, you know, you're taught to share, you're taught to be kind, you're taught all these things by adults, by your government, then somehow it never manifests out beyond. This is the most simple, do unto others as you would want to be done to you. Clean your room kind of shit. Make your bed. Be a good neighbor. It's just like, and like that simplicity and pure, like, just heartwarmingness. It's awesome to think about that being like, the world could just work that way. It doesn't have to be this dog-eat-dog evil shit that just sucks. So it's just so nice to, like, not only know it can happen, but to see it happen. It just sucks that I'm on this side of the world. Like, literally the joke was, if you dig long enough, you'll come out in China. I'm on the other side of the fucking world. I want, and also I don't speak Chinese, and I'm dumb, and I probably can't learn it.
The People's Republic.
Well, just like, there was, you know, the books about sharing is caring. There were lessons about learning to share, probably because there are many unrealized incentives to not share. In many ways, we are taught to be selfish. So to counteract that, they try to teach children to be kind to others. I mean, also, but children don't have empathy. Like their brains don't have the power. At least that's like the going statement. So teaching the empathy and enforcing the empathy is important to its own degree.
Of China has overcome monumental tasks in liberating itself from the century of humiliation and tackling major social problems. Victory in the Korean War, eradicating widespread opium addiction, and lifting hundreds of millions out of poverty are only a few examples of the monumental achievements by China under the People's Republic. However, China still faces challenges that are deeply rooted in the past. One of the greatest and most persistent challenges facing China today is the need for national reunification with Taiwan.
They are going to cover it to some degree.
When China was a weak country, the Japanese invaded and occupied Taiwan, inflicting a traumatic experience on all Chinese people on both sides of the straits. While Taiwan was under Japanese occupation, many Taiwanese shed their blood and laid down their lives to fight against this encroachment on China's sovereignty, proving they were inseparable members from the extended family of the Chinese nation. The Chinese nation has an honorable tradition of opposing division and safeguarding unity. Secessionism directed towards Taiwan independence is the greatest obstacle to national reunification and a grave danger to national rejuvenation. Those who forget their roots, betray their motherland, and seek to split the country will come to no good end. They will be condemned by the people and indicted by history. Taiwan is seen by Xi Jinping as an inalienable part of China, and the Taiwan question as a wound left by history. He states that the blood of the Chinese nation flows in every Chinese person, and the bond between people on both sides of the Taiwan Straits cannot be altered by any force.
I'm cautious around the blood of these people are, whatever, right? That language has negative things from a different time. Nationalism is also a thing that I'm wary of. True. But at the same time, if, I don't know, Maine was annexed by Canada, we'd be like, hey, those are Americans. You can't just take them. Right? Like that would be kind of one of those things that you'd be like fighting for the blood of your people. But it's like, well, no, like there's an element, like Crimea being stolen from Ukraine. And it's like, okay, hold on. Right. Like there's parts that it's just saying that like from the outside dumbass perspective, that sentence structure hits a couple of like notes, but I'm trying to make sure, just trying to be aware of it.
We people on both sides of the Taiwan Straits are Chinese and share a natural affinity and national identity built on kinship and mutual assistance, a fact that can never be altered by any force or any people. Xi Jinping invites all Chinese on both sides of the Taiwan Straits to recognize their common history, reunite as a people, and share in China's growing prosperity. We must handle cross-straits relations on the basis of a clear understanding of the trend of history. The great renewal of the Chinese nation has never been closer thanks to the tireless efforts of all the sons and daughters of China. We should view from high ground the great trend of history with changing times and the rise of the Chinese nation, and realize that the peaceful development of cross-straits relations has become part and parcel of China's great renewal. Sooner or later, we will have to resolve the political disputes that have long existed in cross-straits relations rather than leave them to later generations. No one should underestimate the resolve, the will, and the ability of the Chinese people to defend our national sovereignty and territorial integrity. The complete reunification of our country can and will be realized.
Like one of the things people are always talking about is, will China invade Taiwan? And some people are like, you can't invade China when you are China. But some people are like, well, they could. So whether or not it's overblown, there is something to it, to the point that Xi Jinping literally had to write about it in his own book. There's something. I'm still not smart enough to understand and know the full history of it, but there's definitely still modernly something beyond a different autonomous zone that is a part of the mainland. There's still something different about it.
While historic challenges such as national reunification continue to persist from the past, the new era is also giving rise to new challenges. Perhaps the greatest and most threatening problem confronting China in the new era is the threat to the Communist Party's authority amid the growing economic power of the national bourgeoisie. If the economic power of the national bourgeoisie is translated into political power, it threatens to strengthen counter-revolutionary tendencies and drag the country back into factionalism, violence, and chaos. Therefore, the party keeps tight controls and
Yo, that dude's head is crazy. You got two normal dudes to the left, and then I don't know, small eyes, high chin, big forehead. I don't know, something crazy.
Regulations on the economic power of the national bourgeoisie in order to suppress its political power. This is also why Xi Jinping frames corruption as an existential threat facing the party. The biggest threat our party faces as a governing party is corruption. Facts prove that if corruption is allowed to spread, it will eventually lead to the destruction of a party and the fall of a government. In combating corruption and upholding integrity, we must also oppose ideas and practices smacking of privilege. Members of the Communist Party of China are at all times ordinary members of the working people. Party members are only entitled to some personal benefits and job-related functions.
Do you mean Taiwan?
Powers prescribed by law and policies, and must not seek any
Well, no, I meant for GOAT, because it said China's version of the Confederates all fled to China. And I'm like, I think you mean Taiwan. Yeah. And they want to succeed. Succeed, not succeed. If they wanted to succeed, they would be a part of China. Full bore.
Personal gain or privilege over and above those. Combating corruption means upholding the party's commitment to the people and the high ideals of communism. The party came to power through unwavering dedication to the people, demonstrating unparalleled sacrifices in serving their interests. And today's leaders have large shoes to fill in upholding the legacy of the party and continuing the long march down the socialist road. Through China's revolution, development, and reform, innumerable party members laid down their lives for the cause of the party and the people. What supported them was the moral strength gained from the utmost importance they attached to their revolutionary ideals. Some are skeptical about communism, considering it a fantasy that will never come true. Some do not believe in Marxism-Leninism, but in ghosts and gods, seeking spiritual solace in feudal superstitions, showing intense interest in fortune-telling, worship of Buddha, and God's advice for solving their problems.
His Reddit atheist phase? What?
Some have little sense of principle, justice, or right and wrong, and perform their duties in a muddle-headed manner. Some even yearn for Western social systems and values, losing their confidence in the future of socialism. And others adopt an equivocal attitude towards political provocations against the leadership of the Communist Party of China, the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics, and other matters of principle. They passively avoid relevant arguments without the courage to express their opinions, or even deliberately deliver ambiguous messages. Isn't it a monstrous absurdity that party officials, especially high-ranking ones, take no position in the face of major issues of principle, political incidents, and sensitive issues? As part of its efforts to combat party corruption and promote upright public officials,
probably a lot more among the individuals, right? The populace, the people, is one element of it. I think a part of it might come from the original revolution, where like they both claimed victory, and they both claimed that they were China, and that's why there was like kind of like two Chinas or whatever. I feel like I remember that being a part of it. Probably if I watched the Mao video, we covered that side of it way more. At least that timing.
Discipline is enforced from the highest to lowest ranks. All party members are mandated to learn the teachings of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Mao, Deng Xiaoping theory, the Three Represents, the scientific outlook on development, and Xi Jinping thought to.
It's kind of a cool idea to be like, look, you got to learn the original framers, but you also got to learn the ones that came after. And you got to see the wins and losses. We're not so stuck. Like the people who are fundamentalist, like constitutional realists that believe every letter of that document is the only thing that should be law, and even the amendments are kind of a spit in the face of the framers or some bullshit. It's just like, well, that thing was written so long ago, man. Why the fuck do you think that that matters about what we do today? Like, why do you feel like that should be the driving force of whether or not, like, hold on, let's decide if we should moderate AI use? Well, nothing about it here in the Constitution. And it's just like, that's ridiculous, you know? The U.S. invade Guam. Playing ball with both China's and few. What? They finished building something. That's crazy.
Grasp the history, outlook, tactics, strategies, and goals of the party. Xi Jinping emphasizes that studying these works helps ensure ideological unity, strengthen the legitimacy of the Chinese Communist Party, and guide future governance.
I mean, I don't know if they've even done it yet, but they want to destroy or dissolve the entire Department of Education in America and go back to the States. Just whatever they decide is best for you is best for you. Ridiculous. We might as well just become a balkanized 50 different countries at that point. Gross.
Learning from past leaders and adapting Marxism to China's evolving needs helps maintain political stability, reinforce party discipline, and address modern challenges while promoting a distinct Chinese path forward. Xi Jinping asserts that communism is not as simple as a meal of goulash, and it cannot be attained
That's the Russian element, yeah.
easily, but we cannot dismiss it as an illusion.
My aunt used to live in Guam. I couldn't tell you where Guam is on the map. I know it's way out there. It's more on like the Indonesia, Australia, China side than the America side of the Pacific Ocean is my guess. I don't want to say it's where I know it is, but I'm pretty sure it's out there somewhere in that direction. But I could be wrong. I mean, Guam could be over there fucking above Cuba for all the fuck I know. But I mean, that's like where Puerto Rico is. So I'm probably right. But anyway, I mean, I can Google it. But yeah, I had a family member who was very like a hippie kind of like free spirit sort of person who went out to live in Guam. Don't know enough about their full story. My family's weird. And my mom's side of the family is different. My dad's side, and my mom's side has more eccentric characters for sure. I guess one day I should learn about it.
Or choose not to be loyal communists just because there is a long way to go.
I don't know. I don't think it is. I think it's just kind of like in the Atlantic, just kind of out there a little bit. Also, that could be because the maps, whenever they would show it, they would just kind of attach it in that little space that's available outside of Florida. But also could just be where they could fit it. I mean, like Hawaii and Alaska are kind of both put down in boxes in the bottom left. But I know the Hawaii is more south than Florida is according to the equators. And obviously Alaska is way up there. But yeah, out by Indonesia, kind of. Yeah, okay. Pretty sure. Oh, Puerto Rico's below Florida? I know that Hawaii is below Florida, for sure. Just because of, I know we're on the Tropic of Cancer, and they're on the equator, basically. Right next to Cuba. Makes sense.
Our revolutionary ideals are of supreme importance.
There's a lot more islands out there than I ever really realized. You kind of just see Cuba. No, I know it's nowhere near Florida, but it's more south than Florida. When did I say Hawaii? Did I misspeak? Because I never said Hawaii was near Florida. I was talking about the map. like on the globe, like whenever you see a map, they would have like a picture of the continental United States, and there'd be a little box that says, here's Alaska and Hawaii. And occasionally they have a little box in the area near Florida, but kind of like in that little water section. Oh no, it's definitely more south because I was a team sports guy. So I was thinking like, are we the most south state? And I looked it up and I found out that we weren't. But I knew that we were on the Tropic of Cancer. So like there's the equator, and then there's the Tropic of Cancer, and there's the Tropic of Capricorn. I might have those two flipped, but there's a Tropic of something and the Tropic of the other one, right? Those are 2 lines around it. Hawaii is near there. I meant like near there as in like on the equator or near the equator, but they're definitely more close to the equator than Florida is close to the equator. Again, I could have misspeaked. I misspeak all the time, so I shouldn't be so offended that you misunderstood what my brain wanted you to hear versus what I've actually pumped out through my mouth. So, yeah.
Communism is the ultimate ideal of communists, and it needs generations of strenuous effort to achieve. If we all see it as no more than an illusion, if we deem it unworthy of hard work and sacrifice, communism will never come. What we do today in upholding and developing Chinese socialism is the real effort towards the ultimate ideal. Revolutionary ideals are more important than anything else. The party is called the Communist Party of China because since day one, our party has made communism its highest.
And I could have also been, depending upon when I said I knew it was near us, I could have been also thinking about Puerto Rico, knowing that it's close to Florida. 100 different ways I could have messed it up and misspoke or because also sometimes I'll respond to chat messages and there's a natural delay and then there's all kinds of, whatever.
Ideal. The reason our party is able to rise again and again through hardships and adversities is because the party has always held on to this great ideal and aspiration. In addition to the Chinese classics of Marxism-Leninism, members of the Communist Party are also encouraged to gain an appreciation of the best traditions of Chinese thought, such as Confucianism. Confucian ideals of ethical leadership, moral governance,
Ooh, what do you mean?
And social harmony align well with the party's focus on integrity, particularly in regards to anti-corruption efforts. Xi Jinping sees Confucianism as complementary to the larger framework of socialist governance, integrating it into a larger Marxist framework and worldview. But Xi Jinping further argued,
I don't know if Confucius is seen more as a religious doctrine or more as a philosophy. I've only been exposed to very light elements of Confucianism, and it's been brought up a bit here and there in studies so long ago. So interesting to think about whether it be moral and or ethical, or I don't know, just utilizing that historic thing. Well, was there ever wasn't Confucianism considered a religion? But my old world history textbook could be, and also then my old world history textbook from the early 2000s then filtered through my brain, and then time and memory could just smear any of the lesson valuableness. The way he's been acting with Palestine and Sri Lanka aren't non-interventionalist like all people love to say. I see. That makes sense how I sort of saw it. It was kind of a combination of philosophy, but then would lean into a bit of spirituality or have similar impacts on as spirituality, at least in the Western context, comparatively to how we think. Philosophy is one thing, but it doesn't really mean that like you won't murder or whatever, in the same morality sort of context. Has China like helped Israel or something? And when it comes to, I mean, I feel like it's non-interventionist strategy of like, they vote in the UN against Israel like everybody else. I don't know enough about the Sri Lanka stuff, unfortunately. I know there's all kinds of stuff happening in lots of places in the world, but there are big things happening in big population centers. Big things happening in Nepal that are interesting to hear about, but I'm just a little bit ignorant and out of the loop on a lot of it. Because like if he was intervening in Palestine, doing deal with Israel, selling services that oppressed and surveil Israel that isn't being non-interventionalist. Yeah, I mean, also from the year of this there was definitely the ongoing element of the most recent escalation, genocide, war, whatever, conflict, whatever they want to call it. I don't know when the sales of those things happened, but this is referencing the Xi Jinping's books and sort of like disseminating them down and boiling them down and sharing the thoughts inside of them. But I agree that there are biases there. I wish he was more interventionist when it came down to intense moral issues. No, I get you. I know what you mean. Helping sell cameras so their Palantir style fucking thing can observe and track all the people there, right? Selling them computer goods, selling them all kinds of different things. That's bad. You know, I wish they wouldn't do that. I wish they would make a stand not to do that. I could see how somebody saying they're not going to boycott as a form of not getting involved. So we wish they would boycott, which is them getting involved, but them saying we are not going to boycott because we don't want to get involved. I could see how that argument could be made. But I agree that fighting for the status quo is actually fighting for a side, right? So I agree with you, but I could see how someone could argue against it. They also work with Russia, and Russia is doing the Russia shit, right? Russia is their ally in other elements, but Russia's doing a bad thing right now. But theoretically, China is also working with America, and America's been doing and has done an insane amount of evil shit, including Israel, in a sense. Like, we literally fund 70% of Israel, whatever, right? Depending upon which element of Israel we're talking about. Whether it be the bombs or the war efforts or the, general healthcare they get to have and all the other shit. Their energy needs, all these different things. So I guess I do see it as more, we're not picking sides, we're just continuing to do things. More of a Switzerland style. I'm also only getting certain elements, right? Like, I'm not aware of the stuff they're doing in Sri Lanka. That could be way more. They're picking a side in a specific thing and going for, I mean, I guess selling with the Israeli government, but not selling to the Palestinians, right? Specifically, that is kind of picking a side. So, I mean, I'm coming around to it. To imagine a place as 100% isolationist is probably an unrealistic expectation for anyone in this global economy, especially when there's hegemons coming to your door, and those hegemons are creating power in inadequacies, and then you dealing with the hegemon creates a status quo element. Are they doing better than America's doing? Absolutely. Are they doing better than most of the West is doing? For sure. But I'm a person who, at least internally, I was always looking to be better, both to learn more and also to just, have a better control of my anger, better control of my depression, better control of my output, my outlook, all the different things that I can do. And I have relapses, and I also make sure that every year I'm a better person than I was before. And I think that the government can do the same thing and should do the same thing. I'm not here to say it's perfect, especially considering I don't know enough about it, right? But I mean, I could even think about like Bernie Sanders wouldn't say it was a genocide for the longest time. Now that the ICJ or the ICC, I think the court said it. I forget which thing just came out, but then he puts out a statement saying, "Okay, fine, I'll call it a genocide." You know, but he starts that statement with, "This war started on October 7th," and it's like, come on, brother, motherfucker. You know, he's got problems, but I still love Bernie Sanders. I still love, especially his domestic things, but also, you know, I think he's better than most that we have. AOC has kind of gone back and forth on a few things, but I still think that she's awesome and would love to support her more and more. There's even newer people coming out that I'm more and more excited to support, but it's just to ever imagine that somebody will ever perfectly, especially a large government hosting the second largest population in the world, can somehow manifest your exact wish list of how to interact with every conflict. I don't think that's realistic, and I don't think that you are saying it's realistic. And I just think that I agree with you saying that them saying they're isolationists, but then kind of picking some sides in the conflict is bad, and they should do different. That's why you don't believe on communist aspiration. They don't stick to the ideology. Sticking to the ideology, you know, you say you're a socialist, but you have a house. I mean, stick to the ideology might be, you know, you'll find one element, but there are 99 other elements that do, and that one now disqualifies the others. That might be heavy-handed. But you're not wrong to point out the inaccuracies, and you're not wrong to point out their mistakes. I don't think that's wrong to do. And your criticism is more about Xi talking about a communism or socialist ambition. Yeah. They are currently, technically, as they've said before, in a socialism with Chinese characteristics, which is not even a full communist model, and it's not even a full socialist model, right? It is a long-term, and it takes a lot more things to happen. They were talking about having plans for things happening by 2049 or something like that. Big things to come through. I mean, I think ICC prosecutes individuals, ICJ prosecutes countries. Got you. So the ICJ may have been the one that came out, or some other thing. Something came through and talked about it. But I don't think you're wrong for pointing out the mistakes and the inaccuracies, and holding people accountable. You know, that's the whole point of all of this. I would hope, and again, this is also coming from the biased written book that will do its best to, the same way most people would write a book and they'll have blind spots and or make glaze over certain aspects. It's good to see through it to some degree. Yeah.
That it is necessary to study the great teachings of other cultures.
Hopefully the one that comes after Xi will be even better. Hopefully the world that was set up between Deng and then the others and then him will, again, be better and closer to that eventual goal. You cannot make it happen out of the blue today. I think that's reasonable to understand. And I wish that they would do more to get to it faster without completely collapsing the whole thing.
Cultures as well. The Communist Party of China was conceived based on a
Will I be alive for it? Probably not, unfortunately. But we can get a little closer.
European critique of capitalism and a Russian example of revolutionary struggle. Therefore, the ideological foundation of the Communist Party of China is firmly grounded in the works of foreign cultures. Xi Jinping argues that it is necessary for China to continue learning from other cultures, but warns of the danger of becoming overly subsumed by Western influence. A number of people, even including some party members, cannot see the underlying dangers of accepting the universal values that have developed in the West over hundreds of years, along with certain Western political dogma. They argue we need not reject them since we would not suffer any significant harm by accepting them. Some even regard Western theories and discourse as the gold standard and thus unconsciously become trumpeters of Western capitalist ideology. Studying Marxist classics, the theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics, the great works of traditional Chinese culture, as well as the worldly literature of other civilizations, is necessary for cultivating strong socialist values and practices. Xi Jinping explains that the core socialist values that we should cultivate and practice are prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, the rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and friendship.
You think China, as they are right now, can abstain from dealing with a country doing a genocide, the worst crime, genocide, if their ultimate goal is communism? But yeah, states can't be perfect. It's up to the people to push for better. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. If I was to be extra charitable, there could be more elements well out of my scope. I get you, man. I get you. But I don't necessarily want to be charitable in the sense of them funding a genocide or helping build up the information network that then creates the, whatever, right? Even if you're going to step it back from the intensity of, they're not selling the bombs, but they're selling the cameras that then help them track and do whatever. Yeah, it's probably bad and worthy of criticism. Even like, what was it? Like Stalin had like his eras and then he got super paranoid and fucked up shit. So, it's probably a reasonable thing to make sure that these core tenets that were written however long ago and then put in the books and then put out and then someone makes a summary of it all. If this mindset was one thing and he might even believe that he's still 100% fitting into it, but then slowly begins to slip on certain aspects, keeping them in line to make sure they don't continue to slip or slip in a worse way, because then they're going to get even further and further away from that eventual goal. It'll make it harder to come to that goal instead of easier. I don't know how the election / how the system is done. They showed a graph earlier from the 80s all the way up to the 2020 of the different leaders that have been in power in China. And I just don't know enough about how it happens. So whether or not their own party holds them accountable, whether or not it's their own citizens holding accountable with direct elections or whatever it was, but they might see those same things. What China's doing in some countries in Africa. Yeah, the whole Belt and Road thing seems super awesome, especially with the way that they're even like not only doing the low interest loans, but then also forgiving the loans. Even if they don't forgive all of them, it's way better than what the West does. Like literally the way that the French creates these, like, these countries have to deal in francs, a currency that is no longer used in France, and they use euros, but instead these countries have to use a franc that only trades with the European or the French version of the euro directly, and to keep them in power of their economy and shit. And it's like, thanks for not colonizing us, but you are actually still economically colonizing us and controlling us in so many different ways. It's so much better system beyond the exploitation and stuff, building them infrastructure, giving them the power to take control of their own resources instead of us bringing in companies that then steal their resources, right? So that alone gives them, like you were saying, the charitability. Like you see how they are doing much better with things. So you have the default setting of, generally speaking, good, but again, nothing wrong with pointing out the negative things, because that's, otherwise you're going to have a cult of personality and then fall into the same problems that have happened before. China likes it and the other countries like it. Doesn't matter what I think. True. But you do like it too. Yeah. Fair. Also, that's the isolationist point right there, which is like, hey, it's none of my business. I mean, but the version is like, the American version is like, we do bad things. And like, if that country says they like it, but who's the ones saying they like it? It's the people we put in power, right? Yeah, yeah, for sure. France has such an interesting history from my perspective. I've noted them as the ones that fought against the English. I've noticed them the ones that helped the Americans. I've noted them to be the ones who protest in the streets and punch cops. Like they're firefighters, get out there, they protest every day for their rights and shit. But then they also have done some horrible atrocities, and they also are pedophiles and shit, right? Yeah. So like, you know, the French philosophers, oh, don't ask them the age of consent. Oh no, right? There's like there's this whole thing. You know? So what an interesting dichotomy when it comes to France. And how I've learned of things.
This not only means adhering to the constitution, direction, and strategy of the party, but going beyond what is required through a sense of patriotic and socialist duty in contributing towards national rejuvenation. The ideal party official is honest, well-read, incorruptible, pragmatic, and unwavering in his or her commitment to the lofty goal of achieving a communist society. However, only a small minority of party members approach this high standard. Some party officials have learned socialist theory by rote and don't have a firm grasp on how their role relates to the broader social totality. Some party officials simply join the party as a means of advancing their careers in the public sector. Others have become complacent, having given up on the prospect of ever achieving a communist society and simply go through the motions. Still others seek to do the bare minimum to get by and avoid making any difficult decisions for fear of being scrutinized and pass the buck down to lower officials. In Xi Jinping's words, the main features of self-indulgence are mental laxity, resting on one's laurels, vanity, coveting pleasure, pursuing ostentation, and seeking to keep oneself amused. Some party officials have become demoralized, and their faith has been shaken. Their philosophy of life is to indulge themselves in pleasure-seeking, drinking your fill as long as you have wine to drink, and seizing the moments of contentment in life and making the most of them.
That's crazy that even they have that problem happening, at least according to him. Because that's the fascist nihilism that Americans have. Oh. Zen fascism, that's what it's called.
These guys have embraced like a Buddhist concept of nihilism, where it's just, look, we found ourselves by total random fact of fate to have been born at the end of this imperial moment. We have access to this incredible bounty of exploitation, of the bounties of exploitation, and we're gonna fucking use it and have fun. You're also in the same boat as us. You were born in the same situation. You have access to this same bounty. Why don't you just enjoy it? Yeah, everything's going to die. Everyone's going to die. Sure, it's not sustainable, but we're going to be the last to die, so why don't enjoy it? Why fight against it? And I actually finally got the point of all of that hypocrisy mongering that Republicans do, where they say, oh, you drive a car. Oh, you use a cell phone. It's not to try to get you in some petty hypocritical gotcha. It's to say, we're all in this together. We're all on the same side. Why don't you just enjoy it? Why are you torturing yourself? Why are you like,
oh, this is actually bad, and oh no, we're exploiting all these people.
Yeah, but that can't change it. You're in this situation. Just eat the fucking slider, drink the goddamn beer, and enjoy yourself. Trigger the libs. Have fun. Because they always have that voice in their head, and that's why they need to trigger libs all the time. They need to push it out. They've embraced this nihilism, but they also know what they've done, and so it's never going to be actually fun. They're never going to really be able to be decadent. They're never really going to be able to be purely hedonistic. They need to have an enemy that they can smite at any given moment to smite their conscience.
Yeah, that's even that element is happening in China, where there's people who are like, well, I have wine to drink, so I'll drink it. I'm only doing this to get as far as I have to for myself. I mean, I think that's cool to see them pointing out this problem, even in their system that's supposed to be working much better than us, to say that we need to combat this and that it's not okay and don't lose sight on things. You know, it's like you got to stay on it. You got to get out. It's like the urge to make sure that I still get out there and canvas and do things for my DSA chapter, that I still get out there and mobilize for, you know, bigger movements and things. Because if I go, fuck it, you know, Trump's out there being fascist and he's out there, you know, kidnapping brown people, but I'm white, I'll probably be okay, and I just sit back and let it happen, that's just going to backslide us further and further and further into problems, you know? You hate France for what they've done and still in your country, only the good hospital we have in the military bases, and I'm certain they build and maintain with our own money, which all African countries will put France, like Burkina did. Oh yeah, Burkina Faso. Yeah. I know that I think Burkina Faso's leader did something like, you know, ban gay marriage or some shit recently, which is like, it sucks or whatever, but whatever. They're fighting this huge thing. Obviously, I care about gay rights and shit. It's bad, but I forget, there was like something that came out trying to like down, you know, to attack the leader, because I know that they've done a bunch of. I saw one video on it, just sort of like learning a bit more about it and how like the people sleep outside the building to protect their leader because they don't want the CIA to come and assassinate them. It seems like it's a long fight. It's like a Libya situation, you know, with a Gaddafi. It's something that can be corrupted and or sabotaged from all sides. So I wish them the best, you know. China is changing fast. The society not far ago got through hell. Oh yeah, I mean, the China of the 90s, even though it was probably still an exaggeration what they said to be, they were living in a whole different world than they are now. And it's just sort of mind-bending to understand the rapid industrialization and rapid modernization that they've done. It took them years to build a terrible fucking overpass that no one wants to use, and it costs us money every time we do. They've stopped an intersection outside of my house, and it's like 2.5 years they had this like sign saying that they're going to be constructing. It won't be done until like December of 2026 or some shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? You know, they can build, you know, a high-speed rail across like a half of their continent in 2 years. I can't do. They can't get my intersection fixed. You know, it's just so insane.
Some have abandoned their ideals in favor of material comforts, vulgar amusements, revelry, drinking, and a life of luxury. Some take on easy tasks and shirk hard work because they have no taste for hardship and effort. They lack motivation and new goals because they are happy with the status quo, satisfied with their limited knowledge and understanding, and content with their past achievements. They idle through the day flipping through newspapers, drinking tea, and chatting, their gaze wandering abstractly because they have no purpose. Xi Jinping's approach to governing China.
He's like, they're quiet quitting. They're not working hard enough. They're just sipping tea. He's like, fix your shit. Get your stuff going. Go out there and talk to the people. That's crazy. He's like, he's yelling at the lazy fuckers. It's crazy.
Is also informed by the historical lessons drawn from the collapse of the Soviet Union. He cites the failure of the Soviet Union as a warning for China, emphasizing that one of the key reasons for its collapse was the detachment of the Communist Party from the people. In Xi Jinping's view, the Soviet leadership became a privileged group of bureaucrats who served their own interests rather than the broader population, leading to a loss of popular support and ultimately to the downfall of the Soviet Union.
Was that a Russian? Is that Gorbachev? Who's I don't see the little mark on his head. Who is this?
For Xi Jinping, this experience serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of maintaining a close connection between the party and the people. He insists that Chinese leadership must be vigilant in staying connected to the populace, ensuring that policies are effective and serve the broader public interest. This emphasis on connection between the party
Yeah, your point about the nihilism and how they're willing to look at it, and we're not willing to even think about it.
and the people is seen as crucial for avoiding the pitfalls that led to the collapse of former socialist states. As China becomes wealthier and people experience a better life, many no longer feel the need to become politically engaged. This is a major concern for the Communist Party and its connection with the people as a fundamental basis for political action. As Xi Jinping says, we must be very clear, there are still many inadequacies in our work and many difficulties and challenges to face. The main ones are as follows: unbalanced and inadequate development, public well-being, poverty alleviation, disparities in developing between rural and urban areas, income distribution, employment, education, healthcare, housing, elderly care, and civic awareness. Decisions made by the Communist Party must be informed by the people through democratic processes at the grassroots level, with active engagement in elections for local people's congresses and village committees, as well as consultative democracy.
Interesting. So it must come down to local governance, the local local congresses or whatever, that then move on to elect their party's leadership or whatever it is. That's my guess on how it balances out and how it works. I also heard that when a local leader is not working with its community well, there's a lot of pushback among the people, and they're very willing to hold them accountable, which is good. But if they're seeing a backslide, because they're doing a big push to make them more consumers, they want them to consume more because they've done the manufacturing part and they're willing and ready to sort of transition, especially as America is like cutting off with the tariffs and things. They can drive their own consumption within, but you have that problem where people then go, wait a minute, I'm just going to kick my feet up. It ain't that bad now. So you want them to still stay engaged in the overall vision.
The challenge of building socialist values, political consciousness, and democratic participation is a growing concern, particularly in regard to Chinese youth. Unlike many previous generations who were required to sacrifice so much to build China's productive forces, Chinese youth today are born into a world where those sacrifices are bearing great fruit. In contrast to the life of struggle carried out by previous generations, the youth of today can expect to enjoy a much freer and more prosperous lifestyle. Under such conditions, the theories of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought are increasingly being seen as irrelevant or outdated to the quickly modernizing and prosperous Chinese society. Today's
kids these days, tough times make strong men make good times make soft men, is sort of the message. I mean, there is a truth to it, and there's also a dangerous overestimation of it. The fuck you, I got mine can seep in for sure, if not properly nibbed in the butt or guided away from that. Yeah. Because I've had chatters come in and talk about how, like, it'd be terrible to have all these foreigners come in and steal our social services. You in America, you don't have social services. But in my country, whoever this is, we do. So when these immigrants come in, they steal from us and make things worse. And, like, that's an incorrect mindset by the data and by the studies or whatever. But that's the concern. And theoretically, it does manifest in a way that if 1 million people showed up into a city and did not work and sucked on the resources, you would have a decrease in availability of things, right? If everyone drank out of the lake at the same time, you'd watch the water level go down. That is a fundamental truth. That is what's preying on their minds when it comes to that xenophobia, and allows them to sort of justify it. So the intense sacrifice that has built this increase in quality of life now has people who can enjoy the quality of life, but then if they're not able to sacrifice a similar or even a reasonable amount of effort into it, I guess you could see how that could then begin to spiral in the wrong direction. To me, I guess that comes down to a combination of cultural and also governmental mandated, like in Cuba, when you, or in other countries, when you are a doctor through the school program that's paid for by the government, you then have to do X number of years in rural areas to provide doctorship for those people who would otherwise not have doctors in that area. It's sort of like a built-in, like, we helped you with this, so then you do that. And it's not even like completely unrealistic, because it's like only a couple of years and we gave you the ability to be a doctor and all these different things. So there are ways to balance it, both with, you know, the cultural, just, you know, the idea of the people, and then what is socially reasonable, and then you wouldn't want to make your family mad, so you do the simple things that are just sort of a social part, but then also the rigid, more governmental elements.
Youth often seem less interested in the history of class struggle than they are in new technologies, fashion, music, travel, and Western art.
Because to some degree, it's important not to undervalue the adjustments and the changes in life. It's important to stay fluid and to be, you know, able to bend and flex and not get skipped over. America has gotten so far with our cultural export. There's value in it more than what it seems like.
Therefore, the party sees the need to continue educating itself so that it may educate the masses and the youth on the importance of committing oneself to the lofty ideals of communism. The emerging digital realm is one new area of social life that is giving rise to novel social problems. China has more netizens than any other country in the world, and the Communist Party of China encourages them to use the internet as a...
Netizens is the thing I didn't know about before. I had to look it up. This is like citizens on the net. So, like, literally from the internet, you know, on the internet.
Tool to represent Chinese culture abroad. The rapid technological development seen in the digital realm has opened new opportunities, but has also opened communication networks for terrorists and cybercriminals. The internet cannot be a lawless place. The use of the internet to advocate the toppling of the government, preach religious extremism, or incite separatism and terrorism must be resolutely prevented and punished. Under absolutely no circumstances can such activities be allowed to go unchecked.
What? That's an interesting one. Because there's different perspectives. Imagine saying this inside of Nazi Germany. How dare you ever speak ill of the Nazi Party inside of Germany on the internet? How dare you? Not allowed. It cannot go unchecked. Like, well, maybe the Nazi government is bad, and it should have people saying it should be changed. So, but from the concept of like the anti-Nazi government not liking the Nazis being out there saying that they want to start a Nazi party, that's more understandable, right? It's a balancing act, and theoretically, you might not even realize you are the Nazi in the situation. Obviously, you should. But assuming that humans aren't perfect, you can understand how they might not realize. So this is a more sticky one. Oh yeah, the Winnie the Pooh stuff. Yeah. Also, apparently that was also a bit overblown. For example, they have a Disney World or Disneyland or whatever, and there's Winnie the Pooh rides and shit. So it's not like it's... But they are talking here about just keeping a control on certain elements of things.
Digital platforms have also introduced the problem of online circulation of disinformation. Despite the many historic achievements in advancing human rights and the well-being of the people, the Communist Party...
I feel like it was still... It was definitely talked about, so it was real to some extent. But it's easier to say a bit exaggerated instead of entirely made up or whatever, right? Especially if somebody's first words in my chat are, "Oh, look, Winnie the Pooh," you know?
of China frequently comes under attack by Western powers through disinformation channels such as Radio Free Asia. With the vast growth in the number of users of microblogs, WeChat, and other social network services and instant communication tools, how to strengthen oversight within a legal framework, guide public opinion, and ensure the orderly dissemination of online information while safeguarding national security and social stability has become a pressing problem for us. A sound atmosphere for the expression of opinion online does not imply that there should be only...
Yeah, all good. I understand. No worries. I mean, Philip DeFranco talked about him being Winnie the Pooh. So, does he have blind spots? Was it a long time ago? Sure, but that's how I learned about it.
Only one voice and one tune. Rather, it means that people are not permitted to conflate right and wrong, circulate rumors, cause trouble, violate the law, or commit crimes. It means that people cannot overstep the boundaries of the Constitution and other laws.
A bunch of people here are from different countries. How often do your countries change your constitutions? Because I looked up a thing, and constitutions are like, the average age of a constitution is like, what? "17 to 19 years. Lifespan of written constitutions according to the Chicago law, whatever. That's nuts. Yeah. I used to watch them a lot more. Yeah, well, I mean, because before I went to college, this is 2007, I was very interested in the internet. I was making stupid spoof commercials of Taco Bell commercials and shit. So him always having that, like, a mixture of, like, world news, real news, but then also, you know, content creator side of things kind of mixing together. It was cool to see that blend. There are, some people from different countries are here, and then some people who are just night owls. What's this? Arrested this child.
奶奶家里，你记得我吗？你们俩？
Do you remember me? Winnie the Pooh.
我的游客。对，2年前。
You were a guest, yes, 2 years ago. Is this it's just because they're wearing a shirt? Is that all?
个子都长高了。
Well, I'm on the East Coast. You can see the time for me is 7:50 a.m. Florida. I'm a Florida man. I think that's still a tag I have in my stream is Florida or Florida man.
你还记得我呀？对，我记得你们俩。知道吗？干嘛？
Real life of Uyghurs in China. Oh, wow.
The houses here are so unique. The more sophisticated those wooden windows are, the richer the family is. There is also an old mosque in a village.
A wager tie. There's like UYGH. But I don't know how to spell either, but yeah.
It is said this is over 200 years old.
I've always wanted a drone. Look at this. Look at this sick ass drone footage. But I've always been intimidated by the rules in order to get a drone. Airspace. I live near airports, right? Problems. But apparently, I think you can fly a drone if it's under 250 grams within 0 to 400 feet. And it's like, chill. I get you. I get you. I just thought it was funny. And I'm like, maybe I should get a drone. Fuck yeah. I mean, FPV sounds fun as fuck because you can like fly. It's like you're flying. Or you might get motion sick and start puking everywhere. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's as bad as VR because it's moving. Yeah, China seems pretty cool. I definitely like the metropolized China. Even this like rural, sprawling fields thing. This doesn't spark joy to me. The like mega cyber cities look fucking awesome. High-speed rail, high technology, cool electric cars and phones. That's the shit. I'm like, that's awesome, right? Affordable living, only having to work 30 or 20. I think it's 30 hours a week, but it might be 20. As a part of like your full-time job is like, it's just such a whole different mindset. The cost of things being so much less, even with your salary being, compensatedly different. We watched a thing from a lady who moved to just teach English because she had no other really ability to, but she moved to China for this reason, and the awesome shit that she's got. You sell a kidney to move. Hey, that the new head of the FDA is the guy that says that selling organs should be based and cool. You like the mountains because you're an Appalachian boy, yeah, or Appalachian person. I am a bit of a Reddit atheist, and then Xi Jinping saying like, being worried about religious extremism. I mean, to me, that's just conservative thought. Mostly is the issue with that. Most of the religious extremism I can ever really think of beyond cults are just conservative in nature. So, but I can see how people that have the idea of religious freedom as a core tenet, whether or not they actually exercise it, I can see how that can be off-putting, right?
China's economic development has been a driving force in the creation of an emerging multipolar world. This global shift in the redistribution of economic power can be seen in the flourishing development of Chinese projects, notably the Belt and Road Initiative and the BRICS multilateral partnership.
Yeah, that's the BRICS thing we're talking about.
Under Xi Jinping's leadership, China has emerged as a dominant power on the world stage, which has presented hegemonic powers with a new challenge. Many Western countries have regressed back into economic nationalism, the erection of trade barriers, sanctions, and other soft power tools mobilized to disrupt the creation of a multipolar world. But
this is before Trump came to office and did all of the tariffs we've been doing. So,
as Xi Jinping asserts, whether you like it or not, the global economy is the great ocean from...
Yeah, I mean, when you say extremism, that's usually the part of it, right? But if a government says we want to crack down on religious extremists, you can see that as an easy overreach into stopping down all religion. Because it wasn't the USSR supposed to be very secular, and to the point that it was like not quite outright banning religion, but just making it very discouraged or whatever. And that was a huge negative impacted upon it, or at least optically a negative impacted upon it. It has a bad history with religious extremists, like multiple large, dangerous cults. It was for a short time, yeah. But so that's always seen as like this godless land, right? That's how I'm prepared for those critiques to pop up, because that's how it was shared with me. So interesting that he's not seeing that same concern because he's writing the words and putting them out there. But, it's one of those, like, I could see this coming.
which you cannot escape.
Because earlier he was talking about how Confucianism and that spirituality is important to reestablish. I don't even know if he's a Confucius or not or whatever, but just the idea of having some of that involved is not even seen as a negative thing.
Any attempt to
True.
cut off the flow of capital,
yeah.
technologies, products, industries.
I assume it's all written in English, but I guess English is not just America, right? English is kind of a world language or a business language at the very least, in a lot of ways.
And people between economies and channel the waters into the ocean back into isolated lakes and creeks is simply not possible. Indeed, it runs counter to the historical trend. The history of humanity tells us that problems are not to be feared. What should concern us is refusing to face up to problems and not knowing what to do about them. The persistence of regional conflicts, terrorism, poverty, unemployment, economic crises, refugee waves, and widening income gaps are problems that have accelerated under the global economy shaped by unipolarity and Western universalism. But these problems are not inevitable outcomes of economic globalization. Rather, they are the consequences of excessive pursuit of profit by financial capital and the grave failure of financial regulation.
Yeah. Case in point, the Belt and Road, as far as I can know, have not devolved down into any terrorisms, had not devolved down into regimes being upended in a weird tug of war, oppression being expedited against individuals, because the artificial impact of the Western model based on exploitation and profit is where you get that. Just being a good person is how you avoid it. Or at least avoid a vast majority of it. Didn't found the mixture amount. It wasn't enough for some to get too far later. Didn't find the mixture. Religious extremism should be the fear of any state. Historical religion has been used to do worse, but a people in material conditions, it needs religion to become less. I see what you're saying. Because religion is a lot of ways a way to cope from tragedy. It's a way to think of a bigger picture. It's a way to move on from some of the worst stuff. But which is why I'm not, going to make fun of somebody that is religious. Whenever they're like incredibly religious, that's always a bit of an off-putting element. Whenever somebody makes it a gigantic part of their personality, it is off-putting. Probably as off-putting to others when somebody is overly political, right? Not completely worthy of cutting them out of your life, but generally, like, I'm just not going to mess with them too much. You know what I mean? I have, when I was a child, I remember praying for because The Simpsons, Homer would pray as like a joke. He'd be talking to God or something, and then oh God, I don't normally talk to you, but if you do this, woohoo, never mind, haha, and then it was always an element. So I remember at one point thinking oh man, I really want the Buccaneers to win a game of football or something, and it's stupid. But I never really, beyond that, I'd never prayed for anything, just because I'm not a religious person. But I might at one point, I don't know, as I begin to slowly die and I realize the end is coming, I might become more religious. But even when I was in the car accident and almost dead in the car, then the priest came out to read me my last rites. I was like, no, thank you. I'm not religious. All good. So. No, I understand what you're saying. People would. They would. And also, religious facilities are a third space, theoretically, if you don't have to pay tithes every time. But also, they are a community because there's no community anywhere else. Also, they are a charity because there are no social safety nets anywhere else. They are a soup kitchen for those in need because we don't offer them. They are a bed for a battered wife because we don't offer them. So religion is sort of That's why it gets to be tax exempt, because we see them as a necessity because we're not willing to do certain things, right? As a country, at least in America. And I would much rather there not be a core, like, to me, I find it difficult to allow a proselytizing religion in general to be your state mandated general outreach and care for the neighborhood, because that's limiting. If the church goes, ew, you're gay, you can't sleep on the bed tonight, then that's not fair to the citizens that are all paying taxes equally. It's just not a good system. We should have a much more reasonable governmental system for that. Also, when somebody is in a bad point of their life and they say, look, you should turn to God because I'm going to give you food and shelter and God is good to you, see? And now you should be with my church for now, and you should proselytize my church, and you should pay tithes to my church, and you should also get people in your down line to proselytize to my church. And like, that's a predatory system in my mind, to find people in their lowest points and then to bring them into the fold for the benefit of your religion. That can be somewhat unfair because those people are doing more good than I am. They're doing more soup kitchens and all these different things, but that's just my view. You know, I can't get over that understanding. And also, I have personal experience with family members being in horrible situations, going to the church, and then different horrible situations happen to them at the church because they're a person who was there out of vulnerability, and then they took advantage of that. So, not that any one anecdote is a reason for anything, but I've seen it. I've seen it, and I can understand it. And I would rather the government do it. Like you were saying, if the government did it, there'd be less need for it, right? And there'd be less ride or die for it as well. Meaning education, community, free times. Exactly, yeah. And I also don't see a reason to outright ban it like the USSR did. They ban predatory religions outright. What's a predatory religion? Tax churches, please. I know. Oh my God. I would drive by so many mega churches. I would drive by baby mega churches and then like the real daddy mega churches. Oh, like Scientology? Okay. The Tampa Bay St. Pete area / Clearwater. Clearwater is an area that has apparently like the nexus of Scientology. So I live very close to, I don't know, the Mecca of Scientology. I don't think you're supposed to like go there, but it's like where like a lot of it is sort of held up, apparently. A lot of businesses are owned by it. A lot of land is owned by it. It's weird. It's very coastal, though, so they're probably going to lose their land in the climate change. Sucks to be you. But yeah, I get what you're saying. The Mormons, yeah, the Latter-day Saints. That's so nice of you to call them the Latter-day Saints. And that's because that's what they don't want to be called Mormons anymore. They want to be called the Latter-day Saints or something Latter-day Saints. Right? Or am I getting that mixed up with something else? It is so weird to me to have religions that are based off of modern things, because it's like, huh? Like, you know, magic is not real. Interesting. I didn't realize there was more. I guess that makes sense that there'd be others that are just outside of my understanding. Yeah. Well, just preying on the most disturbed, preying on the most downtrodden. People come to them in the worst part of their life, and then they use that manipulation, the love bombing, and, you know, all the different gaslighting elements, all the different, it's so ripe for it. And also, there's an easy cover. There's the religion, you know, Toro blanket for like a bullfight. You can just hide behind that element, and it's so easy to, it's fertile ground for bad things. I agree. Absolutely. Case in point, Catholicism and pedophilia. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so easy. There's so much trust. It's so easy. It's just like, no bueno. Mormons definitely are a crazy Christian knockoff where, like, Joseph Smith got a golden book that only he could decipher and he buried it and whatever. And it's all about being in Utah. Oh, the Moonies. Yeah. Dude, there's some crazy shit. I forget if it was you I was talking about the Behind the Bastards podcast, but there's a strange alien. Oh. Show. That is definitely not it. Strange Angel. That's what it's called. It's a show about the late 1930s in Los Angeles and this insane rocket scientist who lived in this bizarre sex cult thing. But L. Ron Hubbard shows up in his polycule and fucks his girlfriend and makes this dude lose his mind. It's crazy that it's L. Ron Hubbard that shows up. Like the L. Ron Hubbard. So there's a TV show made out of it, Strange Angel, but also Behind the Bastards, Robert Evans did a podcast series couple episodes on that thing, and it was amazing. Kara and I were listening to it on the way up to like some long road trip to either Georgia or something, and we listened to that, and it was awesome. It's crazy. Also, my weak and jealous, fragile ego struggles with jealousy, which is why I am honest with myself that I could never work in a polycule. I probably, in a more empathetic way, could properly handle that, but I know that currently monogamous is the way for me. Good luck to all those who want to try. I don't care, just let me watch. There are agreements. Yeah, that's cuckoldry, I believe, technically, right? Isn't that the cuck chair and all that? Isn't that? There's a burgeoning community. Jehovah's Witness is what you're talking about. I got you. I'm gonna play Minecraft, yeah. That was what somebody. There was a really funny TikTok, not to get completely but sidetracked. Read this guy's name. Damn it! Just typing that in doesn't pull it up. Fuck. Invite your ace friend to the orgy. Holy moly, I'm so fucking glad I mean, I should have realized, but good God. I did not expect to see all of that I just got. Holy fuck. Yo, I'm like double checking my screens. Make sure that's not the on-screen one. Holy fuck balls. Literally fucking balls. Why does Austin's accidental call come up? What? Whatever. Searching for videos. AI is not even helping me do this shit.
War, conflict, and regional turbulence have created many problems, and their solution lies in making peace, promoting reconciliation, and restoring stability. Simply blaming economic globalization for the world.
You've seen through history religious use, slavery, war. Well, you can put war, but colonization, pedophiles. Yeah. I mean, that's been around with and without religion. I've learned to temper my disgust for religion because to say that all wars, especially ancient ones, are all based in religion is a misunderstanding. They use they use the religion to justify it, but they would also use a different reason to justify it, right? So there isn't a single ace person in these photos. Yeah, I'm not sure where maybe the ace is like a cool guy, an ace. You know, I don't know why the search did not pull up what I was thinking of. There's this dude who's basically saying you should invite an ace dude to an orgy because they will not work with it, but they confirm consent. They will come in and check in and make sure everybody's good, and you know they can go and play Mario Kart instead. You can just take a break, you know. So they're just coming in to double check the people who are there and that they want to be there and they don't want to stop for any reason. So they're there just kind of just come in and sort of just like oversee the situation, which I think is funny.
Problems is neither consistent with reality nor helpful in finding solutions. Xi Jinping sees a bright future for China, enabling it to play a role on the world stage to promote peace and cooperation among multiple poles of power.
Literally, hasn't there been a time without religion? It's not so much that there was when religion was not involved, but religion is not the cause because religion has been around. But those people that did the evil things would have done the evil things. The wars that would have been done, and the wars are done for imperialism. The wars are done for resources. The wars are done for all kinds of things. Even if they put a justification, like they go, oh, look, we're going to do the Crusades. We just want to take over the land, but we're going to do a crusade because of the Holy Land. They're doing it for a different reason, but they can justify it for the other thing. But the wars would still happen. They have different ways, and there have been wars that have been justified without religion as well, right? That's just the idea of like, just because they say that's the reason doesn't mean it's the real reason. It doesn't mean it wouldn't happen without it. It's a way to calm down the Reddit atheists from saying ban all religions, because not only is that bad optics, it also won't do as much good as you might originally assume because you're doing the surface level instead of the slightly deeper analysis, I guess. And it's important for me to keep the demon down inside of me. You know what I mean?
Rather than domination and submission to a single one. I have made it clear again and again that China's door will never be closed. It will only open even wider. China will never waver in its effort to pursue high-quality opening up. China will never falter in its efforts to pursue an open-world economy, and China will never relent in its efforts to pursue a global community of shared future.
Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right that Crusades was not the best example, but and I don't disagree that it's a tool and dangerous people use that tool. I want gun control to exist, right? So that's a tool, and people will use that dangerous tool. So I want a way to control that dangerous tool. Does make sense. Yeah. Deaths would not be avoided entirely if guns were gone, but I do want to control that tool. Yeah. Okay. I think 48 minutes is definitely my limit on my ADHD ass, because I lost focus and was pulling up bizarre ass videos. Like we started off with some like Dilbert bullshit because someone said about Cool Ranch, and then at the end there I was just finding orgy TikToks. So I'm glad that we got to the end of it. I feel bad if the final point was not quite as, it didn't quite sink in as much. I pulled up, I went under the videos tab, and there was just, I was like, oh my, those, yeah, oh cool. I didn't realize you were practicing Muslim. That means like the no pork, bathing, the praying multiple times, or maybe there's like different degrees of Muslim. Yeah, no problem. I mean, I wasn't ending. I was pulling up another video, but but hey, if you got to go, you got to go. I understand. I was gonna find something less intense because that one was a very, very no porks and prayers. Cool. Well, I would be annoyed by the prayer part, but I'm also just not used to it. So, it's all good. Yeah. Ooh, would this be too? I'm trying to think. Okay, this one's got something to it. Just because it has keywords that I'm like, oh look, this will be something. I'll pin the video to the top of chat as always. Also, it belongs inside of my Discord. Everything goes into the exclamation mark. Everything goes into a channel into the Discord that saves all the videos we watch. Except for the weird little in between, like the Dilbert video I didn't put in there. All right, let me pause the music.
So what's your take?
Space is none of our business.
100% disagree. I'm trying to get to space.
You want to get to space?
Of course I want to get to
loud.
space.
Why?
Because it's cool.
Okay, because it's cool, but it has nothing to do with our lives.
I would like to vacation there.
I really think it's not a good move. It's really, I feel like, rude when they tell us about what's going on in space.
Because you can't go, you're jealous.
I mean, there is a part of me that is jealous, but it also does feel like you're rubbing it in my face and like.
Yeah, we don't have the call to prayer, right? We don't have the alarms going off or the bells. I guess we have the church bells, but that's just every hour. Depends what time of town you're in. My work would have been very weirded out if you pulled out a rug and started praying multiple times. I mean, literally being in live television, you wouldn't be able to stop what you're doing at some point, depending upon the time of job, when it was and what, whatever you were doing. Yeah.
Telling me about a problem that I can't do anything about. It feels like your dad is like coming up to you when you're like a kid and you're like playing with toys and he's being like, yo buddy, are you having fun? We're behind on the mortgage actually. We're like
He's taking it away from you.
He's taking it away from you. It's like, bro,
so
I
you
can't do anything
want to
about
go
it.
to space?
No, I don't want to go to space.
I think you do want to go to space.
No, I want to fix Earth.
I've heard this debate before where it's like, why focus on going up when there's problems down here? I'm a bit more sympathetic to the scientific curiosity because by going to space, we do help ourselves more. We have a better understanding of the physical world, of elements, of energy, all these different things. So while it does make sense, don't spend money on that. That's just shooting a bunch of fossil fuels into the air and causing more problems than good. You might not realize how much good it's doing, but there's a balance to it. You wouldn't want to spend the majority of your resources on it. You wouldn't want to, cut off your nose to spite your face, right? Like you would not want to do that. To spite or despite, I forget. I don't know when. But I think that there's enough scientists, there's enough benefits for it that it makes sense to allow it to exist. And I'm willing to balance things and look at the balancing factor, but I wouldn't want to just cut off an entire limb of science research. You know what I mean? But I understand where they're coming from because they understand that there are problems. But you're gonna save a lot more money by being less imperial, and you're gonna save a lot more money by getting rid of the military-industrial complex than you would getting rid of the space race. You know what I mean? Like your goal is true. You just are going about it in the wrong direction. You already left your hijab or scarf since I put my foot here. Oh,
Well, yeah. I mean, I've seen how, like, even like Frogan, um, small streamer by all means, but gets an obscene amount of hate just because she wears a hijab. You know, it's just like being a woman, a hijabi woman on the internet. I could not imagine the amount of hate. I come from a cishet white dude, right? I am a cishet white dude, so I have so much assumed privilege that it's just difficult to even comprehend. Insane. And I'm also anxious, and I feel imposter syndrome despite all that. So, geez. There are entire planets made out of alcohol.
Okay, that's a good point.
Fix Earth.
We could fix Earth.
We could easily fix Earth.
But everybody's trying to go to space.
Everybody's trying to go to space.
They've given up on Earth.
But why? Earth is still good.
I mean, it's mid. Earth is mid.
Let's
be honest.
100%.
I think Earth is mid is a very correct statement, because mid is like, it's not the worst, it's not the best, and the Earth is what we have. So it is like the definition of mid, right? If you went somewhere better, you go, wow, this is peak. And if you went somewhere worse, you go, this is trash. But Earth is mid. It has to be.
Disagree. We have oxygen here.
That's
Why are we
fine.
trying to go up there?
Because
bro?
we're looking.
Now, when you compare, you know, versus other planets in our solar system, yes, Earth is peak. Earth is significantly better. But when it comes down to, like, it's the most standard, right? Earth is the standard. Yeah, you're getting where I'm coming from. I do understand the other purpose. You know what I mean? I do understand that, like, obviously, also when you zoom out and look at the first 1 million planets available, they are all worse than Earth as far as human biology is concerned. Even the gravity level that we are used to is perfect because we are grown out of here. Yeah, go to Jupiter, right? Exactly. No, I get what you're saying. But I'm zooming in, right? And like, this is all that there is. Therefore, it is the definition of mid. Because when you go to another planet as an astronaut and you get off and you're on the moon and you go, okay, how is the moon? Well, the Earth is better than the moon, so the moon is bad. But when you go back to Earth, you're like, this has to be mid. Like, if you're going to follow that terminology logic, you know.
To see if there's oxygen up there. Because I think Earth has become mid.
No, man. See, this is what we're so thirsty for aliens. It's so embarrassing that we want to go up.
They're thirsty, all right. I saw those alien Area 51 memes. They wanted to fuck those aliens. Everyone's saying Gen Z doesn't fuck, but they wanted to fuck the aliens. Okay, I saw that. I saw that stuff.
Bro, I have FOMO.
You want to go up there?
How is Earth mediocre? Earth is the standard. Earth is the expected value. Earth is... I'm trying to think of something that's similar. It's difficult to comprehend of something. S tier planet. I'd fuck a Torgida? Togruta? I want to say Tortuga, but that's not what the word you typed. You take it for granted? To some degree, I could see that. A Star Wars alien. Okay. They're the ones with the big leathery, like, tentacles that are just kind of like hair. Is that what they... Are those the... Definitely... That would I definitely am taking it for granted in this context. But when you define all the planets you've lived on, right? If it's only one, it has to be in the middle, like on the bell curve. It's with nowhere else to place it. It belongs in the middle. Now, when you're comparing it to others in the area for survivability, it's on the very, very far end of the bell curve in the good side. It has to be because it's the best. But when you're only comparing planets that you've ever been to or lived on, that's when it becomes the center point, and the center point is literally the middle, aka mid. And it's just a semantics argument to call it mid. I would be a better streamer if I was saying clips and saying Earth is mid because of this, that, and the other, and making a big declarative statement. But I'm too weirded out, and I'm not able to lie like that. I'm just saying semantically in that context. That's the only way you can define it, because he said it, and I'm like, I understand in that semantic argument only.
With the Nazi billionaires and
Earth is flat and the planets don't exist. See, there we go. Now we have a real thinker. Yeah.
No, I don't want to go with the Nazi billionaires. Maybe people who are rich are not allowed to go to space, but maybe we can go to space.
Okay, I see. But I just think going to space in general is tone deaf.
Why?
It's tone deaf for what's going on, because people can't afford their groceries, and people are like, we're going to go to space for dinner.
No.
Katy Perry went out there, yeah.
No, it's certainly a waste of money.
Yeah, it's a huge waste of money. And I'm not against wasting money.
I'm pro space exploration. I would like to explore the universe. You're out.
No, bro. There's so much here on Earth that we don't even know what's going on. And then whenever they tell us about space, I'm like, bro, just leave us. Let us do our lives.
Do you regret the moon landing?
I don't think we needed to do any of that stuff.
You don't think we needed to go to the moon?
No. It's ridiculous. Why? What for what?
To check it out, man.
Okay.
It's like going to Bushwick.
I've never been.
I know you've never been.
I've never been to Bushwick.
You know, everyone at one point in their lives, they have to go check out Bushwick.
I do everything in my power to avoid Bushwick. I don't.
And you feel the same way about space?
Yeah, because I feel like that's like the ultimate like transfer. I don't even like transferring on the train, so I don't want to like have to transfer.
You could just take the L, straight shot.
We are taking the L.
Just doing a quick Google search. Cordless drills were invented through space exploration. I'm on the videos tab, that's why. World Economic Forum, experts name 12 things. This is not the right stuff. Earth's observational system, satellites, GPS. The fact that you have Google Maps is because we did space bullshit. The most obvious thing possible. Satellite things in general, space engineering. This might be more about actual outer space stuff. But I'm a dumbass. And I know I'm a dumbass. So I'm willing to let the nerds make things better. And some nerds just look at space. The fact that you know that nothing is out there is because of nerds that told you nothing is out there, right? You would think the moon is made of cheese if it weren't for those fucking nerds. And that's important.
Species by going to space.
What about the sea underground, under the sea? You don't want to check that out either? Because that's kind of space on Earth.
I just feel like there's so...
Whoa. Dude, I never even thought of it in that context. So many times the idea of like, why go to space when there are unexplored depths of the Earth? But that act of exploring the bottom of the ocean is in itself basically a different version of the same exploration. Why ever look at the other continent over there? Now, obviously, a continent full of resources on your own planet would be beneficial, but it's the same urge to learn and to improve and to gain. And even if you aren't the one doing it, as you do the trip, other people gain things around you. There are tangential benefits and stuff. But the idea of even thinking that like going to the bottom of the ocean is having to build a spaceship for the water is just as expensive and time consuming, resource intensive than it is to do other things. But whenever people say the space is not worth it, they say go to the bottom of the ocean instead. You know what I mean? And I agree that exploring the oceans in many ways would be harder. Ocean Gate is an example of that. You know what I mean? My Google alert. Avoid incest bottlenecks? Incest bottlenecks? How big does a ship have to be to avoid Oh, you mean like humans, like living on a ship? Got you. I don't know. Exploring the universe is generation years empty space. Wormholes. Hyperdrives. Yeah, you just kind of just artificially inseminated babies in tubes. IFV, IVF, whatever, acronyms. Hypersleep. Well, okay, some of those are real. Okay, the slight delay. I get you. Yeah.
Much like on Earth, like that we actually have to like pay attention to, and we're not paying attention to it. So that when they tell us about space, it feels like it's just besides the point. Like when you ever see like in the news when they like, there's always like an important article about like something on Earth, and then they have like a space article like after that.
I always click the space article.
I'm always like, bro, don't even tell me. There'll be like, an article will be like, the price of eggs is higher than it's ever been. We've never seen these prices. And then like the next article will be like, but you know, NASA just figured out that infinity is expanding double as fast as it was before. And it's like, okay, well, bro, I still need eggs, man. Like, what are you talking about?
Look, I agree. I think we need to fix the problems on Earth.
Yes.
But bro, space is tight.
It's too expensive.
Space is...
It's the intention that were bad. Like, who cares about some battles with the URSS? Who will go first, or why not? Trying to save the planet y'all are destroying instead of talking about building colonies in Mars. Oh, you mean like the space race USSR battle? Well, who will go first? Yeah, well, because that was about, I mean, I wasn't alive during it, but there was, it as a part of the Cold War, there was this projection of power and also the colonization / informational benefit of being the ones to be the first satellite. You know, America lost the satellite war because Sputnik was able to do things. We were afraid that Sputnik would be able to learn about our world, learn about America specifically, and spy on us. So that was seen as a security threat. So we had to be able to do that and more. And landing on the moon was obviously a big. We could not only exit this gravity and then also enter another orbit and then land and then leave and then come back. Like it showed a certain level of like expertise in the field. Also, like learning how to do the rockets also helps you do intercontinental ballistic missiles that would be useful in nuking planets or parts of the planet. But yeah, it was a chest thumping thing to some degree, but also proof of information age. Like the whole race to the nuclear bomb was all scientists doing it. So the space race is a similar race of scientists. And you can see how the race of scientists before helped one country win a war, even though they're already winning it the old fashioned way. But it made a huge jump in power. So similar science teams could do the same thing again, especially shortly after it just happened. So that's my small summary of a bunch of different hubris of a few different, you know, people in charge. Dick measuring contest. Right. Yes. Dick measuring in terms of just country's power, but also in terms of scientific power. But yeah, ultimately dick measuring. Interesting. About all the different inbreeding that we have, which makes the whole Adam and Eve thing kind of crazy because they were just fucking their kids and shit, and the siblings are fucking each other at the start. So that really fucks it all up when you think about that. We're all daughters of Eve, and damn, are we inbred? Damn, are we fucking dumb as fuck? Yeah, assuming it's right. Ego instead of trying to learn more about our universe, meaning our planet. That or maybe like they were like space marines. They were just like insane human beings of like an incredibly powerful, awesome form. But by inbreeding, it became these busted ass monkeys that we are, right? Who knows? Like you just be literally Giga Chads just there, and now we're just. I got anxiety. Ooh, yeah. Like we're all fucked up, you know. Oh well, you know, we die of cancer. Damn it, you know. Damn this inbreeding. We got the Habsburg autism instead, you know. Yeah. I'm pro space because I throw my hands up and I trust science. So, for example, I love GPS. I could not get anywhere without Google Maps. And that's one small example of the space stuff. We talk about the fucking memory foam, space age fucking pillow fibers from the 1960s. You know, we still lean on accomplishments done in the space race to this day.
It's tight. Space is tight, but it's too expensive because you hear about all these problems.
You need to have
Earth.
an abundance mindset.
But there is definitely that weird, not theme park, but there's like some flippant use of going to near space orbit as a experience. It being done for novelty or for bragging rights. Like every NASA thing had been done with scientists on it. And they literally hemmed and hawed about how much weight each module would take up on this flight and factoring in the fuel costs and which thing, you know, should we bring the ant farm to study ants in zero gravity or should we bring this? Like they would have to decide what's the most important and reasonable thing to bring first. Because I let the scientists deal with it because they're the ones that figure it out. I don't question the scientists when they are, you know, transgendering the rats or, you know, putting fart smells on the back end of a raccoon in a fox habitat. You know, I don't question them because they have a way better reason than I can ever understand to do those things. Don't bring ants, they get everywhere. Yeah. We turn around, what the outer space is just nothing but a bajillion ants. Like, oh no, we fucked it. We let them out. Yeah. So I would not, I don't like to speak out of turn, which is funny thing to say as a streamer who's dumb as hell and constantly talk about how dumb I am. But I bow to them and I say, I know that you probably have a better reasoning for this than I do. And especially not just one person, but it's the whole community of people. Like when I decide whether or not I think fluoride is good in my water, I look to the consensus of the scientific community that tells me, yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's not going to hurt you as an adult. And too much of it might mess up a child's growing teeth, but just the right amount of it will make them very strong. I go, oh, okay, cool. Thanks. And yeah, that's it. Do I think it's going to make me servile and weak-minded and easily to be confused by communism? Probably not, because the scientists don't think so. And it's not just my scientists in my country, but all over the world.
We don't have that. I think we need to eat our vegetables here. Do eyes on your own paper, because there's all these things on Earth that are like easily solvable with money. Like you hear about that.
Yes.
They'll be like, okay, it'd be like it's $5 billion. Let's just say $5 billion to end homelessness.
We should do that before we go to space. I agree.
We should do that, but then every time you see that, they're like, yo, bro, we just went to space with that money. I'm so sorry. Like I don't know.
As if not wrong to think that there are inadequacies and that there are problems at home. Not wrong to think that. And I agree. And I could even argue that what is more important, learning these deeper, I guess that could be the argument here. It's not that there's nothing to learn. It's just that it's not as important to learn. And to that, the only follow-up I could have, being charitable to the rocket scientists that exist out there, is that you could not take all the rocket scientists and tell them to instead work on a better subway, because they don't have the skill set and the knowledge to do that. They're really only there to do the other thing. It's like saying, why can't every cancer researcher just fix breast cancer? Why do they hate women so much? Why can't they all just fix breast cancer now? And it's like, because it doesn't work that way. The closest thing we had was Operation Warp Speed with COVID-19, which is the closest thing you can get towards, at least on a global scale, communism and or central design. But like rocket scientists weren't working on that. It was just global immunologists specifically. So it's not a it's not exactly a zero-sum game. You can't just move a slider in a video game and say, all right, all power to shields, all power to, you know, terrestrial knowledge, and then it just works.
To tell you.
It's true. It's true. They spend a lot of money going to space on vacation.
Yeah. I mean, I do like to think that, like, maybe I just took a Tylenol. It's just like a funny thing to say about autism, or like my mom took Tylenol or whatever. It's just another one of those funny, like, ironic pill humor that is enjoyable. But just looking at China scientists, yeah, I mean, because like I pulled up an NHI study where it was about the efficacy of acetaminophen for chronic pain use. And I'm like, look, this is from 2014. I feel very confident that this is a meta-analysis that makes sense. But if anything comes up from 2025, I'm like, well, I don't know if this is some weirdly political thing, right? The American output and collection of things is now dubious. My own state during COVID hid numbers and did not release the tests and put out their own things. So then the trust in that method of communication is just dried up and gone, which is an incredibly painful thing, because it's takes so long to build that level of, okay, they, no matter what, they got the truth on their side, and now it doesn't happen anymore, and it just changes. It makes things, because I was looking up for studies about because a topic that comes up occasionally is people talking about puberty blockers, and I was looking for meta-analysis on puberty blockers. Time to learn Chinese, comma. Yeah. And I was looking for studies on, like, showing that the long-term effects are over-exaggerated or under impactful. They could exist with some amount of bone density. There's certain things, but I was trying to find meta-analysis on it, but all of it was like the most recent stuff from both the UK and from the United States, where I know that and like even the verbiage in it was very weirdly toned, and it was like, damn it, like, I don't know enough fucking foreign languages to not have the the English Western version of things. But even those studies that showed it in a negative light still talked about how it's still a conversation between an individual and their doctor, and these are all individual anecdotal situations, and that's the best treatment of care, while further study is still required. But that was because they were still less insane than they are now. You know what I mean? But it erodes away some of that trust, which makes it a little bit more difficult. Again, another reason to trust the more full community. The 99% of climate scientists agree. Not just American climate scientists, not just Chinese scientists, but all scientists agree in the climate change situation. For example, it's just not as easy to locate and to gather that consensus on Tylenol. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not really as readily available.
And not enough money fixing the problems on Earth, like homelessness, famine.
No more going to space until you fix homelessness and there's no more wars. Then you can go vacation.
Okay.
On
you
the
know
moon
what? I can get
or
behind
something.
this. I can get behind this.
Recreational space travel, I would definitely limit or just outright ban. I think that's totally reasonable.
Yeah.
Earth first. Make America great.
Oil company scientists agree.
Make Earth great again. Make Earth great again. Make Earth great again.
Make Earth great again.
Make Earth great again. Earth first.
Make Earth great again.
I'm in. Run for president. Under that,
Mega?
I think you would win.
Make Earth great again.
Yes.
This is. I need to be president of the world, I think, to get this across.
There should be a new position.
There should be president of the world.
Yes, there should be a representative of Earth.
Yeah.
On the universal scale.
Just like I'm the Earth representative, and you're in a panel full of a bunch of empty chairs. Like, I'm the only one here. It's funny.
Do you have a pitch?
Yeah.
For who it could be?
Me.
If you went up there, I would like for the aliens to see you and for them to think that you're like, what's going on down here?
Yeah, they would be like, this is sick. Let's
Yeah,
go.
like,
They would
okay.
be like, can we come?
You'd be like, I have a take.
I'd be like, you guys probably have awesome technology. Like, come fix our problem.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. I'm going to space to recruit really smart, brilliant aliens.
Mhm.
I'm bringing them back to fix our problems.
Yeah.
I've said it before, and I don't think there's a way to actually do it, but I wanted to open source all science. Like I hate that oil and gas companies did research, discovered that we are doing anthropomorphic human-made climate change, and then buried it, and then instead came up with talking points to hide their impact on it, our impact on it. So they knew about it earlier because they had funding for it, and then they were ready to like pregame their defenses instead of just being honest about it, where open source would not allow that. Duke Energy, the power company in my local municipality, and many others had done studies about the groundwater from all the coal ash secretions of a pit that they buried or something, and they had done studies to show the chemical leakage, but that was not a required thing to report at the time, and they just kept it under wraps, and they were just hoping it wouldn't be a problem. That's what they said. But like, they knew about it. Again, more research done by science for evil. And I get it. A scientist wants to get a good job, and they get a good job in a field of like water seepage management something. You're only going to have so many jobs available to you, but instead of the government giving you that job, it's a corporation that then uses you for evil. How do you make it so that way all science has to be open source? I don't know. I'm sure someone can figure that out better than me, but there was 1% a way to do it. Definitely. I mean, we built this entire world. You know, we were a bunch of fucking shaved apes, right? So we made all of this. We made the internet. We made capitalism. We made money. We made everything. We can make a way to do that. It's just, how do you do it? How do you make them do it? Because I know that they don't want to do it, and they are more powerful than I am.
They're like, take me to your leader, and then they're on the F, and then they're here.
Take me to your leader. I'm like, that's me.
Okay.
You're talking.
I'm here. Yeah.
I'm right here, guys.
Yeah.
I came.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea. Kareem for Earth president.
I guess that is now my take also, is Kareem for president of Earth. What is it? Space Muslims?
Space Muslims.
Kareem
You can
for
be vice
Earth
president. You
okay.
can be vice president.
Okay. We're spreading it.
I saw the title, All Aliens Are Muslims, and we were talking about Muslims for a second. So I was like, oh, sick. This would be perfect.
Islam through the galaxy?
That sounds like a fun movie.
But it only came in at the very end.
Two guys spreading Islam through the galaxy.
Space Muslims.
There's not enough shows about Muslim space. So you're not curious what's other? You don't want a fucking alien or something?
No, I don't want a fucking alien. I don't want to, bro.
Why are you so upset?
Bro, I have a tough time dating non-Muslim people.
This dude has not played Mass Effect, okay? He has not seen the blue tentacle-haired Astarians that are all sexy ladies for some reason. He has not gotten out there, you know? He doesn't want to kiss Grex with that weird little predator mouth with the needle teeth. He doesn't want to kiss that either. He doesn't want to do any of it. I mean, assuming that most aliens are just weird little things, it makes sense not to want to fuck them, right? A Krogan, yeah. Shepard. Oh, I guess. I mean, I thought it was just like a soccer jersey. I assume from a country in an Arab-speaking part of the world. I know that football is very big in lots of places.
I'm gonna date an alien.
Are there Muslim aliens? Probably not.
I mean, Allah is the Lord of the universe.
So by that standard, all
there might
aliens,
be Muslim aliens.
No, all aliens are Muslim.
I guess I do believe that.
All cats are Muslim. All dogs are Muslim.
Martians are Muslim.
Oh, okay. French got it.
Sure,
Okay.
and put some respect on their name.
Yeah, of course.
So what's your take?
So what a cute show. I need to have some weird thing that I say when they say, what's your take? I guess the closest thing I can think of on top of my head is my take is people need to have hobbies, but you can't let your hobbies mix with the real world. Case in point, tarot card readers, psychics, conspiracy theorists, whenever you mix those things, like you can love Star Wars, you're not going to hurt anybody. But when you love guns, you buy guns that shoot people. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things where you can get hyper fixated and super invested in something, but when that thing starts to blend in with the real world, QAnon, you know, that kind of shit, you get super invested into it and then it shuts it up. I have no idea how to police that because, like, theoretically, I commit the same crime because I say Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself. That's a conspiracy theory. That's dangerous thought crimes, right? So I don't think there's a way to properly police it. French kiss are invented because people don't have lips. Is that your take? Is that your take on the subway take? I have seen the videos of cats refusing to step on the Quran, and they're also the most Windows Movie Maker videos I've ever seen. Cat won't step on. I was gonna write Quran with a K. I am so fucking white, dude. Eh. Nope. I love these. I think these are awesome. Subhanallah. Oh, that's a disgusting Westerner book. Oh, I don't have cranks there.
Apparently your cat won't walk over the Quran compared to a normal book. So I wanted to test it for myself. Normal book.
Normal book. The Quran.
BS the Quran.
BS the Quran.
Look, this cat refuses to walk over the Quran. Wallah, this will amaze you. Oh my God, look, it doesn't walk over the Quran, but it walks over the book, subhanallah. This shows the power and beauty of Allah's creation. Please share this and spread awareness, subhanallah.
I will share this. I will share this. I'm doing it currently right now. I love these. It's just, I mean, W Allah, yeah. I don't know who this Walla guy is. I keep seeing my chat say Walla. Okay, yeah. I'm a big Walla supporter. Yeah, he's awesome. Okay. Is this like Christian talk? It's almost like the Rapture TikTok, right? Yeah, it's almost like that, but just not quite. I would say it's more wholesome, right? Has anyone found, like, is there a bunch of those Rapture TikTokers who are like just depressed that it didn't happen, or are like having an existential crisis? It's nuts, man. Because like, I know I have that feeling of like posting is cringe, and it's hard for me to even do it, but they were posting so hard and making such a big declarative statement. They're like, this is what I'm doing to get my house ready for when the unraptured masses come in. You didn't get raptured? You ain't here? Yeah. It would have been funny if like just 2 people got raptured. Like, you know, God was like, not a lot of pickings here, you know. A couple of those apples spoiled the whole bunch here. Oh, look, there's 2. And then 2 people disappeared and no one knows what happened to them, but no one will believe the rapture is the answer, right? Because what the fuck? Of course not. Like, if only Jeffrey Epstein, his suicide was the day of the rapture. You know what I mean? You'd be like, oh man, maybe he got raptured. Maybe he did and no one else did. Maybe God's a weird pedophile guy. I don't know. Next year, for sure. Next year, they didn't carry the one. They ooh, shucks. Ah, shucks. You know, they held off the vote. But don't worry. Next year, the next one's going to be the real big one. I mean, I was alive in 2012. They just, you know, but Nosferatu. Wait, no. What was it? Nostradamus. He said. Fuck. Oh, wait. We didn't translate it right. Oh, wait. It's always an oh, wait. I have not watched one of these videos in a long time, but I'm a nerd. And also, most of the time, these videos about making some weird piece of technology that does something pointless. He got really famous for making a basketball hoop that would move to where your ball was thrown, right? I find the videos interesting because of the journey and how many times it fucking sucks. And the amount of brutal work it takes to finally get an idea to even anywhere close to being functional. And I watch it and I'm like, I would have killed myself and I would have given up at the first fucking hurdle. And watching, so it's more about motivation to push yourself is where this gets me. I did a thing. Is that Boy? Yeah, I did a thing. I love I did a thing. But his ideas are less, he has more of a scuffed style. He's barefoot, wears a weird apron. I mean, we'll see.
For 10 years, I've been making eggs for breakfast.
See you later.
And for 10
his levels above. Well, he's very like, you know, he's got like, where like I did a things like, wow, look at this. I just bought this one CNC machine or this one like drill press off of Facebook Marketplace. This guy has like an industrial level thing in his garage. Like it's a very different thing.
years, I have been annoyed. I always get egg on my fingers. So I go wash them off, grab the next egg, and do it again. Ugh. Which drives me absolutely crazy. I've been fantasizing for years about some kind of tool that would cleanly crack an egg for me. So I decided to make my own, thinking, how hard could it be? Turns out, very, very hard is the answer.
If you don't like egg on your hands, I could not imagine egg in gears. Oh my God. Thank you.
I was thinking this would be a pretty simple mechanism, but one thing led to another, and I basically ended up designing a mechanical computer, which of course was very hard to get working. And since every failure basically meant exploding an egg in my shop, it wasn't very fun to test, and the smell, ugh.
And after all that, my wife wasn't nearly as impressed as she should have been.
It's huge. It's complicated. It's ugly.
But they say you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, or in my case, a few pallets of eggs. So come watch me go from youthful optimist to...
It was his fault. He made the eggs expensive. This motherfucker.
Mature pessimist as I try to solve one of the trickiest kitchen...
Oh yeah, I've seen the I Did a Thing Beyblade. I think he did it twice. He did like a... Because he took it in some weird like crack house, drug house, abandoned house, and just set it off.
tasks. I want this to be a handheld thing that I could actually use in a kitchen. So no electronics, no software, no 500-pound milling machine, no lasers. Handheld, compact, purely mechanical, and I think I have an idea for how I could do this. Eggshells are brittle. If you stress them beyond a certain point, they just crack, which reminds me of a cool thing about glass. If you scratch it and then crack it, the crack tends to follow the scratch. And I'm wondering if we could do the same thing with an egg. Put a scratch around it where we want it to break, and then start a crack, and hopefully split the egg in half. It's actually kind of hard to make a scratch on an egg that goes all the way back around to where it started.
So, I really hope this doesn't blow up in my lathe.
That would have been a lot easier if I hadn't glued the egg in with an inch of runout, but we have a decent scratch. Let's see if we can get it to crack. Yeah, it totally split right along the crack. And it hasn't just split in half because there's still that membrane on the inside holding it together. So to
that's
actually
crazy.
crack it, we're gonna have to hold it on both sides and hopefully tear it. Oh man, I crunched it. But the side that didn't get crushed looks great. Nice clean break. I think this is really promising, and we can make a device that does this. Scratch the egg, crack it, dump the contents. Let's go make an egg cracker.
I'm imagining a handheld tool that kind of looks like this. It would hold the egg from both sides with some kind of gripper that can spin it, and then it would have a cutting head with a little knife to scratch the egg, and then a hammer to hit that scratch and crack it. After that, the grippers would pivot down to tear the membrane and dump
Oh, you mean like the sound of it, like nails on a chalkboard kind of thing?
the egg. And we don't want egg on our fingers, so they also have to eject the shell. And I want this easy to use, so all of this will happen when you turn a crank.
And it's the crank that makes this crazy. Like, how do you scribe, and then hammer, and then dump, and then eject, just by turning a crank? It's gonna be bad, but we have to put a pin in that thought because there's a riskier problem we have to solve first, which is holding the eggs.
We have to hold the sloped end of an egg, which is going to want to just pop right out of the gripper. And then there's a lot of variation in the shape and size of eggs, and whatever I come up with has to be able to hold them all.
I spent a really long time trying to figure this out. I considered everything from spikes to glues to suction cups.
But I have an idea that just might work. So let's see.
Oh, he's resin 3D printing stuff now instead of just using a regular 3D printer. Interesting. I say regular, but
so this is a
FDM
mold that's 3D printed. I'm using it to cast silicone around a 3D printed part.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, go to culinary school. They'll teach you how to crack an egg with one hand, and you just no eggs on your fingers at all. Also, there's some weird shit where you can like, if you just drop an egg at a certain height or something, it does a thing where it cracks. It's just some weird shit.
Which is surprisingly
Weird hacks.
easy to do. You inject the liquid rubber, wait a few hours, and then you have your part. This is called overmolding.
The egg just slides in like this, and it basically palms the egg and holds it really well. And
That's
the
suction.
stretchy silicone can expand to accommodate pretty much any egg size. One of the tricky things about making something like this is that the silicone doesn't really bond to the plastic. So we had to make a special shape within the hub that the silicone will mold around and get physically trapped so that they can't come apart. And then after the egg has been cracked, there's a built-in spring-loaded ejector that can eject the shell.
I think the easiest way to do that would also be to have an air gap to allow air through. Because like a suction cup works because it's holding onto it and there's a pressure difference. So that's a part of the force. But if you release a little bit of air, pressure difference equalizes and then it no longer is stuck. So I wonder if that's an element to this. I mean, this dude knows so much more bullshit than I do. So.
Oh, that was close. And then, oh, having too much fun. So I want to test these to make sure they work before we build anything else. I'm going to scratch and crack it by hand. Then we're going to see if we can split the membrane with these, which I think is the hardest part.
So if I put the other gripper on here and twist, it should split.
It's not even close. Man, that membrane is strong. Ugh, I thought this was going to work for sure. I tried a bunch of different rubbers, from really soft and grippy ones to stiffer ones that'll grab the egg tighter. Nothing is working. So fundamentally, the problem seems to be that they can stretch this way, which limits how much torque they can apply to the egg. So we don't want it to stretch this way, but we want it to stretch in this direction so that we can still get eggs into it. And I think it should be pretty easy to do. This is the new hub for our egg gripper. It has these tethers built into it, which are really flexible in this direction, but they're really strong in this direction. They don't stretch at all. And the silicone gripper is cast around these tethers. This is a partial pour, so we can kind of get a cross-section view of what's going on. The little T-shaped ends of these keys into the rubber. It makes it really strong in this direction.
That's what I was thinking too. The membrane is so difficult, but then I guess the knife has to go into the egg, which could cause cleaning issues maybe, and they want to keep it as just touching dry eggs. Although technically, even the egg shells themselves is where a lot of the salmonella and shit comes from. So I think you have to clean it either way.
If you try to pull on it, it doesn't stretch at all. but their flexibility still lets the rubber stretch outward so we can get an egg in there. This holds the egg 100 times better. Here's one of the old ones. So I'm just gonna manually score and fracture.
That's like reinforced rebar. Like how cement is poured in with like a rebar cage. It just makes it that much more strong.
The eggshell and see if these grippers can pull it apart. Oh gosh.
Every time he cracks an egg accidentally, he's so surprised because it's just a startling situation, I guess.
Yes! I knew it! You just have to hold the egg right. We can finally hold the egg. Now we have to make everything else. And what we're gonna have to do, I think, is work backwards from the egg grippers to everything else because these are sort of set in stone.
Which means we need to figure out the main body and crank.
When you're trying to figure out how to even do something, it makes it 10 times harder.
Like I'm pretty sure when I was trying a few different silicones, stronger, weaker, whatever, I'd be like, fuck it, I fucking hate myself. And stop.
Harder.
And then designing this, are you crazy?
Only have a tiny bit of space to do the thing in that you don't even know how to do. Every time I've ever made something handheld, I've said, I'm never doing that again. And then I do it again. These are some of the most complicated parts I think I've ever had to design. And it's for a stupid egg cracker. But I think I have something that might work. So let's get them made and find out.
He loves this fucking resin 3D printing.
3D printing is always my preference because it's so easy to do, and thankfully I've been able to use it for most of the parts. There are a few select machines.
So weird to use resin to 3D print. I mean, resin is just a different form of plastic, I guess, but I would find this to be much more brittle than traditional FDM printing.
Parts, but they're all pretty simple.
I guess he likes the smoothness that you get out of the resin.
And here it is all together. Doesn't really do anything yet, but we're getting there.
No.
This is the crank that's going to drive everything, and it spins the egg through a series of drive shafts and bevel gears. And then to split the egg and dump it out, the egg grippers can pivot down like this. And they're spring-loaded against a hard stop, so they always return to the starting position. And to make them pivot, you pull on this cord, which is routed around a pulley that's integrated into the pivoting part. The cord isn't connected to anything yet, but the plan is to make a mechanism that will pull on this at the right time. And this side pivots on the drive shaft. It's kind of a 2-for-1 special, which I hope doesn't come back to bite me later.
The clear acrylic on top is kind of cool.
And
also, just good for testing your product, so that way you can tell what's going on.
There's a critical detail here. The drive shaft has to be designed to rotate this way. If it rotates this way, its torque will also make the egg gripper pivot down, which is no good. And then we also have the eggshell ejectors. The ejectors are a spring-loaded shaft that goes through the drive shaft and is held back with a little latch, which releases it when you push it up. But the latch isn't going to release itself. We need something to trigger it when the time is right. But it's tricky because they're inside this rotating gearbox, and running another mechanism through this pivot would be a nightmare. So I designed the egg dumping to have 2 positions. The first would dump the eggs, then we'll rotate even further, which lifts up the latch with a little ramp, releasing the ejectors. And even this was tough to fit in here. And then the last detail is this side slides back and forth so we can fit all the different sizes of eggs. Now that we can spin the egg, we need the thing that scratches and cracks the shell. I'm imagining a sort of floating head with a tiny knife that can cut into it.
And like a record player.
Then next to that, we'll have a spring-loaded...
I probably have used a record player a couple of times in my life, but my parents had them somewhere in the house because I was, technically born in the 80s, but I've never used a record player.
Metal rod, which can hammer on the scratch to crack it. And here's what it actually looks like. This cutting head is tiny. It was a challenge to fit all this in here, but we got it done.
So, let's go do some 5-axis machining.
Yeah, this is his CNC machine. It's insane.
Parts like this cutting head make me so thankful to have a 5-axis mill. It has holes and features on every side that are off-axis and a lot of stuff.
That's coolant because the thing gets so fucking hot It needs lubricant and coolant to spray over the part as it's drilling through it.
Isn't even square. And the 5-axis can rotate the part to all the different orientations and machine it all in one shot. Well, except for that tab on the bottom, but we don't talk about that. And so much for everything being 3D printed. This used pretty much all of my tools. Even some weird ones.
This tiny little part on the end of all this is the cutting head. It is so tiny, and ultimately it's going to mount on the main drive shaft floating above the egg like that.
And this is the cutting blade. It goes in like this so that we can tune how deep it cuts and try different blades.
Oh, he made his own proprietary blades? That seems like a recipe for disaster. Just use something that exists. Because now you have to manufacture these for your own little stupid thing.
The cutting head will contact the egg right about here. Getting the shape of this dialed in so that it could cut all the different shapes of eggs was really challenging. And then this is the hammer. It's a metal rod.
I would have used the blade contacting with the egg as the point of contact. It's always at a downward angle, 45-ish degrees. And then that's all you need. And then from there, it just rotates along that point, right? Why does there have to be a resting part?
With a rounded tip.
Maybe that's the hammer part to crack into it. That could be the difference.
That's spring-loaded. It's positioned to hit exactly on the scratch made by the cutting blade. And this spinning cam lifts and drops it. The main drive shaft will go through here, and as it turns, it'll spin the cam with this belt. Although this means the hammer will always be hammering, and I'm worried that might cause issues. So I'm going to also have a little pivoting latch, which will catch the hammer in the pulled back position. But if you push the latch out of the way, then the hammer is free to hammer as much as it wants to hammer. This gives us a simple way to turn the hammer on and off by pushing and pulling on a rod with some other part of the mechanism.
So that's true. Just like all the other trader videos, Michael Reeves and all those people making these insane things.
I was just looking at this, and I realized I'm an idiot, unfortunately. So I designed everything for the hand crank to be turned this way.
But that'll just jam up the hammer.
I even had an item in my to-do list to check that everything was turning the right direction, and I checked it off.
This is a link to the sponsor of a to-do list thing?
It's going to take a bit of hacking.
This ended up being less bad than I was expecting. I just stuck another gear in there and it reversed everything.
I don't think I've ever had a literal Uno Reverso card work before. Awesome.
Never mind.
At this point, this thing has all the hardware that it needs to crack an egg, but if I turn the handle, it'll just spin the egg forever. And that's because there's nothing in here to actually make it do all the different functions in the right order. So we basically need to program it, but we don't have a computer in it, so we're gonna have to do it mechanically.
Imagine connecting our main crankshaft to another shaft with a very weird set of gears that look like this. Every rotation of the crankshaft will make this gear move through a set of distinct positions. I'm going to call this the program wheel, because we should be able to use its movement to make this thing do a series of programmed steps. For example, when we start cracking an egg, we want the scribe to be pressed into it to cut a groove. We could make a shape that pushes the cutting head into the egg when the program wheel is in the first position, then when it moves to the next position, it would release the pressure. And because the egg is also spun by the drive shaft, this would scratch the egg all the way around. This shape is called a cam, and with a bit of cleverness, we should be able to use cams to control everything. Remember that little latch to turn the hammer on and off? We can make a cam push on that to turn the hammer on after we're done scratching the egg. Then after that, we can make a cam that lifts the cutting head out of the way so it doesn't get dirty when we dump out the egg. And then the trickiest part is making it pivot the egg grippers down. Both sides have a cord that if you pull on it, twists them down. So we can attach those cords to a pivoting arm that looks like this. Engineers call this kind of thing a bell crank. But in this case, we can put a little wheel on the side of the bell crank, which can roll against a cam, which if we shape it right, we'll put the egg grippers down part way for one.
Yeah, like doing like the organized gears with the cams to release physical mechanisms on a timing of like, okay, there's 15 spots in this gear. Each click of this is how many rotations of that. Then you can set up cams within those individual rotations, but then by the time you get back to the 15th one again, you've reset everything, which is crazy. But it also means that it's hard to reset without doing a full cycle. So if you fuck it up, you got to like keep cranking till the entire thing resets. Think, okay, now we're ready for the new egg again. Hold on, get it ready, and then
one rotation of the crank, which will dump the egg out, and then the next rotation will rotate them further, which will trigger the eggshell ejectors. Then one more rotation, and everything sets back. And putting it all together and running it does this. It presses the scribe into the egg to cut a groove, and then releases that pressure and turns on the hammer to hit the scratch and break it. Then it lifts the cutting head so it doesn't get dirty, and dumps out the egg, and then pivots the egg grippers more to trigger the ejectors, and then resets for the next egg.
Pretty crazy how much mechanical engineering it takes to replicate like 4 lines of code. It's simultaneously really complicated, but also really simple. You just turn the crank and it cracks your egg.
I've watched this guy fuck up on the software like 100 times and have to like rebuild all the code from scratch a bunch of times. So I guess like going through all the mechanical steps of, okay, how does a cam thing work? When do I put it into the process? Okay, how do I fit it into the process? But that's all physical, right? It's so much more like just logistics. I mean, maybe there's more to the video, so we'll find out.
So it's beautiful. I love it. Although it would have been a lot easier just to write 4 lines of code. But aren't you glad that I didn't? I mean, just look at this thing. It's so ridiculous. I love that this can exist. But at the same time, all the incentives are not to make stuff like this. The pressure is to make things that are simpler, more mainstream, more tuned for the algorithm. And I feel this pressure, and I'm afraid of it because I don't want it to change what I make. Like, imagine if instead of doing things that I think are cool, I was trying to do things that would perform well. All right, what's up, team? I made a money cannon. Let's go out and pretend to help people. But the pressure is real, and sometimes I wonder if the pain that I go through is worth it. Like the puzzle-solving robot, it almost killed me. But one day, out of the blue, I got an email informing me that I'd won an IMI award because they really liked my puzzle robot video, which was unexpected and amazing, and of course, completely transformed my view of the puzzle robot. It's probably my favorite project now. So IMI stands for Independent Media Initiative. They're working with foundations to get nonprofit money, and then they do the legwork to find people that are creating things that they think are authentic and artistic and wonderful, and then they give them that money. They're basically creating a new set of incentives that aren't dictated by
Joel Haver. Very cool. He's an awesome dude. I don't, he seems cool.
Algorithms and popularity and all that kind of stuff. So thank you, IMI. I am very inspired to make more completely ridiculous things like this, and I guess we should see if it works. All right, here we go.
Inspirational music.
When you put everything together, it never works. Or as I like to call it, integration hell.
Uh-oh.
The program wheel's jamming up under load, but after micro-optimizing the design, I got it working. And then in the spirit of getting everything that could possibly be wrong, the hammer turned out to actually be a hole punch. But that can be fixed with a different shape and different springs. Then we had a scriber that didn't make a mark. The blade was too dull. Then we had a scriber that ripped chunks out of the egg. The blade was too sharp. Then we had a blade that was in between, and it was just right. Sorry, the kids are doing a number on me. There was a lot of other little problems, and a lot of me making this face, but eventually we got it running smoothly. Well, kind of. Remember how we made the egg grippers a lot stronger? They're so impressively strong that the egg ejectors don't work. I don't understand because I tested them when I redesigned them, but they don't work now. The reason I didn't just put a giant spring in here is that I'm extremely space constrained. So we're gonna try a different approach. Because the egg grippers are airtight, if you put air in behind the egg, it pops out. I like this because it's a surprisingly easy mod, and with air power, there's basically no limit to the egg ejection force. The trickiest part is getting air to the spinning egg holders, but since they have hollow shafts, we can just make a spinning seal on the end, and next thing you know, you got loose eggs.
I don't know what I did to my boy. This is a complete hack job, but it's gonna let us test the concept.
We've got air lines going to both the egg grippers, and pushing this syringe in will pump air behind the eggs, releasing them.
But I realized this can do something else that's really useful.
If you pull the syringe back, it vacuums the egg into the gripper.
I'm not sure if we absolutely need this, but more grip is better, especially with weird shaped eggs.
So let's see if this abomination works.
All right, so here's how I put the egg in. Push it in the one side, bring in the other side, close it, squeeze.
And if we try to pull a vacuum, it'll just pull the syringe back in. So for now, I'm just holding it back with this bolt.
Very user-friendly.
This egg is fully cracked, but the program is going to keep hammering it for 2 more rotations, which is busting up the shell and ripping chunks out. So I'm just going to lift up the cutting head for now and see how it cracks the egg.
Oh, yes! It's amazing.
Although the egg spinning is bad, that's going to break off shell pieces.
All right, now let's see if we can eject the shells. 3, 2, 1. This one come out? All right, just about. Very close. This thing can definitely work. The syringe basically did what it needs to do. I think with a bit of tuning, that'll be good. But I just don't like everything being driven from the crank. So the egg we just cracked was scored.
Wasn't that what you wanted it to be? Because I thought it would have made more sense to have multiple, you know, a button for loading or unloading, a crank for going around it, like. But he wanted it all to work off of one crank, which was like, okay, you want the most simple mechanism possible with one crank. But now he doesn't like the crank.
And ready to crack in like 1 or 2 rotations. But the program is just going to keep running. So it just kept hammering and scribing it, even though it didn't need it. I think we need to be able to control all the different steps independently. I think I see a way to do this without changing everything, but unfortunately, it requires us to change almost everything. So I think I know what I'm going to be doing for the next week.
It's insane, bro.
I tried to keep as much of this the same as I could, but I ended up changing like 90% of the parts. But on the plus side, it was mostly water jetted or 3D printed parts, which are a lot easier to remake. A big part of my effort was making the air eject system easier to use.
But homie had to design it all in CAD, all from scratch.
And not crappy, which meant routing all the airlines internally, which was a huge pain and changed almost every part.
It is finally together. It's almost like a real thing. Everything is properly designed. On some level, maybe it was worth it. I don't know, probably not.
Let me show you how it works. You put the egg in just like before, then pull this back to vacuum the egg in place. And if you want to eject the egg, you press this button. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. The next thing we do is turn this knob a few times to score and crack the egg. And then instead of the program wheel, we have this little lever. And this operates all the cams, lifting up the cutting head and pivots the egg grippers, which should...
That's not suction cup, dude.
Not do that.
What?
Ugh, I thought we were done with this. Let's just say there are problems with the vacuum system, the egg grippers.
Oh my goodness.
In the shell ejection system.
Now, it'll probably eject this side first. And it should eject this side now.
But there's one problem that's kind of a big deal. Do you see it? Only half of the egg is coming out. This happens when one of the shells comes off first, which releases all the air pressure, and no air pressure, no eject. I saw this on the previous version, but I thought I'd be able to tune it out. Nope.
That's a good point. You want 2 separate syringes. Oh, you're going to set up a fucking T-valve? Just do 2 syringes.
A proper fix is too much work, so I just added this valve. Now if one side fails to eject, you can close off the open side and run the ejector again to get out the other shell.
I actually spent a whole day trying to make pistons that would push the shells out with little check valves in them so they could still pull a vacuum. I just couldn't make them reliable. So this is what we have for now, but I'm okay with that because this is a prototype. I know if I did another iteration of it, I could fix all these things. But right now, I just want to see the process work and prove that the concept...
Because you can almost have the same pull mechanism pull 2 syringes at once, each with their own independent line. And there's no T-valve required. But I guess he wouldn't want to have to reinsert and rerun lines. He just wanted a T-valve, so that's a faster fix, I guess.
The sound.
And it's looking pretty good, so let's see if this thing will work.
Beautiful. Oh, man.
And look how clean this break is. It's like almost perfect.
All right, now it just has to eject the eggshells. All right, here we go. 3, 2.
That looks pretty rough. I mean, it is a straight line-ish, like, for most eggs, but the testing results before showed much different. I imagine shit like this must exist inside of, like, baking factories and shit. There's got to be shit that already exists for this, right?
2, 1. Oh, that's so good. I know it's just cracking an egg, but it took so...
Wait, did it drop both at the same time? Did he use the T-bell?
So long to get here. It is so cool to see it finally doing it. And it is...
This one's not as good as the videos, other videos, to be fair, because it's just a kind of a dumb invention in the first place.
It is a bit more complicated than I was expecting, but I don't know. I just love it. With another iteration of redesigning and remaking probably every single part, we could get rid of the valve. I think we could get rid of pulling back the syringe and always eject both shells reliably. But kind of tired of redesigning and remaking stuff, so we're not gonna do that right now. What I'm curious about is what my wife thinks. I suspect she's gonna find it a little bit hard.
These are always very scripted and very stilted in their performance, but they're, I assume, I don't know if they live in Utah. They could be Mormons. I don't know. There's so many secret Mormons out there. It's kind of weird.
To use, but only one way to find out. All right, wife is here. She's ready to judge things. She looks like she's got her judging face on. Does this look like the future?
It looks like the stuff of future infomercials.
Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Here's your egg. Put the egg in there. All right, pull that.
Way too complicated for HSN to sell this shit. Way too large. We would sell you some little piece of shit, small thing instead, and sell it in a 2-pack with different colors for $20.
Back. The egg is now suctioned in place. And give this a few cranks.
Right.
See the little crack?
Ooh. Now how do we get the shells out?
Press this button. All right, there goes one.
Do I do it again?
No, pull this back out. Now turn this 90 degrees. All right, press it again. The future of egg cracking is here.
I would be surprised if, I mean, like, because there's no way this is the first time she's seeing it done, right? Autism Speaks. Isn't that the one with the puzzle pieces that's like a big scam?
Looking past the obvious things that need to be fixed, how many out of 10?
I don't see an egg cracker.
How many out of 10 would you give this?
3.
3? That's just evil.
Do I even need to explain it?
Yes, explain.
It's huge. It's complicated. It's ugly.
I think it's great. It's beautiful.
You would.
So cool.
And maybe if all I had to do was turn the crank, I would try using it.
You take that 3 and stick it right up your sleeve and get out of here.
I ain't got no sleeves. Joke's on you!
I don't know why I even brought this lady in here. 3 out of 10. I don't know. I don't agree. I'd give it at least a 5. So there's this kind of funny story. When me and my wife first got married, we went and got our first Christmas tree. And we had no ornaments, we had no lights. And I was trying to figure out how many strands of lights do I need to buy.
In the trunk is crazy. In the trunk is crazy. You tie it to the roof of the car, or tie it to the trunk even, but in the trunk is crazy. I mean, I guess it fits. It's small, but still, it's crazy.
I want to get the minimum amount because we don't have very much money. So, of course, I whipped out my TI-89, and with a bit of calculus, I got the length and spacing that I needed. And they fit perfectly, which was just incredible. And I just love this as a tiny little example of how useful knowledge can be even for silly problems. But if you're trying to learn this stuff, it's a whole other story. That can be really challenging, which is why I think this video's sponsor is important. It's called Brilliant, and it's
Homework. Who wants to do homework? What did you share with me? Interesting. It looks like a torture device. For sure. I guess the teeth really the teeth really drive home the fear factor of it all. It's not that different than a cigar cutter. But I guess because it's like a 2-pair of scissors thing, that's a little different than the snapping inward thing. I think about cigar cutters a lot just because it's a little mini handheld guillotine for any cylinder you want to cut, which is terrifying in its own way. Fingers, appendages. Okay. There's bound to be... Oh, wait, did I have that video fucking silent the whole time for you guys? I think I cranked it up enough so you could hear it, but... I have my decibels down to -10 on OBS. Damn it. Was it too quiet? Did I... Okay, well, shit. I thought I checked the volume. It was fine? Okay. Oop. Wait, I hit pause. I thought... Oh, -10. Dude, it's like literally exactly what he did, except for something else. I feel like it definitely has some kind of suction with the blue coming through. It's making a mess because it's doing a lot of them, but functionally, what is the thing in the middle? There's what looks like, I wonder if this piece of metal is meant to just like insulate the hammer hit. No, that's a different one. It holds it down? Maybe it slowly pushes on it, which cracks it, and then it pulls it apart, which then makes it leak downward? It pushes down. Yeah. So this one holds it in waiting, because it's like rolling down naturally. So that one just holds it like in the dugout, in the on-deck position. And this one's the next one. Ovotech, eggbreakers.com. But yeah, you can even see the tubes. It's definitely airflow that's suctioning in. Because of the way that it's, you know, it's a little messy. You have to clean all these parts for obvious reasons. But that's kind of crazy how they're still, I mean, I guess it makes sense that they have their own little, like, they're very independent as they slide down this little, like, gravity tube. They're still so noticeably independent. That's kind of cool. Oh, this one. Okay. And, okay. All right. I forget. Here, let's... You clowns. I'm curious. This is something I saw, and I love, you know, I love weird ass little things. I'll put the first one in for sure.
There's a bunch of these.
Attention passengers, this is your captain speaking. At this time, we ask you to put your seatbacks and tray tables in their full upright positions, and please make sure your seatbelts are correctly fastened.
Cabeza de melón loco.
There's aliens?
Do you guys know what cabeza de melón loco means in Spanish? Crazy something. Crazy melon head. That was gonna be my second guess. Sure, Tristan. Whatever you say.
Hey gang, just checking in on you. How you guys doing on popcorn?
I think we're soft. We're so good, Dad.
It tastes okay. How's the butter?
We we're so good. You rock, Dad. Seriously. We really appreciate it.
What about drinks? Everybody good on pop?
Can I actually have another one?
One pop. Going once. Going twice.
Dad, you need second hand?
No, I think I can handle it.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm good. Enjoy the movie, guys.
Your dad is seriously so sweet.
Oh, Dad's amazing. There's no doubt about that. No look in all eyes, our Dad is Superman. He's seriously incredible, and his story, you ladies seriously don't even know.
Hey gang, sorry to bother you again.
Oh, no, Dad.
Looks like we're out of pop, so I'm just gonna run to the grocery store and get a 12-pack or something.
Oh my God, Dad, out of the question. She's totally fine with water, Dad.
I'm really sorry about that.
Come on, sit down and enjoy the movie with us.
You sure?
We'll make do. Yeah, we'll make do, Dad. Dad seriously needs to see the meteor scene. Save the reins, Duncan. Hot potato.
I'm just over here trying to figure out how I've been blessed with such great sons.
Hop in, Dad. The water's warm.
Your mom would be very happy right now if she was still alive, I'll tell you that right now.
No, Dad. Raising 3 boys on your own, it's gotta be difficult, Dad. Mom's super proud of you, and that's a fact, Dad. Mom's here with us right now, Dad.
I can't be the only one that thinks that, right?
I'm not exactly sure that's how that works. Yeah, not sure about that. Oh my God, did you just snort? Okay, because that's freaking adorable.
All right, gang, burgers should be done in about 10 minutes. Are there any vegans in the audience? Any vegans? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Vegans? Okay, Dad's officially lost his marbles. Haha, very funny, Dad.
What? You can never be too careful these days. I'm likely to be sued or something if I don't ask.
True.
Okay, so...
Sad but true.
All right, show...
And they say white people don't have culture, you know? What the fuck?
Show of hands. Who wants cheeseburgers?
Okay, Dad's cheeseburgers are seriously the best. Trust me on this one. I want to see everybody's hands up. Let's go. Hoist them up.
And the vote is unanimous.
All right, let's give it up for the chef. A round of applause. Let's hear it.
Thank you.
I just loved fucked up animation. Something about it. Maybe because I watched a couple of fucked up animated things when I was a kid. Just some really fucked and gross looking shit. It's good, man. I just like it.
Thank you. You're too kind. Thank you.
Oh my God, Dad, please, please, please do the Elvis impression for the girls. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I don't need a cheeseburger. I don't even need a vegan burger. I just need a peanut butter and banana sandwich. Honka honka, pretty mama.
Encore, encore.
Honka honka, pretty mama. Damn. Screwed it up in a couple of places. Not my best work. God damn it.
No, Dad, seriously. Super funny, Dad.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dad. That was hilarious. We're truly blessed to have you in our lives, Dad. And we're so appreciative of what you do and what you bring to the family, Dad. Bang up job raising 3 boys on your own, Dad. Seriously, Dad, kudos. Oh my God. What? What happened? I think Mom tugs on my toes underwater. Say that again, Preston. I want to make sure I heard you correctly. I think Mom's just trying to tug on my toes. Dad, Mom grabbed Preston's toes and dragged him underwater.
Wow, her powers are getting stronger. Ask her if she wants a cheeseburger.
I'm mildly interested to see if there's more to it.
think it's going to be more of the same over and over and over again. Maybe it gets more intense or something, but I had saw a thumbnail of that thing and I was like, okay, I'm in. I wanted to give it a shot. Just looking through. Okay. Let's go a little bit. Well, we went a little nerdy, but let's go more nerdy in my field of whatever. That was the URL, so I put that in here. Unpin manually. Curious. This is a person that I followed way back when I was first interested in cameras and stuff. I'm curious to see what the new DJI camera can do. And also, he kind of covered some of the tariff stuff as well, so I'm curious if he has more information on that.
All right, so right now I'm filming on the brand new DJI Nano. I'm gonna go ahead and magnetically attach you onto this metal post right here. Now, since DJI is a sponsor, they gave me early access to this camera, so I've been able to take this with me everywhere for the last couple of weeks. And at the end of this video, as always, I will tell you my favorite and least favorite things about this DJI Nano. But first of all, what exactly is the Nano? And I would consider it to be DJI's re-entry into wearable cameras. So we've had action cameras for the last decade or two, and you can put on a chest harness and head mount and all that stuff, but it's not necessarily wearable in just like regular daily life stuff, right? But it just kind of crosses that threshold to where you can comfortably magnetically attach it to a pendant or a hat clip, and it doesn't really get in the way. And typically whenever a camera gets smaller, we have smaller sensors, less good optics, and just the image quality takes a hit, right? It looks like it was shot on a small camera. But I feel like this is the year where we're really starting to see that shift, because even with its size, we're still getting a 1/1.3 inch sensor. It has wireless receiving for 2 microphones straight into this tiny camera. Also a f2.8 wide angle lens, DJI's Rocksteady stabilization, 10-bit D-Log-M. And actually the first time I was really impressed with the image quality out of this thing is my last video. I just hung it off of one of my mirrors on the bike, and I don't feel like any of these shots felt out of place. And this is Frank's first time seeing it. Ooh.
So this is like the Action 2 Part 2, but not the Action 2.
This is the Nano.
Oh, this is cool.
So this is basically the same exact concept as Action 2, where you have the wearable portion of the camera, put it back on the dock, and it recharges the top camera. You could also offload the data onto the bottom half. Action 2 versus Nano. This is what, 3 years of technology? Let's go in the bathroom. Oh yeah, Frank and I are in the bathroom together, hanging out. This is what we do.
It's exciting because people have been asking for the Action 2 Part 2, and here it is.
Yeah, Action 2 Part 2.
Yeah. So is it similar to that where the top portion is waterproof? This is also waterproof and this is not waterproof?
Yes,
okay.
Waterproof up to 10 meters, which we have tested when we went boogie boarding.
Usually the waterproof does not include seawater. Maybe that's like in a full-on waterproof, including seawater.
Took my little brother Ken to
that's
boogie
cool.
board. If you're going into waves, you should probably have something that is really on there, but I just had like a little headband on because that's all I had. And this one wave came behind me and like completely flipped me over, and I had between like saving my face or the camera because I felt it like slipping off my head. So I just went and like grabbed the camera as it was slipping off, and then I just like face planted on the sand. Oh, my face.
It is a little swollen.
Is it starting to swell up?
Yeah.
Oh no. How'd you get that black eye, and why is your back busted? Oh, boogie boarding. Competitor is definitely the Go Ultra. I believe they're very similar, if not the same in weight actually. So size-wise, when you look at it from the front, this looks bigger, but when you turn it over to the side, it's definitely like flatter. I think one huge benefit of the DJI Nano is that it is compatible with our mics. So I could connect 2 microphones onto one camera wirelessly. But there's also a big advantage to the Insta360 Go Ultra, which is it has...
Those are the new DJI Pros or DJI 3 microphones. I only have the DJI 2 microphone. Ugh. Why even bother? I should quit. What's really cool about that is you can have 4 different microphones all tied to one receiver, which is really cool because normally it's only pairs. So Do I even have 3 friends? No, I don't. Why are you asking? But still, it's cool that it's possible.
Find my
I
capabilities.
know you were gonna say that. I knew
You
you
knew
were
I was
gonna
gonna
say.
say
I knew you.
it? Should we do some side-by-side tests with the Go Ultra?
Yeah, let's get crazy.
On the left, we have the DJI, and on the right, we have the Insta360 Go Ultra.
A lot of times for these smaller little cameras, depending upon how they interface, like the smaller they get, the more GoPro only that they're going to be. Because I'm wishing that they would be useful for IRL streaming style stuff. But I doubt the best case you might get, but it's such a small size and there's no HDMI out or there's no data cable connection that you're just not going to be able to utilize this in a IRL setting. Just because it's small. And I would hate walking around with a phone or even like a little gimbaled camera looking thing. Just the smaller it is, the better it is.
Well, I'll tell you this, they both look really good.
And they're both on default settings. If you get the camera out of the box and you just set your resolution and frame rate, this is what you're working with. Getting hit by direct sun, the Nano pushes those warm tones a little bit more in skin tones.
I think the Ultra is doing a little better here.
In the Ultra, there's like a box around my face the whole time.
Oh, it's trying to expose for your face.
And it kind of overexposes a little bit, knowing that it's backlit.
Yeah, but look at the blues, how it's like a deeper blue.
Well, I mean, the rays.
During the daytime, they're both good. Definitely differences in like how skin tones get handled and how exposure gets handled.
I feel that the skin tones are more...
This is the intense over analyzing I would do. If I was in the market to buy one of these things, these are things that I'm like, okay, sharpness versus over sharpness versus over softness versus
pleasing on the DJI, where on the Ultra, they're more orange.
Interesting. I actually like the Ultra here more. So this is just a difference in taste, huh?
Yeah.
But this is why we do these split screen comparisons so that you can decide.
For the size of these cameras, they both look great.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
If you go any smaller than this, you very quickly lose quality, very quickly.
But when it comes to the stability, they're both doing very well. Now, I prefer the one on the right, which is the Ultra. It looks more sunsetty.
But here the DJI caught that facial exposure a little bit more. A lot more detail in Dylan's face here though.
Oh, look right here, there's like more noise in the Ultra versus the Nano in the sky.
Nano versus Ultra in ultra low light, and now these are both in the low light setting. Both look pretty bad.
It's like which one looks less worse?
This is very much like
well, it's weirdly red and that's weirdly green.
the limits. We went down to the dungeon.
Yeah, it was really dark and really orange.
I like the colors on the Nano because that's closer to true.
Exactly.
I'm sure the Ultra could have done that too if I locked the white balance, but it chased that white balance all the way. And I did also do an iPhone comparison. Now I don't have the brand new iPhone 17 Pro Max, this is the 15 Pro Max, but just to give you something to compare it to. And then on the iPhone, it gets much better when you go into the 1X lens, right? It definitely looks better. It's just dark.
Yeah, it's very dark, and it was very orange.
I would say the Ultra has more pop, but it has more of that digital sharpening.
Right here, I prefer the DJI.
It feels less processed. Maybe,
yes,
right?
it feels less processed.
The Ultra feels like someone took the texture tab on Photoshop and just slid it too far, and it's like, yeah, just pull it back a little bit. Like,
Yeah,
just
you
a
can
little
see it
much.
on the ground, you can see it in the cement.
But that could also be a preference because there are a lot of people that apparently like that digital sharpness look. You know, me personally, I hate the digital sharpness look, but I do like how the DJI looks more natural.
Yeah.
I mean, they're both very capable.
Yeah, they're both good.
Which one I like better really depends on the shot. Sometimes I'm like, ooh, I like how the Insta360 looks, and there's times where I'm like, ooh, I like how the Nano looks.
First world problems, they're both great.
I think we filmed with these for a decent amount yesterday.
Yeah.
I would say they both got warm, but not like crazy hot.
Not like action too hot.
Also, you can see the curvature of that wide angle versus this one. It looks so much.
And again, this is just out of the box settings, but if you have some color grading skills, then an advantage to the DJI Nano is that it has D-Log M in 10-bit color. So just like the Action 5 Pro, I usually go in and switch that on. And also I like to drop my texture down to -2 to get rid of that digital sharpening. And I'm almost always in 4K 4:3, which is that kind of square ratio, which is really nice to be able to just slide up and down to adjust your framing. And I also dropped the exposure value to -0.7. I've personally just been happier with the exposure exposure this way. Oh, I also switched my bitrate to high, which gives me more information, but of course bigger file sizes. All right, so I've gone ahead and done some battery life tests. I'm way too close to the camera. Let's say we have just the camera by itself and I have it in my high quality settings, which I'll put on the screen. Basically got 51.5 minutes before it died. And at that point, you would just reattach it to the bottom. The Vision Dock is what it's called. This will recharge the top camera and it'll do that pretty fast actually. Now, if you just leave it connected from the start, then basically the bottom will deplete first and it will last you a little over 2 hours in the same settings. Now, there's also this endurance mode that I can turn on, which will make the battery last longer, but there's limitations. So for example, bitrate can't be on high, it needs to be on medium. It cannot be in 10-bit log, it needs to be in 8-bit normal color, but we do still get the option to shoot in 4K 4:3. And in this mode, the camera by itself was able to pass that 1 hour mark, an hour and 5 minutes. And with the Vision Dock connected, it almost hit 2.5 hours. So those are kind of like the real world times I've gotten in 4K, of course, but if you go down to like say 1080p and turn off other settings, then apparently you're supposed to be able to get over 3 hours. I feel like this Nano is actually pretty good as a running camera where you don't really want to have anything in your pockets. So, I mean, the beauty of this is I can put this and wear it on the hat, and then I could just wear the microphone. I don't have the bottom piece with me, so I could still access the settings and make sure everything's good here on the phone. The shot definitely comes out much better when you wear the camera on the hat though, and not the necklace. It kind of goes everywhere. Hopefully someone makes like an aftermarket hat clip that's a little bit flatter like this, or like this even. Probably like this. You can already see I already dropped it. And no worries though, I can just unscrew this, swap it out.
You can change them.
And when we fly this thing on FPV, ND filters. You know, it still blows me away that this little tiny camera can connect to these two microphones and give us like such a good picture and audio quality. I mean, it's like an awesome little ultra tiny vlog camera. So this monitor can flip either way. So right now we kind of have it in vlog mode so we can see ourselves. But let's say I want to take it in film view, we would actually have to flip it. But notice when you take it off, it disconnects. That's only because we have these microphones attached right now. You can see that the microphones are wirelessly connected. So that basically takes up the wireless bandwidth. So you have to actually physically connect the camera, and then the video feed should pop right back up. So now we are in filming other things mode.
All right, cool.
Now, but if we're not using our wireless microphones, then we continue to see the screen.
So you get one or the other.
I wonder what the range of this is.
Should I start walking away?
Okay, let's see.
I'm running off into the sunset.
Oh, losing it. We're almost gone. Oh, we lost you.
Oh, okay.
All right, come on back. So right around there is like the range. So it's not like the drone transmission in here, but at least it's handy. Do you think it'll be good on a drone?
Oh yeah, 100%. It looks so light.
No time code.
I don't need time code on my drone. It's like bzz, bzz, it comes back, I trumpet.
Once you start syncing up audio with all these different cameras, that's when you're gonna be like, I love time code.
That's why you gotta overlay it with music.
I've never used time code, so I guess this is not really specifically for my needs, I guess. So, meh. I'm less interested in the video overall. It is interesting just to get back into looking at camera. Oh my God. Camera YouTube in a sense. I pulled up the oversimplified stuff. It doesn't seem like it's too long. I guess it is oversimplified. 20 minutes. Ooh, sponsored by NordVPN. Tis, tis, tis. Girl to boycott. Girl. 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 Again, I would love to find a way to just copy the URL and then punch it through a thing for it to then update the text file with that. Update, you know, post into my chat with the thing or whatever. I might not be able to clip it or sorry, pin it to the thing, but I could at least post it in the chat.
This video was made possible by NordVPN. Click on the link in the description below to get an amazing 68% off a 2-year plan. Also, commemorating the weirdest bromance in history. Get your new character pins and Russian Revolution merch available now. Link down below.
I can't remember if Rasputin was. When I first saw Rasputin, it was in the movie about the Russian Revolution. I think he was in it. obviously. And I think that's where I saw him, you know, getting killed and living and doing all kinds of crazy shit. And he kind of looked crazy.
Hey Jimmy, it's the 1800s, an exciting time to be alive. Why don't you get out there and explore the world? Gee whiz, Mom, thanks. This place is amazing. Where am I? Why, you're in France, my boy. Here we come up with wacky new ways of running a country. Liberty, equality, fraternity. Whoa, welcome to the United Kingdom. Here we invented the train. Whoa, aboard! Holy smokes! You're in a German factory, my friend. Here we harness fire and coal to create all these sexy lederhosen. This is incredible. I can't wait to see where I'll end up next. Where am I? You're in Russia. Have I gone back in time? No, this is just how it is. Are you a farmer? Worse. Technically, my landlord owns me, which makes me a serf. I'm scared. You should be, because I haven't eaten in 4 days, and you look pretty tasty. Hey, Jimmy, how are your travels? I hate you! Russia in the 19th century. Feudal, underdeveloped, and stuck in the past. While the rest of Europe had been modernizing and improving their citizens' lives, Russia's rulers were taking a different approach. My lord, we're falling behind the rest of Europe. It's time to industrialize, give the people rights, and share your power. Russian czars had no time for pathetic ideas like liberty and modernization because they were too busy having the time of their lives. While the serfs were breaking their backs in the fields, the czars held all the power, and they didn't have to listen to anyone. Want to run the country like a backwards feudal kingdom while the rest of Europe outpaces you militarily and economically? Go right ahead. Want to keep the people uneducated so they don't get any ideas? There's no one to stop you. Want to keep exporting grain even when there's a massive famine causing hundreds of thousands to die? That is your God-given right. While all of this was great for the Tsar, if you were literally anybody else, it probably sucked because Russia was falling behind. If they were to keep up with Europe, they'd need a strong ruler with some big ideas. Oh look, here comes one now. Hey everyone, it's me, Tsar Alexander II, and I've got some big news. I'm releasing you all from your serfdom. You're all free. Yes! Yep, I'm the best. Oh, there is one thing though. I spoke to your local lords and they weren't happy about losing all their free labor. So as a compromise, you're all gonna have to pay them back a near impossible amount of money for the next 49 years. Expect your lives to barely change. Okay, bye. Now I know what you're thinking. This Tsar Alexander II seems like a pretty cool guy. He's trying to reform the country and get Russia on the right path. Everyone must love this guy, right? Wrong. Why does one man get to decide the fate of everyone in the country? This whole system is dumb. Somebody should do something. Like what? Like kill the Tsar. You're gonna kill the Tsar? Well, me? No. I'm busy. I was kinda hoping you'd do it. Okay. See? The people love me. They're throwing flowers, confetti, and high-grade explosives. Okay, Nicholas, your grandfather has a mild case of being blown up by a terrorist, and he's not looking too hot. So we're gonna go say our goodbyes, okay? No, it'll be too scary for him. Nonsense, it won't be scary at all. We're just gonna say a quick goodbye. Ready? Boy, look at me. The people did this to me. And one day, they'll do it to you! See? Wasn't scary at all. So Alexander II was dead, but luckily, they had another Alexander lying around, Alexander III, and he felt his dad's reforms had weakened the Tsar's authority. Russia was massive, and as a result, had many ethnic minorities. Non-Russians? More interested in their own cultural heritage than in loving me? Isn't it great? So much beautiful culture and diversity in our great nation. Alexander thought all these minorities should be a little more Russian, and thereby loyal to him. So he repressed religious minorities. He repressed non-Russians. He introduced the Okhrana, a secret police force that repressed anybody who thought having a Tsar was dumb. If Alexander II was the great reformer, Alexander III was the great repressor. Now that's how you run a country. Hey, Dad? Ugh, great. It's my son Nicholas, who I like to call a girly girl because he's so weak and pathetic. When are you gonna grow up? You still look like a girly girl to me. But Dad, I grew a beard. Yeah, an ugly girly girl beard. If Nicholas was to one day be Tsar, he needed his dad to teach him how to run the country. But his dad instead suggested that Nicholas go somewhere else. So Nicholas went to Japan, got an edgy dragon tattoo, had his head sliced off by a policeman, and then came home. Now will you teach me how to rule? I suppose it's time. Okay, there's a lot you need to know before becoming Tsar.
He went to Japan to learn from Imperial Japan. all the paintings of them Slav squatting. That's kind of funny.
Oh. What? I've got kidney inflammation. Oh no! Upon his father's death, a totally unprepared Nicholas II ascended to the Russian throne. He wasn't a reformer like his grandfather, nor was he a repressor like his dad. Nicholas was Nicholas. Timid, easily swayed, and more interested in doing whatever the hell this is. Or this. Or this. He wasn't ready to rule, and he himself admitted it, saying,
Right.
I'm not yet ready to be Tsar. I know nothing of the business of ruling. Bit of an awkward time to bring it up. However, Nicholas firmly believed that he was chosen by God to be Russia's big daddy. And while he doubted his ability to rule, he was going to give it his best shot. And hey, who knows? Maybe he wouldn't be so bad after all. To get things off to a good start, Nicholas promised free pretzels and beer to a huge crowd in Moscow to celebrate his coronation. So enticing a proposition to starving peasants that the ensuing stampede left nearly 1,500 people dead. What the hell happened? We're not sure, but you're scheduled to go party with the French at 8 o'clock. Shouldn't I stay here out of respect for the people? When have Russian czars ever respected the people? Nicholas's decision to go party with the French immediately tarnished his image. Some were calling him Nicholas the Bloody. The czars had been partying hard at the expense of the people for long enough. They'd emancipated the serfs, but failed to lift them out of poverty.
It's just crazy to like trample 1,500 people. That's just so much.
They used their secret police to crack down on anyone who might criticize them, and they'd failed to modernize and give the people rights, something the rest of Europe had begun doing over a century ago. The rule of the czars was quickly becoming outdated, and more Russians began wondering if there was a better way. For many, the solution was simple. Just look to the West. Republics, democracies, and constitutional monarchies galore. But a small growing group rejected that for an even better idea. A little something they
Better? Okay. All right.
called communism. Take Vladimir Lenin, an intelligent member of Russia's middle class, and also a massive ill-tempered jerk. If you disagreed with him about anything, he wasn't afraid to call you out. You fat-headed, simple-minded, vapid, cockeyed imbecile!
But this guy loves Trump, right? Because he says it like it is.
Tenderheart Bear is a far superior Care Bear to Bedtime Bear. And he was no stranger to political unrest either. His older brother was executed for plotting to kill the Tsar.
Damn.
And Lenin himself was expelled from university for participating in a student protest. But how did Lenin go from being a middle-class nerd to the arbiter of socialist divinity? Well, to tell that story, we first need to go back a few decades to when a man named Karl Marx wrote a manifesto explaining how capitalism is a system whereby the stinky bourgeoisie
A German.
He oppressed and exploited the working masses, and that only through class warfare could the workers rise up and instate a communist utopia. Now go back forward a few decades to Lenin reading that manifesto and loving it. But publicly admitting you loved Marx and not Russia's big daddy would get you the cruelest punishment imaginable. Exile to Siberia. Enjoy exile, where you'll live with your wife, chill around town, and secretly write socialist newspapers. Hey, that doesn't sound so bad. And your mother-in-law is going to live with you. No!
Mother-in-laws. Take my wife, please.
Once Lenin finished his stint in Siberia, he left Russia.
Rage face mixed in. And this is 5 years old, but that's not that old, brother. I mean,
For Europe, where he was free to hang out with other Russian Marxists and talk about how great communism was. Now today, you might hear the word communism and think of this. But that's not how intellectuals living under a tough czarist regime saw it. To them, communism promised a land where all were equal, where workers weren't exploited.
This is very 2020 to throw the fucking Tiger King in there.
And even people like you could get a girlfriend. So Lenin joined a
True.
party of Russian communists living in Europe, and he founded a communist newsletter that was smuggled into Russia to try to radicalize the people. However, not everyone in the Socialist Party agreed with Lenin. In fact, they disagreed with him on a lot of issues, and Lenin was so uncompromising that he caused a split in the party. During one conference, a heated debate broke out, and Lenin was unwilling to give an inch. You pig-ignorant, half-witted, fatuous morons! Cereal is a soup! Listen, Lenin, you're a smart guy, but you have no idea what you're talking about. We're out of here. All in favor of cereal being a soup? Hey, would you look at that? were in the majority. So Lenin set up his own faction within the party he called the Majority, or Bolshevik if you're speaking Russian. And the other faction became known as the Minority, or Menshevik. And oddly, the majority were often in the minority, and the minority in the majority. The Mensheviks were less radical, whereas Lenin wanted the Bolsheviks to be loyal to him and his uncompromising ideas. And if you weren't loyal, well then you're gonna get a big brain beatdown. Mensheviks worried that Lenin's attitude could lead to a one-man dictatorship. But come on, does this guy look like a dictator to you? For now, Lenin remained in Europe, writing his socialist newspaper and impatiently awaiting an opportunity to overthrow the Tsar and bring communist utopia to Russia. Cool. A free hat. Who the heck are you? I'm definitely not a Russian secret police officer spying on Marxists. Oh crap, I don't want secret police watching me. Then you, my friend, should use NordVPN. Do you like having your identity stolen? If yes, super fast the rest of Europe. Hey, the Tsar's 371 in the description below and get protected now. That's nordvpn.com/oversimplified. And as always, you'll be supporting my channel. So muchos arigatos, mon petit.
Making a hairline's kind of interesting. I never saw that before.
Now where was I? Oh yeah. A timid, easily swayed Tsar, a massive ill-tempered jerk, impatiently awaiting a communist revolution. And revolution was coming, but not in the way Lenin thought. Back in St. Petersburg, one of the Tsar's most skilled and influential advisors knew the country finally needed to catch up with the rest of Europe. Hey Nick, we really got to industrialize, get more factories, and make some, I don't know, textiles or something. Won't that change the social fabric of Russia? Maybe. Hey, isn't it past your bedtime? But I haven't had my milk and snuggles yet. Will you snuggle me? Nicholas thought modernization was boring, but he let Sergei do his thing. And do his thing he did. He borrowed some money and got Russia some sexy factories. And you know what sexy factories means. Sexy workers. Dirt poor, sexy workers. Long hours, low wages, filthy disease-ridden factories. Sleep in overcrowded dormitories with all your stinky worker friends. Get your arms ripped off in a freak Russian doll accident. Conditions were terrible. But this growing working class wasn't about to take it lying down. They started to do what workers do best. Strike. Despite Sergei's efforts, people in Russia still weren't happy. Peasants were still poor, liberals still wanted reform, and now the workers wanted better working conditions. And the problem with being an autocrat is that when everyone's unhappy, there's only one person to blame. You. The people hate me. What do I do? Ooh, I know. Why don't we find a weak and pathetic nation to go to war with? We'll win easily, and everyone will love me again. Why don't we just try treating the people better? As luck would have it, an opportunity for war was forming in the Far East. Russia wanted to expand its sphere of influence into northern China, and coincidentally, so did Japan. But Japan didn't really want war, so they proposed an idea to reduce the tension. Hey man, we'll let you do your thing in Manchuria if you let us do our thing in Korea. I don't think so. We've got the largest army in the world. What do you have? I'm the Emperor of Japan. I have a giant mecha suit. Whoa. Cool. Nicholas and the boys didn't see Japan as a threat, so they felt they could push Japan around. But little did they know Japan had been rapidly militarizing, and when they launched a surprise attack on a Russian fleet at Port Arthur, everyone was shocked. Nicholas hoped it was an opportunity to win a quick war and regain the support of the people. Nobody seriously thought a puny Asian country could defeat a European superpower, and the Russian people were filled with patriotic spunk. Hey everyone, we're at war with Japan! Hey everyone, we're losing the war. The Japanese won, an embarrassing defeat for Tsar Nicholas. Russia had enough problems, but now it had been internationally humiliated. The public were outraged. Unrest increased. Nicholas needed snuggles now more than ever. The tension was rising rapidly, and Russia was on the verge of revolution. All it needed was one disaster to push it over the edge. And that disaster would come in January 1905 from an unlikely source, a handsome Orthodox priest named Father Gapon. Father Gapon was leading workers and their families to the Winter Palace, but this wasn't some violent uprising, it was a peaceful protest. They wanted to deliver a petition to Nicholas, which simply asked for more freedom and better working conditions. The protest was actually so peaceful and respectful that the Marxists thought it was a big waste of time. Hey Nicholas, some priest is leading a peaceful protest.
Revolutionary leftists feeling that protest is not worth the effort. I've seen this before. I recognize that.
Says here they want to give you a petition. A peaceful petitioning priest? I better get out of here. Nicholas had actually left the Winter Palace days earlier, and in his place, they brought in a truckload of troops, ordered to stop Father Gapon from reaching the palace. Hello, good sir, and long live the Tsar. Please, allow me to pass this simple petition to our dear father, Nicholas II. Good day to you too. Please, allow us to respond by opening fire. What began as a peaceful protest ended in tragedy. Imperial soldiers opened fire on the crowd. Around 200 civilians died, 800 more were wounded. All they wanted was the opportunity to ask Nicholas to improve their lives. Instead, they were met with bullets. Nicholas didn't personally order the troops to fire, but as an autocrat, he got the blame. The event became known as Bloody Sunday, and Nicholas's reputation plummeted. Strikes erupted.
Wait, Bloody Sunday was the Russian one? I thought the song Bloody Sunday was okay.
Across the empire, workers' demands increased. Liberals demanded political power. Peasants demanded land. The country was out of control, and the 1905 revolution had begun. Listen, Nicholas, peasants seizing my land and murdering my family I can tolerate, but illegally chopping my wood, that's obscene. And the worse I treat my workers, the more they strike. I don't get it. Everyone relax. As long as the military is still on my side, there's nothing to worry about. Sir, the sailors are starting to mutiny. Well, my life just sucks. With Russia still losing to the Japanese, unrest was growing in the military, and some sailors had even taken to killing officers. Having the people against you was bad enough, but if the military joined in, it would be game over. To make matters worse, in October, workers and Marxists, including one Leon Trotsky, began setting up local elected councils called Soviets that coordinated strikes and supplied the workers. Sergei could see the writing on the wall. Things were going south fast, and he needed a big idea to save the Tsar. And luckily, he had just that. You see, all these angry people from different parts of society weren't really working together, meaning there was a weakness to exploit. Sergei wrote a manifesto that would give the liberals an elected assembly called the Duma. It took some convincing, but eventually, Nicholas agreed to share power and have his laws approved by an elected assembly. Hey, liberals, here's your stupid manifesto. Happy now? We certainly are. But what about these guys? Aren't you gonna give them what they want? Oh, goodness no. I was just going to kill them. With the liberals satisfied, and after ending the war with Japan, the Tsar brought thousands of troops home, who then dismantled the Soviets, arrested their leaders, and crushed the peasant uprisings in the countryside. And how about that pesky parliament Nicholas had agreed to share power with? Well, he then wrote a bunch of new laws, which basically said, hey, remember that manifesto I wrote and how you guys were going to approve my laws? Slight change of plan. Actually, I'm going to do whatever the hell I want, and you guys are going to shut up. What? The people won't stand for this. People? What people? You know, this is why people don't like you. And just like that, Nicholas had survived the 1905 revolution. But wait, a revolution? In Russia? Where was Lenin? Well, Lenin and his communist pals were still in exile. He tried desperately to radicalize the uprising, but all he could do was watch. As the movements failed to organize, the liberals sold out the poor, and the Tsar outplayed the people. Furious, he believed Russia had missed a great chance for a real revolution. From now on, he felt the only way left was an armed revolution by the workers. Watching the events of 1905 unfold, Lenin learned a lot. The Tsar, however, would prove to have learned nothing. After the 1905 revolution had failed, the Tsar's new top man was Pyotr Stolypin, and he had big ideas to prevent any more chaos. Step 1, reform agriculture. This'll make the peasants love you. And step 2, we'll kill anyone who doesn't. To discourage any more revolutionary ideas, Stolypin began to crack down even harder on the Tsar's opponents, and thousands were sentenced to death. The noose even earned itself a new nickname, Stolypin's necktie. I don't get it. Oh, I see, because it goes around my neck. That's so funny. But despite the oppression, many positive reforms were also being made, and the Russian economy even began to improve. This was a problem for Lenin. If the people weren't suffering, then they wouldn't support a revolution. Still in exile and lacking funds, the Bolsheviks simply weren't in a position to do anything. Luckily, it was around this time that Lenin met an incredibly handsome Georgian with your second favorite historical mustache, Joseph Stalin. Lenin and Stalin met at a communist convention in Finland, and Lenin liked Stalin because he was a real go-getter and was great at fundraising for the Bolsheviks. And by fundraising, I mean kidnapping, robbing, extorting, bribing, ransoming, assassinating, prison breaking, stealing, bank raiding, executioning, and stealing again. Hey Stalin, the Mensheviks aren't so hot in all this stealing, but we still need money. So the next time you do a big heist, just do it quietly. Okay, quietly. Got it. If this isn't quiet, I don't know what is. Stalin's wacky antics eventually got him exiled to Siberia, but he had established himself as a big balls Bolshevik. However, no amount of Bolshevik balls could stop what was happening. The Russian economy was making a recovery. For the Tsar, things were looking up. This is great. All Nicholas has to do is sit back and not mess anything up. Hey everyone, big news. I'd like to introduce you to my new best friend. He's a crazy, drunken, beardy, horny, scandal-ridden magic wizard man, and he smells like a goat. We're screwed. Rasputin. a dirt-poor peasant from dirt-poor nowhere. But unlike all the other dirt-poor peasants, Rasputin had holy healing powers. And when this holy mystic wandered into St. Petersburg, people began to notice. He quickly became famous, and word of this mystery man and his healing hands made its way to the royal palace. The appearance of a holy homeless healer was of great interest to the Tsar and his wife. As far as royals go, they weren't that inbred, but they were just inbred enough for their son Alexei to get hemophilia. Or in layman's terms, Mamma mia, that's a lot of blood. Knowing Rasputin could...
That means he can't clot his blood, right? Hemophilia. I'm a hemophiliac. Means like you have no platelets, whatever.
Could heal people. In 1906, Alexandra asked for Rasputin to come and see if he could cure their son. And crazy as it sounds, Rasputin did heal Alexei, possibly by taking him off his doctor-prescribed aspirin. Having seemingly done the impossible, Rasputin became...
Also, aspirin is a blood thinner. That would not be good for hemophiliacs, so that would make sense.
Very, very close to the royal family. But having a crazy homeless wizard man hanging around wasn't a good look for the Tsar, because Rasputin was freaky. Not only was he a big fan of alcohol, but he'd also throw these crazy parties with Russian nobility, where he'd and all night long, and then he'd his whole head hypnotic eyes, and nobody knew how the goat got on the roof. Initially, the press were banned from talking about Rasputin, but eventually, the ban was lifted, and the tabloids went to town. The whole thing was a huge scandal, and everyone was freaked out that this guy was influencing the Tsar and his wife. Nicholas could have spent this period of relative peace improving his image. Instead, he spent it doing this. But as weird as the whole Rasputin thing was, so long as the economy continued to improve and the people's lives kept getting better, maybe Nick would be okay. Maybe there would be no more revolutions. Maybe this video could even end right here. Or maybe things were about to get worse. A lot worse. You see, the year is 1914, and that means it's time for World War I.
Ominous.
While Nicholas had been busy playing with his new best friend, tensions in Europe had been rising. It just so happened that in 1914, one Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary went for a drive with the top down in Sarajevo. One thing leads to another, and suddenly Russia found itself at war with half of Europe. A wave of patriotism swept through Russia. The capital was renamed to Petrograd because St. Petersburg sounded a bit too German. Even revolutionaries were getting on board. To them, World War I was a big stinky imperialist war, but they didn't want their big stinky imperialist replaced by a foreign one. So pretty much everyone wanted Russia to win. I hope Russia loses. Geez, read the room, Lenin. Lenin hoped Russia would lose because that would help him overthrow the Tsar. As long as he did that, who cares if Germany blows up half the country? And blow up half the country, they did. An inefficient Tsarist government meant
half. Very small part of the overall landmass, but I guess the Western Front of Russia was seen as high value because of its connection to Europe.
there were shortages of just about everything you need to fight a war. And if losing a teensy-weensy war with Japan upset the people, losing a giant Wyatt war like this was much worse. Soldiers were deserting, the economy was imploding, and in no time, Russia was starving. The peasants were getting more peasanty, the workers were getting more workery, all the while Germany was getting more Germanery. Dmitri, we need to win this war. I need someone with a great military mind to step in and take control. You're right. How about General Hickenlooper? How about me? You can't run the war. Who'll be in charge of the country while you're gone? Obviously, my German wife and a homeless wizard. Duh. Nicholas declared himself commander-in-chief and went to the front lines, leaving his German wife in charge while they were fighting the Germans. It wasn't a good look. And because Alexandra was so close to Rasputin, people believed that he was actually calling the shots and secretly destroying Russia, and maybe even boinking her. An even worser look. At this point, a bunch of nobles just couldn't take it anymore. Rasputin is destroying the country. We have to break his magic spell over the Tsar. But how? He's magic. Dude. Very cool. Hey, it's Rasputin. The sexy party is running a little late, but in the meantime, why don't you try one of these totally not poisoned cakes? Dude, why'd you say it like that? He's totally gonna know they're poisoned now. Shut up. I said they're not poisoned. Dude, he just ate so much poison. How is he still alive? It must be the magic. Go with plan B. Is he dead? See, Boris? I told you he was the Antichrist and you didn't believe me. Can you shut up for 1 minute and help me roll him up? Are you sure he's dead? I don't know, but I'm supposed to be hosting a charity auction right now. Can we get this over with? Okay, now he's dead. The murder of Rasputin, just like his life, is shrouded in mystery and speculation. He probably didn't really die like that, but he also probably didn't really heal people. He probably didn't influence the Tsar as much as people thought. He probably wasn't secretly destroying the country. But what he definitely did do, even in his death, was ruin the Tsar's reputation. Russia's autocracy looked more outdated than ever, and the Russian people were taking notice. Come on, men. Remember what we're fighting for. Yeah, no. We're out. World War I left Russia broke, hungry, and exhausted. And with Nicholas acting as commander-in-chief, he was getting even more blame. For the second time, Russia was on the brink of revolution. By 1917, Russia had been fighting a war it couldn't afford for 3 years. They were running out of many things, most worryingly, food. On International Women's Day, 1917, thousands...
That feels like a weird thing to call out. That is Women's Day.
Of hungry women in Petrograd were so sick of being hungry that they took to the streets. And it turns out it's not just women who experience hunger, but men too. So the next day they joined in as well. Gatherings on the streets were forbidden, but I'm not sure how you'd arrest 250,000 people. The crowds demanded an end to the war, an end to food rationing, and even an end to the Tsar's autocracy. Now normally the troops would deal with this kind of thing, but as it turns out, soldiers get hungry too, and they
Elon Musk being a modern-day Rasputin is interesting, except the way that the future looked at the past Rasputin and says he was probably not that magical and that impervious to assassination. People will look back and say, well, Musk was probably not that stupid. And it's important that history understands that, yes, he was, in fact, that stupid. I worry that they're going to go like, there's no way the richest guy in the world was actually this fucking moronic and lacked personality. Was, in fact, that magic. Why is he stupid? Elon Musk? There's lots of... I mean, case in point, he lies about being good at Path of Exile. It's stupid. If I was trying to lie about being good at Path of Exile, I would have done it better than he did it. Supposed to be the CEO of like 5 different giant companies, and yet he has the time to somehow grind from level 1 to 90 something in an insanely difficult hardcore game, and then when he plays it, he can't even like understand how to open his inventory. Do you think that's a reasonable thing to do? That's stupid to think that you could just pass it off like it's just chill, like you actually did that stuff yourself. That's stupid. That's about as stupid as it is. And it's that has then, like, gamers can see that and they go, oh, wow, he's a liar. He's stupid. Oh, wait, he's a liar and stupid about everything he does. Because whenever there's a thing that comes up, a specialist is like, no, you're stupid. You don't understand this. People would just kind of go with the idea that, oh, you're rich, therefore you must be smart. And everyone says you're smart, so therefore I guess you're smart. Oh wait, you're talking about the hyper-specific thing that I actually have knowledge on? Wait a minute, you're really dumb. Wait a minute, you've been dumb about everything. That's just that's the through line of how it's always happened. You can go back to the fucking, submarine thing. You can go back to the Boring Company. You can go back to all the different things that he's done. I mean, he sucks.
We're also tired of having to kill their fellow Russians so much. So entire regiments mutinied in the capital, and they joined the crowd as well, trashing symbols of the Tsar and his autocratic regime. Things were escalating very quickly. Liberal politicians watching the riots in the streets had long been dissatisfied with the Tsar, since he would shut their parliament down anytime they did something he didn't like. They believed the only way to bring stability back to the streets was for Nicholas II to abdicate. The riots continued. The police fired on soldiers. Soldiers fired on soldiers. The workers re-established the Petrograd Soviet. Politicians began arresting the Tsar's ministers.
I feel like, I mean, maybe it always feels this way, but like to see this level of unrest, to see this level of treats not being available in order to build the people to the uprising. You need to have the police versus the military in the open streets. Like, I just don't see that happening in a modern America, you know? They all form up in their own different ways, but and then there needs to be organization underneath it all. And for that to exist in this Palantir future that we're in, I don't see a violent revolution being reasonable, which I guess is a safe thing to say online on Twitch, but also I guess I'm a pessimist in that regard.
He may have been an autocrat, but he just lost complete control of his capital city. Talk about embarrassing. Nicholas, the troops have turned against us. The people have taken over the city. They've even cut my phone line. Hello? Hello? The phones are down. Things must be bad. I'd better go back there. Nicholas hopped on the next train back to Petrograd, but he never made it to the city. His train was met by military generals and other politicians. What's going on? Nicholas, look man, we need to talk. It's not you, it's us. Aw, who am I kidding? No, it's definitely you. During the whole crisis in Petrograd, the liberals convinced the generals that if Nicholas abdicated, the people would calm down, and the generals were on board. They didn't have time to quell the chaos, because don't forget, they were still losing a global, all-encompassing war against the Germans. And with the military no longer on his side, Nicholas had no choice but to step down. Throughout his entire reign, he had done everything he could to keep all the power for himself. And in the end, that's exactly what left him with none. But then there was a big question. Who would replace Nicholas? Well, his son Alexei was next in line. Hey buddy, Daddy couldn't handle the complex socioeconomic problems of a giant multinational, multi-ethnic empire that's engaged in total war with all of Europe. You think you could give it a shot? Alexei just wasn't ready to be Tsar. Nicholas did have a brother, but given the state of the empire, he wasn't keen either. And so, 300 years of Romanov rule in Russia just kind of came to an end. The earlier 1905 revolution hadn't changed much, but this new revolution had left Russia without a Tsar. And still, before the year was over, there would be one more revolution left to come. Nicholas's failure as commander of the armed forces was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Do you think maybe you could have done any better? Well, guess what? It's time to find out in Rise of Kingdoms. Rise has its real historical link in the description clan into a
mobile slob.
Hungry woman. Now where was I? Oh yeah. Hungry woman, absolute chaos, and the end of the Tsar. Oh, hey guys, says here there's been a revolution, and the reign of the Tsars has ended. Oh, come on, I missed another one? Why am I even in this video? Well, it's not like you could have done anything. As long as there's a world war, you can't get back to Russia. Who wants to start a revolution? Dang it! Despite getting rid of Nick, Russia was still at war with half of Europe. The Germans, however, had an idea. They thought that if they helped Lenin get back, he would cause trouble for the new Russian government. So they put him on a train. Destination, Petrograd. It was a long journey, and while Lenin was cooped up in his train, things in Russia were changing. Workers were taking control of their factories. Soldiers were socking it to their mean old officers. Without a Tsar, a big old power vacuum had opened up, and someone needed to fill it. The liberals proposed they be in charge, and they set up the provisional government. The workers, however, had already begun establishing local Soviets, largely controlled by the social revolutionaries and the Mensheviks. And since neither felt like they had the power to oust the other, Russia ended up in a classic dual-power conundrum. The two coexisted, with the provisional government becoming the official government, and the elected Soviets issuing orders to the workers and soldiers. This power balance was delicate, and all it would take is one bold revolutionary to come along and give everyone a big-brained beatdown. Oh boy, Lenin's coming home. I can't wait for him to see all the great things we've accomplished, and I'm gonna show him my fan art. Oh look, here he comes now. Shut up, shut up! You all suck! The provisional government sucks, the Soviet sucks, even your fan art sucks! Why does he have to be so mean? In case you couldn't tell, Lenin wasn't a fan of everything that had been happening. In his April theses, he called the provisional government and the Soviets a bunch of big bourgeois bozos. And he kinda had a point. There was still a lot for the Russian people to be mad about. The provisional government hadn't got Russia out of the war, the people were still hungry, and the peasants were still hoping to get more land. Meanwhile, the Soviets hadn't done much to change things either. But even though they weren't perfect, a lot of people did like what the new government had been doing. There was progress. The secret police were disbanded, the death penalty abolished. They even planned to
I mean, those two things do seem like a pretty big fucking change.
Hold elections, meaning for the first time ever, the Russian people could choose their own government. To many, Lenin seemed like some out-of-touch weirdo. If Lenin wanted to go from whiny irrelevant zero to a hunky communist hero, he'd need to shake things up a bit. So he and the Bolsheviks came up with a hot new slogan that promised to give the people what the provisional government wouldn't. Peace. Don't like war? We'll end it. Land. You want land? We'll give it to you. Bread. Hungry? Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Lenin also called for all power to the Soviets, which meant getting rid of the provisional government and having the Soviets run the place. A communist dream. The people liked these slogans, and bit by bit, the Bolsheviks became more popular. Some Mensheviks even began switching sides, but
I mean, policy. Tell the people what you're going to do for them.
Even though the people thought Lenin's slogans rocked, as long as the provisional government didn't mess up, they'd continue to support it. So let's check in on the provisional government. Oh, provisional government, you've made a big mess. The provisional government lasted for just 9 months, but those 9 months were chaos. The people wanted Russia out of World War I, but Minister of War Alexander Kerensky thought instead of doing that, why not do the exact opposite? If the people saw more Russian victories, they'd have to support the new government, and that went just about as well as you might expect. These heavy defeats worsened the Russian economy and made the hungry people hungrier. And by now, I think you know what comes next. They trashed the place. More looting, more rioting, more violence. It was like the Tsar had never abdicated. Tens of thousands of armed workers took to the streets during some of the worst violence Petrograd had seen yet. And in response, Kerensky called in...
So, another interesting element is revolutions that then lead to more revolutions. Because what is done hastily in a seized moment is not ready to be a municipal, federal, overall control of an insane number of people. And Russia is an insane number of people. And it's such a gigantic part of land. So it kind of makes sense that a spontaneous abdication with nobody there to take over would just run into madness. Like, the Tsar gives up and then is killed? I thought, according to the movie I watched, but maybe that was not important to the story, about part of the abdication, whatever. But the whole family was killed. Maybe that's a Lenin revolution. Maybe that's coming. And then, like, these two different groups that decide to take power, and I'll deal with the people and the soldiers, and you deal with the international governments. Like, that's crazy they even come to that decision amongst all of them.
The troops who opened fire on the demonstrators. For now, Lenin and other Bolshevik leaders wanted to distance themselves from the violence, but the crowds marched under Bolshevik slogans, and as a result, Kerensky, now the prime minister, took the opportunity to stamp down on the Bolsheviks. Their leaders were arrested. Lenin was accused of being a German agent, and he was forced to flee to Finland in disguise. This sucks! Now I'll never get to have my revolution. Why are you wearing a dress? It's a disguise, idiot! And it makes me feel pretty. Kerensky had successfully dealt with the violence, but he just couldn't catch a break. This increasing support for more extreme forms of socialism,
oh, okay. Kind of like a Napoleon situation.
along with the poor handling of the war, alarmed traditional liberals and bougie business boys. To appease them, Kerensky decided to promote a military legend to Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, someone who hated the revolution, loved the death penalty, and was devoutly anti-socialist, General Kornilov. Hey man, thanks for the promotion. That was real swell of you. Of course, with you by my side, who would dare try to overthrow me? How about me? I did not see this coming. Unfortunately for Kerensky, Kornilov hated the liberal and socialist reforms of the new government, particularly the dumb socialist soldiers' committees. The army was no place for undisciplined left-wing snowflakes. Fearing a Bolshevik takeover was imminent, Kornilov ordered his men towards Petrograd to oust the Soviet and take over. Kerensky freaked out, and he needed help. Since he knew Trotsky was finger-licking good at organizing, he and other Bolshevik leaders were released, and they, along with the Soviet, organized the defense of Petrograd. Kornilov had the power of soldiers, But the Soviet had the power of workers, and they did what workers do best. Railroad workers diverted Kornilov's men away. Telegraph workers messed with his communications. They even infiltrated his forces and encouraged the demoralized men to desert. They were also armed en masse, but in the end, no fighting was necessary because Kornilov's coup just fell apart, and Kornilov was sent straight to prison.
That's crazy.
Everything was coming up Kerensky. Hey, thanks for the help, boys. Couldn't have done it without you. Now that there's no longer any threat, how about you, return all those guns I gave you? No. Oh, no! In order to kill a rat, Kerensky had just given a gun to a bear. A Bolshevik bear. The whole affair was a huge propaganda win for them. They had defended the revolution, and their popularity skyrocketed. They found themselves elected to the Petrograd and Moscow Soviets, with Trotsky even becoming chairman in Petrograd. They were now in a very powerful position. Almost powerful enough for Lenin to return home from Finland and finally stage his long-awaited communist revolution. The Bolsheviks began planning their takeover of the Russian government. Some got cold feet and began arguing against Lenin's armed revolution in favor of a more peaceful approach. And they even wrote newspaper articles about it, which kind of gave the whole scheme away. The Bolsheviks are planning an armed revolution? I did not see this coming. Kerensky began arresting Bolsheviks, and as a result, Lenin and the boys felt they had no choice but to commence the revolution right now. Lenin was back in Petrograd, but was still in hiding, so Trotsky got the ball rolling, using his position as Soviet chairman to organize the Bolshevik militias. Now, if you were to ask Soviet artists, the revolution went something like this. As much as they would like you to think it was a glorious, violent, heroic takeover, the truth seems to be a little more underwhelming. The Bolsheviks just kind of walked into key buildings in the city and took control. Bolshevik supporting sailors even brought in a huge battleship, but there wasn't really any fighting. Nobody really tried to stop them. In just one day, they took control of the city. Next, Kerensky just managed to escape before the Bolsheviks surrounded the Winter Palace, placing the provisional government under siege inside. Is it safe to come out yet? I think so. Fear my revolutionary might! Give me that. That night, Lenin came out of hiding to play a bigger role in the revolution. With him back at the helm, they had one more job to do: storm the Winter Palace and arrest the provisional government. And here comes the final showdown. The palace was defended by a force known as the Battalion of Death, who immediately gave up. And just like that, Lenin had won. As far as violent, bloody revolutionary uprisings go, this wasn't really one of them. But Lenin was finally in charge of Russia. He had spent his whole life dreaming of this moment. He set up the first Council of People's Commissars, his own cabinet, with him in charge. This was it, his chance to finally make his communist utopia with equality and freedoms beyond compare. Hey Lenin, before we took power, they were planning on holding elections. Shall we go ahead with those? Of course. You can't have a communist utopia without high levels of political participation. The proletariat should be free to elect who it. What? The social revolutionaries won. We lost. Those don't count. Lenin claimed the elections were unfair, and the Constituent Assembly they created was counter-revolutionary. He presented the new assembly with a motion that basically said, sign here and give up your power. And when the assembly was like, no, Lenin said, see, they're disobeying me. Proof they're counter-revolutionary. Shut it down, boys. Moderate socialists and others weren't happy when Lenin had the assembly closed by force, and when campaigners began taking to the streets, they were fired upon. For Lenin, setting up a communist utopia was looking suspiciously like setting up a dictatorship. While he was implementing many of the communist policies you'd expect, he was also refusing to work with other political parties and cracking down on opposition. Hey Lenin, are you setting up a dictatorship? I'll shoot you if you are. Of course not. What a crazy theory. Anyway, I'm pleased to announce I'm setting up a secret police force to repress and kill traitors. And by traitors, I of course mean anyone not loyal to me. Owie, 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 owie. The assassination attempt made on Lenin's life in August 1918 failed, but in response, the Bolsheviks ramped up their oppression. But while all of this chaos was erupting back home, Lenin and the boys were also distracted by another problem. They were still at war with the Germans, and they had promised to give the people peace. So Lenin made Trotsky Commissar for Foreign Affairs, and sent him off to negotiate a peace deal with the Germans. The Germans offered Trotsky really harsh...
That's what I was imagining. They're that whole like political alignment that this was set up and fake. Those elections aren't real. I'm willing to understand that there's more nuance to that, while also understanding that this is how it's perceived. But that's, I guess, from my natural bias to knowing that Lenin was good, right? At least from the leftist perspective. But no historian is ever perfect. So and also hoping for the random masses to vote along with your sides, even if for some reason it wasn't true that it was rigged or whatever. It wasn't no dictator. Ah, double negative. I see.
Terms. You know, because they were winning the war. They demanded Russia give up a butt-ton of land, something that would be devastating to the economy. Look, I know it's not great, but I think we have to accept it. Are you insane? This will ruin us. Hey Trotsky, you got a big brain. What do you think? How about no war, no peace? What's that, Mr. Trotsky, sir? It's simple. No war means we'll stop fighting the Germans, but no peace means we won't sign the peace treaty either. Then, when the Germans see we've just stopped fighting, they'll have to leave us alone or something. Trotsky, that's genius. I could kiss you. Do you want me to kiss you? Stop asking me that. Trotsky's no war, no peace plan was a huge success. Oh, wait, no, just kidding. It went exactly as you'd imagine. When the Germans saw the Russians had stopped fighting, they slammed 700,000 troops deep into Russian territory with no resistance. Now, the new peace treaty offered by the Germans was way worse, with Russia losing a huge amount of territory, population, and resources. The Bolsheviks had no choice but to accept, and Russia was humiliated. With Petrograd now in an exposed position, Lenin moved the capital to Moscow, just in case. Things really weren't going well for Lenin, and many people were extremely unhappy with the Bolshevik government and its actions. Lenin, you've pissed off so many people that they've united against you. We're under attack. Relax, we always expected some counter-revolutionary pushback. I think we can handle a few angry monopoly men. But Lenin, it's not just the monopoly men. Okay, who are we up against? Well, the liberals, the social revolutionaries, national separatists in Poland, Finland, and the Ukraine, independent warlords setting up chiefdoms, anarchist rebels, the Green Peasant Armies, the Cossacks, the Caucasian states, the Baltic states, the British, the French, the Americans, and the Japanese. Oh, and a legion of Czechoslovakian soldiers seem to have taken over the Trans-Siberian Railway and stolen all the imperial gold reserves. What? How could this get any worse? Oh, and it says here your mother-in-law is coming to stay. No! A variety of anti-Bolshevik forces had united together to topple Lenin's government, and Russia descended into a full-blown civil war. Now, the Russian Civil War was extremely intricate and would really need its own video, but essentially, the anti-Bolshevik white movement gained control of vast, underdeveloped areas, while the Bolshevik Reds controlled the industrial heartland. Using this to their advantage, along with the surprising military genius of Trotsky and the shocking disorganization of the White Army, the fortified Red Army gradually came out on top. It was an absolutely brutal conflict, with both sides committing horrendous atrocities. To maintain order at home, the Bolsheviks began the Red Terror, and the secret police would execute tens of thousands of suspected traitors. No one was safe from the violence, not even Nicholas himself. You've probably been wondering what Nicholas has been up to this whole time. Well, after his abdication, he and his family were placed under house arrest. At first, they were allowed to live in their usual luxury, but after Lenin took over, their conditions worsened. The Bolsheviks were just holding on to Nick until they could work out what to do with him, but the Civil War complicated things. The last thing they wanted was for Nick to be freed by the White Armies, and so, to stop this from happening, Nicholas's Bolshevik guards decided to act. It's not entirely certain whether Lenin ordered it, or if the guards were acting on their own volition. But on July 17th, 1918, with White Armies approaching, they woke Nicholas and his family in the middle of the night and brought them into the basement. There, a drunken squad of Bolsheviks murdered the entire family. Nicholas, the last Tsar, once one of the most powerful men alive, had...
Why is this like specifically sad music for one family when like they were just talking about like thousands of people being executed or whatever? Just kind of a weird shift.
Met a brutal end. But after years of fighting and millions of deaths, Trotsky and his Red Army came out victorious. Wow, that was a close one. Okay, back to creating a communist utopia. How are we doing on that? Well, the Civil War helped create a massive famine and about 5 million people starved to death. There's massive inflation and the ruble is worthless. Hundreds and hundreds of kilometers of railway track have been destroyed. Disease and epidemics have killed 3 million. The population of Moscow and Petrograd has collapsed. Life expectancy has plummeted. Sailors in Kronstadt are rebelling. People are freezing to death in their own apartments and life has been reduced to a constant search for food and shelter. Whoa. Well, this just means I'll have to work twice as hard, day and night, to save the country. Nothing will stop me, short of a couple sudden strokes. Get the doctor. One thing you have to keep in mind is that everything I've been talking about, the Civil War, the assassination attempt, and Lenin's struggle to maintain control at home, were all happening around the same time, and it must have been extremely stressful. Lenin began getting headaches, insomnia, and in 1922, he suffered 2 separate strokes. As the Soviet Union was officially declared under a strict one-party system, Lenin's health continued to decline, and his ability to lead the Communist Party went with it. Everybody assumed Trotsky would succeed him. He was a great speaker, he'd won the Civil War, and he had a dope-ass train. The last person anyone expected to take over was Stalin. Stalin wasn't a great intellectual like Lenin, or a charismatic war hero like Trotsky. He was, as one Menshevik described him, a gray blur. Someone who operated in the background. Someone who you might not even notice. But it was in the background that Stalin would rise to power. Here's how it happened. After the revolution, all the Bolsheviks hoped to get a cool job in the new government. What did you get? Commissar for War. Sweet! What'd you get? Secretary. Stalin was made general secretary for the Communist Party. It wasn't what he wanted, but Stalin quickly realized that even though it wasn't fancy, it was a powerful position. As secretary, he had the power to give people jobs within the party. So he would give jobs to all of his pals, who in turn would give him their support. The more pals he gave jobs, the more power he got. The more power he got, the more pals he got. Lenin may have been having wall-to-wall strokes, but he was still involved in the party, and he was taking notice. He wasn't a fan of Stalin abusing his position, or insulting his wife to her face. Lenin knew he couldn't let Stalin take over, but by this stage, he was just too sick to fight it. Hey man, tell whoever's in charge of giving people jobs not to let that jerk Stalin become the next leader. By the way, who did I put in charge of giving people jobs? That would be Stalin, sir. Blah. Whoa. Deja vu. Lenin's last wish was to not let Stalin take over, but by the time he died, Stalin was too powerful to remove. He had his remaining opponents arrested or killed. Trotsky was banished and fled to Europe.
Is this where the photo of the guy like vanishes away, right?
Eventually, he would be assassinated by Soviet spies in 1940. Our dear comrade Lenin has died. We should have a state funeral. No. Let's mummify him and put him on display so people can look at his dead body forever. That's gross. You're gross. Guards, kill him. Lenin had waited so long to take control in Russia, but he never got to see his communist utopia. His short time in charge was spent dealing with the destroyed Russian economy, World War I, and the Civil War. He was cruel and merciless, but he really did seem to believe communism would make Russia a better place. Stalin, on the other hand, would take the Soviet Union down a different path. If you thought Lenin was a tyrant, well, you ain't seen nothing yet, girl. A secret police state, a rapidly militarizing superpower led by a paranoid man who deeply distrusted the West, would see the world come to the brink of nuclear annihilation. That's right, I'm talking about
interesting. I mean, there's a lot. It was good to get an oversimplification, an overview, bringing up to speed. Yeah, I mean, just seeing that incredible, just normal stuff, you know, and it's a lot to go over, right? But we don't got it as tough. That means there's less likely people to really willing to go out into the street and fight and die, because there's not 3 million people dying of starvation openly in the streets in America. Starvation happens. Malnourishment happens. Food deserts exist, but nobody is starving like they're doing to people in Gaza right now. It's just not the same thing. And then, like, whenever I hear about the millions of people that died in World War I, and then the Civil War, and then the famines and whatever, and then millions more die in World War II, and it's just like, God damn. The fact that they could ever compete with the West is insane. And they're constantly dealing with every other power at their throat. Because that's not what is happening now. If America elected its socialists and its leaders that care about, you know, social democracy or whatever, you would be fine. There isn't a world war. There isn't, you know, an invading, you know, Japanese front. There isn't a giant famine happening. There's like so much less of an excuse. But the liberals are in power here, and that's the problem. They keep the jalapeno poppers going. Huh. It'll make her old as fuck. Doesn't she have powers now too? Something like that? I don't know. I never watched the movies. I think Endgame was the last one I watched. Interesting. It was an interesting watch. Yeah, Born in the 20s to make you pretty fucking old. Probably. I mean, I watched her die in the one movie, Endgame. Yes. But it's the comic books, you know, it's like they always fucking, if they wanted to, it was just, a wizard did it. Look, Doctor Strange scratched his ass and then, wah, wah. Thanos put on his infinity thong and clapped his ass cheeks, and then bam, she came back to life. Wow. That was my favorite joke about Infinity War. Again, glad I searched for this in the other monitor. God damn. Dan. I typed in Thanos Infinity Thong and oh my god. But the joke is he didn't snap, he clapped, you know, whatever. You get it. You can fill your own punchline. You got all the pieces there. I don't think I watched that with you. No. Because that's the one that has a bunch of comedians doing a thing or whatever, right? And it's very like The Office style where they're like, you should stand next to me so we can talk. No, I'm not going to do it. We'll make it look like it's part of the ceremony. And he's trying to like make it like a part of the whole thing or whatever. And I've seen clips of it, but I haven't seen it. Oh, Kara, I guess he's still sleeping. I mean, she's chatting, but, you know, she's just hanging out. How's everybody else doing? Is it late? Is it early? Kara just woke up. I'm ready to start the day. Remove. Just cleaning up my list. I should keep my music going, though. Haha, you clowns. There it is. I'll put this at -10, like I did before. There we go. We can get at least one more video in. At least one more. I'm gonna put this way over here. Okay. Now I won't lose it. All right. Why are you so tired? Why you are so tired?
I'm tired. I'm tired when I get up.
Oh, too low.
When I'm working. When I'm eating. When I'm having fun. The only time I'm not tired is when I should be asleep.
I don't know what's going on, but it needs to stop.
So, I'm finally ditching my phone, finding a better way to wake up, and talking with a sleep scientist to figure it out. Thank you to Hostinger for sponsoring a portion of this video, and to our patrons for supporting the channel.
So I think I know what's causing my problem. I think you know what's causing my problem. But maybe it isn't a problem. Have you ever considered that? Like, I've been tired my whole life, and that hasn't stopped me from achieving mediocrity. I just go to bed at 11 p.m. and then use my phone until 2 a.m. when I literally can't hold my eyes open anymore, and then I wake up at 7 a.m. to a blaring alarm, and then I start using my phone again. What's wrong with that? It turns out, a lot.
If you use Google Scholar and try to find the relationship between phones and sleep, it's exactly what you expect. Not good. But how bad is bad sleep? I picked up this pop science book, which I thought would answer a lot of my questions, but it really just had me asking a new one. Am I gonna die? Dementia, diabetes, heart failure, death. This book links all of that to bad sleep. And it's freaking me out. While I was reading the book, I did have some issues with the way it framed some examples. It was definitely written to make sleep seem like a life or death issue, but that is in extreme cases. That being said, it was pretty clear that sleep is inextractable from quality of life. Kinda seems obvious, but seeing it in black and white made me realize that I should take this seriously. So I'm gonna do the thing that everybody says I should do. I'm taking my phone and I'm putting it in a different room when I go to sleep. I don't want to do it. But in my defense, other than destroying my sleep, my phone does serve a purpose. It's my alarm clock. So if I'm leaving it in a different room, I need to find an alternative. So I got all of them. I just know I'm gonna get weird ads for a while. I chose these because I wanted to target different ways I
That one says gun alarm clock. I guess she's from America. So.
could possibly wake up. This is the Lexon Flip Plus LCD alarm clock. It tells the time, it has an alarm if you want to turn it off.
9 hours is so many more hours than I work. Even when I had my job. Like, I would go work 10-hour days, but how much work did I do? Let's be real.
Off, you flip it over. Of course, we have the Philips Sunrise Simulator. This will slowly get brighter to simulate the sunrise. Next, we have this. It's an alarm clock with a bed shaker, so it uses vibration to wake you up. I believe these are especially useful.
I mean, I have like a Fitbit, and I can put an alarm that makes it vibrate. That seems like it's just so much easier. Also, it tracks your sleep. Win-win. Also, you don't use this for anything like app-wise, so that just seems like so much easier.
For people who are hard of hearing. In hindsight, I'm not sure the sound is the thing that's satisfying, but look how shiny that is. Bed vibrator. Don't demonetize this video. The Sound Spa Slumber Sense.
That'll wake you up. That'll wake you up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you just put the Apple Watch and you know, you just attach it to where the vibrations, maybe your wrist. You don't notice that so much when it vibrates. You know, you attach it to your underwear, you're going to notice it. You're going to notice it.
So I can use stink to wake me up. Reminds me of a rice cooker. We've got a bit of target practice. When your alarm goes off, this target should go up, and then you have to use like a little laser pointer, oh my god, to stop the alarm. Notice how I'm avoiding using a certain word. That's on purpose. The final alarm clock, it runs away from you. The idea is that once your alarm goes off in the morning, this thing will just run away. So you have to get out of bed to go catch it and shut it off.
It looks like the little bot from like, what's it called? It looks like the little bot from Rainbow Six Siege. That's what I'm thinking of.
I wrote up a quick script in Python that'll set the order for me. We are starting with the stinky alarm clock. All right, let's figure out.
If it doesn't, it would put you to sleep. Wait, are we talking about the vibrating one? Are we talking about the gun? Or because like the vibrating one, I feel like would only put you to sleep if you use it to completion, right? But if you're just edging with it and it just gives you a little taste, you'd be like, what? I was not prepared for this. You know, it would just like suddenly alert you. It reminds me when we had the clock radio on, yeah, because we would, before we had shit version was you'd put it on the other side of the bedroom. So when it goes off, you got to get up, walk over to it, hit snooze or stop, and then you would generally just run right back to bed. But it would make you get up and pump your heart a little bit to hopefully make that just enough to stop you from being able to just immediately zonk back out. Oops, we just immediately zonked back out.
How to get this thing working. So we've got the big old egg thing.
I'm pretty sure, based off of the little research I've done, so it's fair to say it's not peer tested or whatever. The gentle awakes are healthier, but it also works better when you have a proper night's sleep in the first place. But when you're like, oh my God, I only have 3 hours and 47 minutes to sleep. If I go to sleep right now, as you're, you know, pressured with this huge intense thing that you had not prepared properly for, it's one of those, you're never gonna get a good wake up situation.
Plug the adapter into the diffuser, then plug the adapter into this outlet. Seems pretty straightforward. Putting some stuff in. Day one, let's do it. Wait, I need to put this. Bye-bye. Okay, let's get to sleep.
But her light is on and her camera is on.
Nope.
Smells like onions. I can't take it out.
Were you guys just hanging out without me?
You said you were going to sleep.
Why do you look so tall? You stood in the middle.
Why?
This is like a bad Scooby-Doo.
I want to know how you guys fall asleep.
I look at the inside of my eyes.
Shut up.
Like I'll just lay there and let sleep take over. But if that doesn't work, then I'll listen to like soundscapes, Rainy Day Cafe, but it's the 1970s or something. I don't know. But it's like someone else is in the other room, and then
there's someone else in the room.
but it's normal. It's calming.
Look at the inside of my eyelids and really focus on the darkness. You spend all your time trying to see the black.
How do you look? It's closed.
But I put a pillow on my head. The room doesn't exist anymore. The pillow exists only. If it's a problem with my brain, then I need to like have my brain think about something else. I listen to podcasts at half speed.
You watch this video at half speed.
It's time for you to go to sleep.
Half speed. That's crazy. I never thought of doing that before.
We should make sleep stuff.
What do you mean by that?
Here's what I mean by that. We both know that sleep is really important, and I'm trying to help us get more of it. So I've compiled and will continue to compile all the things that I find helpful, like sources, sleep aids, and other advice that might not make it into this video. Luckily, I can still share it with you using a website I made with Hope, and I can advice and get to sleep.
But that wouldn't help you sleep? Because you're trying to go to sleep. So you put the podcast on half, so it's like, hey, guys, we're here talking about our favorite brand of coffee.
I don't know why I thought waking up to the sound of a crackling fire was a good idea. I didn't even smell anything. Also, I couldn't figure out how to turn it off. This sucked.
Yeah.
Hopefully tomorrow's better. Ah! Why? This is... By the way, I have still been drinking coffee throughout this whole thing. I didn't want to change too many variables at once, and after watching Melissa's experience quitting coffee, it's hard. Things might get too bleak. Anyway, I was absolutely convinced that getting rid of my phone would have, like, changed things. And that at least one of the alarm clocks would help me feel better. But I've used all of them, and it's not great. Turn off! Die! I thought that putting my phone in the other room would solve my problem of going to sleep late, but it hasn't. I didn't realize, but I guess I'd been using my phone to silence the part of my brain that has, generalized anxiety disorder. So yeah, now instead of doom scrolling before turning on a podcast and falling asleep, I just feel a sense of doom for a few hours before
eventually falling asleep. And this anxiety also means that all of the alarm clocks are basically the same. I'm a light sleeper. I know that I'm a light sleeper. I don't know how I convinced myself that a gentler sound would make me feel better. Bro, I think birds chirping are a jump scare. Now, I have noticed two benefits, right? First, when I wake up in the middle of the night due to any given sound, I can't use my phone. It's annoying, but it probably means that I'm getting more sleep as a whole. Two, I have more hours in my day. Because I'm not using my phone in the morning, I get through my morning routine way faster because I'm not doom scrolling on the toilet. It's the little things in life. Those are two great benefits, but hasn't solved my problem. I am still tired, so plan A has failed. I need to take a different
Amphetamines. Oh, go ahead.
approach. So I went back to researching, but instead of just focusing on the relationship between phones and sleep, I tried to get a better sense of the bigger picture. I look like an inverted pumpkin. Anyway, I've looked into culture and society, psychology, biology, and it turns out sleep is a little more complex than just closing your eyes for a few hours. The quality of your sleep depends on a lot of biological, environmental, and social factors. And the quantity of your sleep can be out of your control because of things like school, work, and familial obligation. These are all things that I kind of knew from my last round of research, but now that I am trying to actually process all of it instead of just blaming my phone, I realize I have no idea what I'm doing. There are like 1,000,001 interdisciplinary things that might be impacting my sleep, and I studied math, guys. The only thing I can do is count sheep. So I think it's finally time that I ask for some help.
My name's Vanessa Hill. I'm a sleep scientist and I research specifically mobile phones and bedtime procrastination. I think that a lot of people have an unrealistic expectation of what their sleep should look like, and they think that they're getting bad sleep or that they're a bad sleeper, and you should never label yourself that way. Just when you're getting...
That's such a therapist way to say something. I remember telling my neuropsychologist that I saw myself as a bad person because I was repeating the same yelling that my dad would do, and I was causing harm to my loved ones. And they're like, I don't like that you use the term bad person. And I'm like, I don't mean it like I'm Hitler. I just mean that I'm doing a bad thing. I'm doing a bad thing. I'm being a bad person because I'm doing a bad thing. Not thinking about it too deeply, but I appreciate having the, observance to make sure I don't hate myself or whatever. But it's like, that's what I mean when I say that,
kind of normal sleep.
Can I be honest with you for a second? It was only after she said that when I realized that I have no idea what I'm trying to get out of this. Like, I assumed that if I slept good enough, I'd just wake up and be a stock image model. But it turns out that the result of good sleep is basically just, are you awake enough to do the things you need to do without being in real risk of falling asleep at any given moment? I do that already. I thought there was another level to unlock. It's like learning Santa Claus isn't real. But
that's kind of a bummer.
despite how disappointing and honestly kind of vague the idea of good sleep is, the science on how to get it is surprisingly clear.
So I want you to imagine that when you wake up, you're at 0. You're hypothetically well rested. So throughout the course of the day, you build up something that's called sleep pressure. It's also sometimes called a sleep drive, and it's one of the processes that dictates when you sleep. Your sleep pressure increases and increases and increases until you get to this point at night when you have so much sleep pressure that you can't stay awake anymore and your body physically needs to sleep.
This process should work in harmony with your circadian rhythm, which uses your body's internal clock to dictate things like appetite and alertness. So ideally, when you sleep, you relieve your sleep pressure and wake up feeling alert. But these processes can fall out of sync with shift work, jet lag, sleep procrastination, or even blue light. Blue light is the reason I've heard for why I shouldn't have my phone at night. It's also why I thought putting it away would solve all my problems. But it turns out there's nuance.
What I'm concerned about is what people are doing on their phones. In some research, this is referred to as passive media and active media. So you can imagine passive media as things that help you relax. Active media, you could define more as things that are kind of keeping you hooked. So you could be using your phone to de-stress, to watch a comforting YouTube video to kind of relax and like get in the mood for sleep. If that works for you, then go for it. You need to.
People put on, Twitch streams to sleep. I have watched streamers and people come in and say, yo, I love putting on this stream to sleep, or I watch your YouTube videos cut from your VODs to sleep. People also watch YouTube, things, podcasts that could be it, or all kinds of stuff.
To make your sleep work for you rather than to try to conform to society's expectations of when you should sleep and when you should get up. There's a lot of shame around not sleeping well or being a bad sleeper, but it's just like an area of health. Like, you can just keep working at.
I don't think there's like, I mean, I guess I think of shame as like a societal, like, oh man, you poop your pants. Everyone in public smells it and sees it, and then they're shaming you. They're laughing at you. You feel the shame of others because you did such a bad job and you pooped your pants. Like, I didn't sleep well last night. No one's like, you fucking piece of shit. You fucking bastard. Everyone's like, yeah, me too, but you know what I mean? Like that's no excuse, bro. You gotta fucking do the job still, whatever it is. Because otherwise I gotta fucking do it. And I'm fucking tired too.
At it and keep trying to get a little bit better, but your best is okay.
It was only after like that hour-long conversation I had with Vanessa when I really started to accept how much I'd let my feelings guide my.
When you feel tired and groggy, but not so tired you're at risk of instantly passing out, is good sleep. I sleep the best when I feel like I sleep the best when I am in that, oh my God, I did an all-nighter. I stayed up 24 hours. I need to go to sleep now. I made it all the way through and I feel so fucking beat, and just hitting the bed, and I know that I'm out within 90 seconds of like getting out of the sheets, and it just completely falling away. I feel like that's where I don't move. My body's very still. I have pretty calm dreams because I'm just so just zeroed that it almost feels like you close your eyes and you wake up and it's 8 hours later and you're like, holy shit, like almost nothing happened. It's that crazy fast. That's when I feel like I sleep the best. Is it scientifically when I sleep the best? Is it when I end up with the healthiest balance? I don't know. That is what feels like gives me the deepest and longest uninterrupted and most rejuvenating balance. It could be because I'm coming from a moment when I am the most tired. So then the next feeling is significantly an improvement. Therefore, it seems like it's the best, right? Oh, wait. Are you in delay? Well, I guess not, because that didn't seem like that long. That's what the lady said. She said, as long as you wake up and you aren't at risk of passing out. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, I see. Okay. You were responding to her version of things. Gotcha. So the pog at the end was like a sarcastic element because that's what she was saying good sleep was. Yeah, I guess that is what she said. I didn't take it in that exact way, but it's just that you're able to do the things. So I guess it's like a narcoleptic version where like, are you at a risk of just actually falling asleep mid-drive? Okay, then you got enough sleep to survive, whatever. It's not as magical maybe as what she wanted it, because like I'm the same way. I'm looking for the silver bullet. I'm hoping that I've secretly been wearing weights my entire life, and then I get to find this one cure and go like this and take all the weight off and go, oh my God, I can fly. I'm so powerful now, right? Dang.
It was only after like that hour-long conversation I had with Vanessa when I really started to accept how much I'd let my feelings guide my research. It was bound to happen because this subject really matters to me and I wanted an answer as quickly as I could. But it's a whole field of research and there's so much information and I got overwhelmed, so I just let my gut decide what to focus on. However, my gut isn't always...
Also, she's a YouTuber. She's making a YouTube video. Like, the title and thumbnail is the most important aspect to this video, not even so much as the actual content and the resolution.
is right. For example, the reason I feel tired all day might not have anything to do with sleep.
Quite often, you can feel tired because you're just not moving your body enough. You're not spending enough time in the natural sunlight. You're not eating things that are giving you like the right nutrients. All of these things can contribute to how you feel.
Now, that is an interesting perspective on things because, yeah, an element that I have not thought of enough, and I don't know why it takes a person saying it out loud to you to make you go, huh, probably a good idea to take a walk. To change your environments, to get tasks completed while also maintaining proper nutrition and whatever. Because I'm thinking of days where not much happens and I could, despite being sedentary, still very tired. But then there are days where you run around a theme park or something and that's a longer day and you are more active and yet you are more awake at the end of it. Might be physically exhausted, but you're not like, I'm going to fall asleep exhausted. Nothing telling you there's nothing wrong and just to accept it. I didn't think that they were saying that that's normal and you should not expect it to ever be better than that. I think they were just saying that there isn't this mythical amount of alertness that you think you might be getting. And more often, like they're saying here, in order to avoid feeling tired of the day, there's different things that are anti-capitalist, like taking breaks, getting good food, the things that would normally not be permitted in a work structure. Recess as a kid kept, got you outside, got you some sunlight, got you some, entertainment mixed amongst all the work. And that don't happen in an office. At the best, you can get a couple of minutes to sneak out for your bowl of Chipotle slop that we saw earlier. You finally got glasses in middle school. I don't understand. I missed that Kara's context there. And yeah, the therapist, I guess, was what she was saying. Yeah. I guess the YouTuber said that in response. Like she repeated the words and was like, ah, I see. But I see what you're saying. It is the therapist. Yeah. You warned the nurses because you could feel it coming on, not have my usual weed intake. Oh. But also, weed makes you dream less. And then when you get off of weed for a while, that will make you have a flood of intense dreams because I guess all the juice is stored up, whatever. Maybe that's too like simplistic of a version of it, but that is an element of cannabis, is that it's usually paired with kind of weird sleep that also has very light dreams or no dreams. Yeah.
Feel, and they're all kind of spending enough time in the natural sunlight. You're not eating things that are giving you like the right nutrients. All of these things can contribute to how you feel, and they're all kind of interconnected.
Even Canada's sleep recommendations is sandwiched in between.
Oh, I thought it said cannabis, but it said Canada's.
Movement guidelines. I just totally ignored it because I thought if I was tired, I had to fix my sleep.
Wrong.
So with that lesson learned, I decided to give this experiment one more week. With some changes. Instead of trying to find one big fix, I focused on small tweaks to my sleep hygiene. I kept my phone to listen to podcasts, but I set it to airplane mode to avoid social media. I set my alarm on my phone because it turns out every alarm clock sucks. At least my phone keeps track of the time zone. And when my alarm went off, I got up to keep my bed associated with sleep. And then, this was the biggest change. I went for a morning walk. just pumped some daylight into my eyes and reminded my circadian rhythm what time it is. Plus, it was a chance at some exercise and to catch up on the playlist Melissa curated for our newsletter. Throughout the day, I try to stretch and drink water at least once an hour. And when it was time for bed, I'd do it all over again. I didn't stop drinking coffee, I didn't go to sleep at the exact same time every day, and I just stared out the window one morning when I was too lazy to go for a walk.
Thank you so much.
But 1 week later,
I could say that these changes were way more effective than any of those wacky alarm clocks. Like, I'm still not a stock image model in the morning, but a more consistent routine has made it easier for me to predict my energy levels throughout the day. Help me notice some details that I might need to see a doctor about. Oh my god, that's delicious. I didn't realize how much guilt I carried about being a bad sleeper, and how it created like this cycle of pity where I didn't even get to appreciate the times when I do have like a lot of energy.
That's so weird to me. I guess I'm lucky that I avoided that anxiety. Hassan had the Aura ring and it tracked his sleep, and he said that he had stopped wearing it because it gave him sleep anxiety, because he would track how little sleep he got, and that made him feel bad, and then it made him think the rest of his day was ruined. Whenever I go, dang, I got 2 hours of sleep, that ain't enough, that's crazy, and then I just go about my day. I don't know. I just never. I'm like, it's interesting to keep a track of it. So I'll be like, how much have I slept this week? I don't know. I don't remember. And if I actually remember to wear the thing, when I take a shower, I take it off to charge it, and sometimes I forget to grab it. But I've always just been like, whatever, it is what it is. But he is an anxious fucker for sure. Yeah. But then she's talking about it, and I've heard other people talk about it and having this like, I mean, I've also been blessed with generally laying down and being able to get to sleep. The number of times per year where I can't sleep is very small. It happens really occasionally. The same way, I don't know, you get a hiccups spell or something. I'm trying to think of some of the thing that happens like once or twice a year that's like, mildly annoying when it happens, but otherwise you forget about it as soon as it's gone. I've just been, I was a fussy sleeper as a kid. Like I would be like, my parents were like, all right, bedtime. I'm like, no, I don't want to go to bed, because I just wanted to keep doing whatever it is I'm doing. And then forcing me into bed, I'm like, no. And then I'm in bed. They check on me 2 minutes later. I'm just sleeping, right? Like that was always me. My brother would, willingly go to bed and then just lay in bed. They would check up on him like hours later, and he's like, hey, okay, I'll keep trying to sleep. That was him, right? So weird. Literally the same DNA between my brother and I, yet just mixed up a little different, and now we're totally different people. Maybe she took more Tylenol for Craig. I don't know. Maybe. That would explain some stuff. Not all, just some. I hate ending the day. I hate saying, all right, put a cap in it, it's done. But I also hate going like, uh-oh, I don't want to go all the way through the day and then be very tired at the one time I need not to be tired. Different chunks. Yeah. I mean, like the same 2 samples, but you just sort of like shuffled the cards differently. Although I guess some cards are left out depending upon how the different, I don't know, eggs and sperm compare. I mean, yeah.
Because I thought that I just needed to be tired all the time. But now when I do feel like the sense of tiredness that a quick stretch and some water can't quite fix, I take a nap. And guess what? I sleep like a baby.
I've also always been afraid of going for like melatonin and stuff, because on the one hand, I've known that I do well with sleep, but also I never wanted to get like stuck on it. That was the thing about chapstick. At one point, I was like, oh, I want to avoid using chapstick as much as possible because I don't want my lips to learn that they don't need to secrete the amount of wax or oil to keep themselves lubricated. And if I constantly use chapstick, my body will be dependent upon it. And that would be annoying because I have to carry chapstick all the time. But now I just don't use chapstick when I should, and I have chapped lips, especially when I'm thirsty. So I need to learn that your body is not that programmed, but then also a little bit, I don't know. Drugs are fake. They have demons. True. Yeah. Yeah. That's true. I figured Kara would like the sleep video now that she's awake. She said she did. Do we believe her? I think so. She's not on stream. She could be asleep. That's true. Almost 8 hours. I mean, I guess we could end the stream. I don't feel tired or anything. It's just about that time. I didn't have my viewership on my screen today. I turned that one filter off. I can turn it back on. I don't know how, also I don't know how accurate it is. Minecraft Live today. Well, that's big news. For all those weird pedophiles out there, that's huge news. All those Minecraft YouTubers that ended up becoming like, oops, they had too many Discord leaks happen. You know, this is gonna be big news for them. Oh my god. Bro, crazy. I'm it's one of those things that because I never got into Minecraft, it's easy to like shit on it and hate on it. Especially as an older person. If I was suddenly interested in Minecraft, I would feel like that's a problem. We don't talk about them. Yeah. Just because like if I suddenly got into Little League baseball and I don't have any children, you're like, why are you so invested? Or like, you know, youth soccer. Like you'd never even watched adult soccer. Why are you so invested? So, well, what did I call that source? I think I called it this, yeah. Two viewers. Oh my god. You mean Minecrafters? That's just the ones that got caught. That's just the ones big enough to make a stink. IMO. But well, I'm not just gonna say that random people are, yeah. That's interesting that it's such a crazy demographic shift to make them communists and evangelicals as two separate parties, or you mean like combined? As in one, they're both communist and evangelical. Separate? Okay. I don't know the demographics of communists and evangelicals and how much they overlap. It's theoretically possible. I don't know if maybe evangelical is like a specifically counter-revolutionary or whatever. Yeah. Okay, I'll probably call it here. Unless Kara has something that she wants to do on the stream. Maybe we should schedule like a pumpkin carving thing. She likes pumpkins. She literally typed the same thing she said. That should be doable. And I like the challenge of creating a different stream environment, whether using different cameras. She wants one more vid. We can do another video. Remove. 9-hour Star Wars deep dive. That would be one more video. Theoretically. Would this be no? I mean, I would this be considered slop? Maybe it is. Let's see. Kind of a combination, some of the ideas, the creating, the mechanical engineering stuff. How was this allowed? The most dangerous escalator in Rome.
On October 23rd, 2018, thousands of football fans were making their way to the game in Rome. Excitement for the game was high, and the fans began to chant and sing. At 7:03 p.m., around 50 people were riding the long escalator down to the platform. But within 30 seconds, the crowd had swelled to nearly double that. Everything's
different escalator. Dangerous for a less direct reason.
Seemed fine, but...
Well, a more direct reason, I should say. Theoretically, the Trump escalator was dangerous for the ideas that it fermented in the nation, not so much as, like, I assume people getting killed in this one. Just, I'll make sure that Kara has her microphone in case.
Inside the escalator was a problem. The weight of the passengers was bearing down on the steps, and the load on the main motor was increasing. To try to slow the descent, the motor applied a counter-torque. But as the force continued to increase, the stairs began to move faster. By 7:04 p.m., the crowd had tripled. The motor finally reached its limit, and under the massive strain, the drum began to slip.
What happened to the Mitch Hedberg bit about, sorry, escalator temporarily stairs? Like, why would it go faster? They're saying hello.
Hey, chat.
Hey, chat. Yeah.
With the motor losing control, the escalator triggered its second line of defense. A safety relay tripped, immediately cutting power to the motor. The main brake clamped down on the metal drum to stop the descent of the stairs. But it failed. The friction on the main drum wasn't enough to stop the motor from spinning, and the stairs continued to accelerate. Sensing the motor had lost control of the steps, the escalator engaged the last line of defense. In the event of an emergency, an auxiliary brake is designed to bypass the motor entirely and directly lock the drive shaft. Under normal circumstances, the chance that all three safety measures fail at the same time is vanishingly small. But these weren't normal circumstances. At 7:05 p.m., the third and final safety system failed, and the stairs began to plummet. Fans were flung forward and started streaming down the escalator. Some leapt over the central barrier in desperation, while others were swept into a crushing pileup. At the bottom, the landing became a dangerous choke point. Under the pressure, the steps twisted and buckled into jagged metal, leaving 24 people injured.
Ow. I mean, I don't think anybody would die. But ow.
It's fucking terrifying.
Something like this should...
I mean, like, to me, the dangerous escalator thing is where it, like, grabs hold of, like, your shoelace.
Yeah,
and then it sucks you in, and like, no! Like,
that's what I think of, like
Yeah.
a freaking grinder.
I mean, I have, Kara has worse, what do you call it? Intrusive thoughts. But oh boy, have I thought about getting fucking juiced by an escalator plenty of times.
Wouldn't have been possible.
I mean, people sitting on you, there's crowd crush possibilities, but there didn't appear to be like a barrier on the other side where you're piling up too many humans in one spot. You're going to break bones. You might knock your head, but the fact that it's going to be just a completely, lethal, like a car accident, less likely. Again, like, ow, not chill, not cool, but definitely, I wouldn't think it would be deadly, right? Like, immediately. I wouldn't want to risk it. I wouldn't want to be flying into a pile of sharp metal with a bunch of people weight on top of me. I wouldn't want to feel suffocated even for like 10 seconds as they slowly begin to get off in the pile. I would hate every second of that. And the many hours and days after recovering from that. But probably not deadly.
And experts at the time knew that something had gone wrong, and they started to suspect foul play. In the aftermath, Rome's transit agency sealed off the accident site and closed the Republica station for several months.
Well, now we're getting into the UN escalator, where the Trump's escalator stopped midway up, and he was saying the UN was a piece of shit.
The authorities ordered both a technical and a criminal investigation, and the mayor even publicly vowed to discover the cause of the accident. So investigators began dismantling the wreck, tearing it down piece by piece to reconstruct what had happened. The ride people experienced on that escalator was one of the most terrifying rides of their lives, but maybe it's more similar to the origin of escalators than you might think. Like, what was the first escalator even used for? Do you want to have a guess?
What?
Cargo.
What? Cargo?
Cargo.
That makes sense. Just such a weird, like that. I don't see how that's connected.
It was an attraction in a theme park all the way back in 1896.
Okay, times were different back then. Check it out, guys. Mechanicalized stairs. No, yo. I mean, I guess if it's like a weighted thing where like the more people that get on, the faster it goes or whatever.
It had no steps.
That'd be crazy. Imagine like the escalator literally being a ride,
Yeah.
like an attraction
Well,
at
like
a theme park.
like in America, the Sky Tram or whatever is considered like an attraction. That little thing that takes you across the park.
Oh,
in other cities just have that.
Have you seen videos of like really, really early roller coasters?
No, I
Like
mean,
they're small, but oh my god, like they they're basic and they look so weird.
they look like giant slides.
They kind of do, but there's like videos of like them in action.
Early roller coaster, it's a cliff, and they just good luck. Ah!
Like they would be on these big cars on these tiny little tracks. It was crazy looking.
I guess it depends on how old, right?
Type in like GIF of early roller coasters,
GIF.
Victorian era.
What's this? Block. Don't know my location. Well, these just look like modern roller coasters. They look like mine cars. Okay. I do say, golly, wowies.
And they're all like packed in there.
They are
Look at
packed
them.
in there, and they're also all wearing suits. Like that's also
And big old dresses.
yeah. I mean, like
I would hate living in the Victorian era, especially like
Aw,
in
this is not enough
Florida.
frames.
Can you? I can't imagine.
yeah.
It sucks living in Florida. It is like wearing a tank top and shorts. Now imagine wearing a big old dress with a corset.
Yeah.
I would hate it.
Oh, these are making me seasick. Nope. There you go. Not a fair, but a science convention type thing. I mean, Tower of Terror was kind. I mean, like the World's Fair, I guess. Like, stood under it to show how strong the cables were. I mean, yeah, I would want to know how strong the cables are, but also how strong the brakes are, just in case. I still also have intrusive thoughts about elevators, but I'm too fat to go up the stairs. So here we go.
Oh, that reminds me. Sorry. Every time I go to work, I still get the intrusive thought of like, you know, because like I go a couple levels up to my office, and I always wonder like, what if the elevator just gave out right now? I'd be on the 4th floor, just gravity taking over. Like
4 floors, you should be
like,
fine.
how injured would I be? Would I just be straight up dead? I mean,
4
4
floors.
stories up is,
But it's not gonna. It wouldn't free fall with you in for 4 floors.
I mean, like it. I think it would, because if we're both going at the same velocity, we would both be coming down at the same, hitting at the same rate.
Well, but a modern elevator won't fail across 4 floors. Like there's brakes and like fail safes and shit. Like
Right,
you
right.
would, it would be uncomfortable. It might have a sudden stop. You might even, you know, move and grind to a certain speed or something. But you're not going to just free fall for four stories.
No,
to the
I get it.
bottom.
I get it. I'm just saying that's the intrusive thought. But like, what if?
Oh. That's just like if you jumped off a building. Yeah, that would suck. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, you know, that's the kind of thought that I get when I get on the elevator, just going down. It's just like, well, I hope I don't die.
More afraid of the stairs.
I mean, I have nightmares about elevators. Like trying to get out of one, or the doors opening or not opening. Like doors opening too early. Like all kinds of weird shit, man.
There was one where there was like someone on a motor scooter that like straight up banged or rammed into the doors of an elevator, and they rammed in so hard they literally fell through the shaft.
Yeah, that's what Northern Lion laughs at every time he sees it. He loves that video.
But I mean, did the person survive or did they die? That's what I'm curious
I think they're
about.
pretty sure he died, but you don't know. So, and you don't see them die in the video. You just see them go down the hole.
Yeah, like
so.
I would imagine there's no way that they could survive that. That's also they don't really say how far up the person was. You kind of imagine that they are like a couple stories up, but
I imagined one story, but yeah, you could imagine whatever you want to imagine.
A 25-degree incline, and it was essentially just a slow conveyor belt made of metal and wooden parts. It brought people up a full 7 feet before they would have to walk down stairs on the other side. And it was a huge success. Over 75,000 people enjoyed the attraction during its 2-week stay at the Old Iron Pier on Coney Island.
The ride was named the Continuous Elevator, and its inventor, Jesse Reno, had created it not just as an attraction, but as a proof of concept, because he saw it as the future of transportation.
People accelerators and moving sidewalks. Yeah, I think I've heard of that before.
But as Reno watched people ride his invention, he began to notice a pattern. Nobody walked. Instead, they stood still, feet planted firmly sideways, with people gripping the handrail tightly. 2 years later, the department store Harrods in England installed a similar device. But the ride was so unsettling that Harrods had to put staff at the top to offer brandy to men and smelling salts to women, just to calm their nerves.
You see, for both devices, the 25-degree conveyor belt was precarious to walk on and unnerving to stand on. At around 12 degrees, walking on an incline becomes difficult, and 25 degrees is roughly the limit that our ankles can flex.
Imagine
Weird to show a woman in heels because they're always doing different things.
Imagine how they would have felt being on just the moving flat escalator in the airport.
But that would, because like that, the angle is what made it feel so weird that they would just hold on to the railing and go, oh, neat. But if it's flat, they probably feel better at, going.
Sometimes, like, when I first got on one of those, I, at first, didn't walk. I was sort of like, this is weird. Especially when you got off, you're just like,
well, there's
momentum
that.
is like propelling you forward.
The sudden speed change is, you just have to be mentally ready for it. Once you've done it, you go, I got this.
Of course.
But like on the flip side, when I get on an escalator, if I don't have a free hand, I don't feel like I can get on. There's this fear that literally stops me from getting on the escalator if I don't have a free hand. So like when I'm carrying all that shit and I'm gonna go to like the conventions and I have all that stuff in my hands and I've got like my roller bag and they arm me in my hand, if I can't put it down, I can't just stand on a moving escalator and plant everything and feel good. I'm worried I'm gonna lose my balance and drop, because I'm like holding a very delicate thing full of models.
See, that's a very valid intrusive thought, because
going up is easier because it's not as bad to fall forward on the way up, but falling down is obviously terrifying.
Yeah, because not only would you like wreck your arm, but you'd wreck your face, because those things are solid metal and hitting your face on metal stairs.
And like if I could get on it, if there was like a pause where I can get on and then it goes, that'd be fine. But because it's always constantly moving, there's a time pressure in getting on. Also, there's going to be people behind you, depending upon how much flow there is. So if I could really like hype myself up and like,
isn't there like an emergency button to stop it?
I mean, there's like by the entrance or the exit, there's a little glass covered door thing. Yeah, but that's not really going to help me, in the
like,
you can't just hit the button to make it stop for a second, then hit the button, make it go again. I don't think you could just do that.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, theoretically, if there was someone in front of you, they could look back and be like, "Oh shit!" And then, like, as they're exiting, they could hit the button.
No one hits the button.
Maybe.
That's the number one thing about emergency buttons is no one feels like they have the executive power to hit that button because they'll get in trouble if they hit the button.
It'd be like a fire alarm.
Yeah,
sure,
exactly. Yeah.
But I mean, like, if there's an emergency, like someone literally falling and breaking shit on the escalator, you kind of want to stop it, you know? I think that's a valid reason, in my opinion. I don't think you'd get arrested and get in trouble for that.
Yeah.
Personally. Oh no.
You had it. You
poor
just have to keep
baby.
going. You just have to keep going.
It's like being on the treadmill.
Ooh, dude, I was afraid of that because this little
Oh.
asshole was on it, you know?
A little fur.
You just gotta go fast.
Poor baby.
There you go. Oh, it's in Istanbul. Okay. That's a city
That's why no one's reacting, I guess. Oh no, keep going, keep going. No. He's like, what's happening? Why can't...
Quick like a bunny. Oh. That's so sweet.
He's like, ah. Oh, he even looks back. I love cats. I would love to go to Turkey just to like see all the kitties.
Yeah.
Like that's like heaven for me.
I could see that.
Only there was a way to replace the conveyor belt with a moving set of stairs. Well, then the riders would always have a flat surface to stand on and a staircase they could climb if they wanted to.
One attempt at a solution had already been around for 4 decades, and it was called the revolving stairs. It consisted of a chain that went around a loop. Then fixed stair-shaped blocks were attached to it, creating a flat surface to stand on during the main incline. But as soon as you'd reach the top, the steps tilted.
Like tanks. I feel like this was pre-war tank era. I feel like they probably would have used this concept for tanks.
You mean the treads?
Yeah.
That's probably where. I mean, I don't know the history of conveyor belt / belts across things like this are, but yeah, I mean, like they had tanks in World War I, so.
But the dresses make me think that this was pre World War One. I think if this is like Industrial Revolution going into Victorian era, early 1900s, it's probably pre World War One. I think.
If they said 1800, yeah,
I could be wrong.
The oversimplified video and the Russian Revolution video are in my head, so I'm thinking it's 1880 or whatever. But
forward, making it treacherous to get off. And a similar problem plagued you at the bottom. Now you might think, if the top and bottom are causing problems, just extend each landing. But that also doesn't work. You just end up with a jagged mess for longer.
So how do modern escalators solve this problem? I mean, have you ever stopped to think what happens to the stairs at the top of the escalator when they disappear?
Clearly, we have steps going around in some sort of loop. But how do they actually behave on the return journey? What if I give you 2 options? Do they stay right side up, like the cabins in a Ferris wheel? Or do they flip upside down and then flip back again at the other side?
I imagine I always imagined that I didn't think that they did this. I always thought that they did something like this. But they both could be wrong. I don't know.
I think, oh man, like the first one makes sense, like entry and exit, but it also kind of makes sense the second way because you'd want you'd want it to be flat, kind of.
Like, because the way that they're so like.
But if there's gears on the inside,
well, they have so many lines on them. It's why I thought that they're kind of like going through that rotating round system. That's why I thought that they kind of did that. But I guess we'll find out.
I'll say Ferris wheel.
I'm gonna go this one all day.
Ferris wheel?
This one makes more sense.
Ferris wheel.
Yeah, this one.
I think they turn upside down. And they're actually right side up.
I think I'm gonna go with
Wow, you're both, yeah.
The solution to this problem came from another inventor named George Wheeler. His idea forms the basis of every escalator in use today. A modern version of it works something like this.
A typical subway escalator has an electric motor at the top with a power output of around 50 kilowatts, smaller than most electric cars. This motor spins extremely fast at over 1,000 RPM, but it's pretty weak. So to drive the steps, the escalator needs to convert this into a slower output with more force. To do this, it uses a reduction gearbox and a gear system, lowering the output to just a few RPM and increasing the torque by a factor of around 100.
Gears, got it. Okay, yeah.
The motor is connected with a large sprocket to a reinforced steel chain which pulls the stairs around a loop. The so-called step chain is fitted with wheels to allow it to roll smoothly around curves. But unlike the design for the revolving stairs, Wheeler proposed attaching each step to this chain through a single axle, giving it the freedom to rotate. Next, he added a second set of wheels to each step that followed a different track, allowing him to control the angle of each step at any point. On the incline, the two tracks overlap, just like the revolving staircase. But then at the top, the two tracks separate, and this is what allows us to keep the steps level throughout the entire ride. The tracks then remain separated and curve around. The steps flip upside down, tuck into the loop, and start their return journey. At the start of the incline, the tracks rejoin, and the whole process repeats.
So it's option 2.
The second
So the answer is you are both wrong.
Oh, okay. I guess neither one is right, but to me, wait, that one's weird. Wait, does that?
So wait, is it a trick question then?
Well, okay.
Oh Yeah.
Wow, I never really thought about that. Yeah, like I would say it's like an upside down elevator, bro.
Like, guess what? You're right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But despite all modern...
Oh, maybe they were both wrong because they both picked the wrong option out of the two. Because I was like, I didn't like the way that was drawn. It looked different than the one before. Yeah. We were talking about the UN Trump escalator. Yeah.
Escalators adopting Wheeler's design, at the time it caught so little attention that he was forced to shelve the idea. It wasn't until 8 years later that another inventor, Charles Seeberger, bought his patent and capitalized on the...
Damn, that's... What the fuck? I'll just buy it and say, look, I made this. Wow, it's amazing. Like, what the fuck? Huh?
invention. Seeberger partnered with the Otis Elevator Company, and together they built a prototype.
Dude, Otis, they make all those elevators, yeah.
And cookies.
Not Sputtenmiker. Otis Sputtenmiker, whatever.
Oh, it's
Sputtenhammer.
Wait, it's a... Oh, man, now you got me saying it wrong. I had it right in my head.
I looked at it the other day.
Otis Spunkmeyer? Spunkmeyer. Right?
Spunkmeyer. That's...
I got it.
Yeah, that's it. That's literally just those two.
A year later, in 1900, they showcased it at the Paris Exposition Universelle. In total, 51 million people flocked to the exposition to see the marvels of modern technology. But one of the most popular exhibitions was the world's first true commercial escalator. The machine drew huge crowds. French historian Philippe Julien described it as the jolliest attraction at the exhibition and wrote, "The escalator caused many an incident worthy of the vaudeville, separating families, sending old men sprawling, delighting the children, and reducing their nanas to despair." The escalator was even awarded one of the grand prizes of the fair. Shortly after, escalators started being installed in different places across the world.
But these escalators weren't perfect.
I feel like World Fairs, seeing something at the World Fair, people like it, and then boom, you start seeing it showing up all over. That doesn't happen. Like, I don't know. There's nothing that I've ever heard of at a fair like this that actually makes it into modern life. It's always some bullshit fake proof of concept thing that goes nowhere ever.
Yeah, and also it's really weird because they clearly showed people in like 1920s using the escalator. When I think 1920s, I never thought escalators. Like, that's crazy to think about that it was that early of a concept that people actually started using them. Even though it wasn't perfect, it was still a thing. And it's just like, holy crap.
I mean, they had the whole industrial revolution, and they had all, so there's definitely like the ability that mechanically to do it.
Right. It's just like when you think 1920s, you do think of like certain technologies, but I wouldn't have thought escalator for whatever reason. To me, it was always just sort of like, man, this is like, revolutionary. You think like maybe 50s or something stupid like that. Like, I don't know. Maybe that's just my dumb brain thinking that.
It's less cool that it's that old.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like we've been riding the same fucking things, but with more efficient, motors and brakes, but ultimately the same fucking thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like, I don't remember the first time I've ever been to a mall, but living in an apartment, you're always used to stairs, right? And like, I would live on the second floor, but then you go to a mall for the first time and you see an escalator for the first time. You're just like, oh my God, this is like space age technology. Holy crap. You think, and then like you grow up thinking to yourself like, man, this must have been some sort of modern invention. But turns out, no, it's a technology that's way, way older than you think.
Interesting. I don't remember being so awestruck by an escalator, but
I mean, maybe I wasn't really taken to the mall very often as a kid because I don't remember very early memories of going to a mall. I must have been at least like, maybe 6 or 7, or maybe at least 5 or 6, maybe. I've definitely been on elevators because I specifically remember going to Disney World as a kid and being on an elevator, but never very many memories of being on an escalator for the first time. Personally, I feel like being a kid, seeing escalators, I probably would have been terrified the first time. Would be like, oh, this is cool. But then you go up to it and you're just like, oh no, Mom. Oh no. Oh no.
What, do you know that kid or something?
I hope his pants get caught and a bloodbath ensues.
What is with you today?
Don't get me wrong, I don't wish the kid harm, but his mother should suffer that horrific ordeal so she'll learn how to manage her child.
Sort of a harsh lesson, don't you think?
Man, there's not a year goes by, not a year, that I don't read about some escalator accident involving some bastard kid that could have been easily avoided had some parent, I don't care which one, but some parent conditioned him to fear and respect that escalator. That kid is back on the escalator again. That's criminal. That kid is back on the escalator again.
Leave it alone.
What?
I'll fucking take all you want. Somebody get a medic. There's a little boy caught the escalator. Oh, God.
Well, wait, what is this from?
This is from Mallrats. I don't think I've ever actually seen Mallrats.
Me neither.
Yeah, all the way through.
They had smooth, flat stairs, and when they reached the top, these stairs would disappear under a wooden board, leaving a dangerous gap between them. Shoelaces, coats, and especially the long skirts in fashion at the time easily got caught in the machinery. One incident even saw a 3-year-old girl getting her foot pinched in the gap. And while the girl luckily escaped with injured toes and a missing shoe, something in the design had to change. To solve this, Seeberger and Otis installed a triangular shunt at the end of the escalator, forcing riders to go off to the left before they reached the dangerous gap. This system worked, but it was awkward because it meant people had to put one foot onto solid ground while the other was still moving, which became especially tricky when some people stood still and others walked. So to reduce the risk of people getting in each other's way, operators asked people to stand on the right and keep the left lane clear for faster walkers.
That's pretty common. That's just the general etiquette. Not really like heavily enforced. It's just like, don't be an ass.
It's a convention we still often follow to this day.
But as it turns out, there's a much better solution than the shunt. Modern escalator steps aren't smooth, they're grooved. These grooves then interlock perfectly with a comb plate at the top of the escalator. So now if a small item approaches the end, the comb plate lifts it up and out of harm's way. This makes it much harder for things to get stuck, and perhaps more importantly, it allows people to safely step off forwards. But the comb plate doesn't entirely solve the problem. We still have these gaps on the side of the escalator that can pinch and trap objects as the steps move. So to address this, a new safety feature called the skirt brush was added to the escalator in 1982. Escalators are full of subtle safety.
You mean it's not there to polish your shoes? I could have sworn.
Safety features like this, some old and some new, but almost all of them are designed around people. All the way back in 1896, Jesse Reno predicted that riders on his attraction would need something to hold on to, so he introduced a moving handrail. In a modern escalator, the motor has a separate connection to turn a friction wheel that drives the handrail. The only problem is that friction wears things down, so over time the wheel gets smaller, and as its circumference decreases, each rotation moves the rubber loop a slightly shorter distance, so the handrail begins to move more slowly. The effect is small, but it builds up over time. So to compensate for this, a new handrail is calibrated to move around 2% faster than the steps. You can actually try this yourself. Next time you're standing on an escalator, just place your hand next to you as you stand still, and you will watch as your hand slowly drifts forward. This speed difference stops the handrail from lagging too far behind the steps over time.
But it would still get slower, and when you do it, it might literally be perfectly matched up, depending upon how old it is. She just chilling. She just being sweet, is what she said. She wants to do the armpit thing.
Because I have definitely noticed that sometimes I'm on an escalator and then it's going faster than me. My hand is going faster than my body. But that means it's a new escalator.
Well, it's a new frictional wheel that drives the handrail. So we don't.
Who's this guy's randomly talking to this other guy?
We don't replace the entire.
Also, did George Bush paint these horses? Doesn't that look like a George Bush painting?
Escalator.
Oh wow! So that's like a party trick I can use to entertain my friends. I mean, I don't know when I'd have a party on an escalator, but whatever. If I'm on an escalator with my friends and I can see it moving, I'd be like, "Hey, that's because there's a new frictional wheel." I can tell them that and impress them.
But it's
He's
not
like,
just
"Not
the
really."
handrail. The speed of the steps themselves is also something that needs to be carefully controlled. Modern escalators use AC induction motors, which are extremely good at regulating their rotational speed. And this has an unexpected benefit on downward escalators. With enough people riding, their weight is enough that the motor no longer has to power the ride. Instead, the weight of the passengers themselves drives the chain and causes the motor to spin. As more people board, the force on the motor increases and it's pushed to turn faster. But modern AC induction motors work by creating a rotating magnetic field. When the motor tries to spin faster than the field, electric currents are induced inside it, which then create their own magnetic field. This new field pushes back in the opposite direction to the spin, creating a braking force which resists the increase in speed. But something interesting happens when the motor resists like this. Rather than consuming energy, the physics of the motor flips, and it uses the excess mechanical energy to produce an electric current. This is called regenerative braking, and it's the same trick that electric vehicles use to recharge their batteries. In effect, the motor turns into a generator. The result is that on a busy day, many modern downward escalators aren't just moving people, they're actually generating electricity. Often, this is channeled back to the building's internal grid and used to power other devices, including the upward.
That's awesome. That's one way of using it. For
I mean, theoretically,
it's just like a turbine, basically.
well, but like to move the same fat ass Americans up the escalator, you're using more energy than you're ever going to gain from the generative braking of then allowing them down. And also, the thing is running nonstop at a consistent speed, whether people are on it or not. So, like, I imagine the power gain from this is marginal. It's not nothing, but it's
Right.
not a gigantic benefit. You know
I
what
just
mean?
didn't think about the fact that it could generate electricity at all.
Yeah, I
O-
agree.
On the
It-
downward
it's
incline.
only when there's enough people on it to force it down enough that it would accelerate the speed beyond the speed that it normally has. So then it has to then use that new electric force to then go in the opposite direction. And that braking is what creates the electricity. And it's a very specific situation, which can only make so much.
Right.
I guess I'm being pessimistic, but I feel like, I mean, I want to see the numbers on it, but I'm like,
I mean, it's yeah,
how
I
much
mean,
do they think they're actually generating from this? Because
No, you're right. It is probably not enough, but I just
more than nothing, no reason to poo-poo it entirely. But
Yeah,
they're
'cause, like-
painting it out to be this whole like,
because like if you got it, just use it.
because like
you know?
we're using this to generate power in the building. So you're not powering the lights in the fucking Abercrombie. You're probably not making enough power to even power the downward motor's normal operation when there's not enough weight. I
It's like,
imagine.
you know, like if we had like little dinky solar panels, it's not nothing. Now, it wouldn't power our house if we just didn't have legit solar panels. But if we had like little tiny ones that could like, I don't know, power a battery in an emergency situation, it's not nothing.
It's not nothing, but acting like it's more than nothing, I guess, is acting like it's significantly more than nothing.
Right.
Is the only. I'm like, hey, check yourself. That's all.
Escalators.
So even the escalator that was like invented by George Wheeler and was installed in 1920, at the Paris exhibition, etc. I mean, all these escalators were regenerated.
What?
Yeah, when there were people standing on the escalator in down direction.
It's the same booth that the guy from Goodwork sits in, the same exact corner. I mean, obviously the texture is a little, you know. but-
These escalators were feeding energy back into the grid.
No. It's like the down escalator is a generator?
This regenerative braking makes escalators
Pog, down energy generator, pog.
extremely power efficient, but more importantly, it makes them inherently safe. But there is a point where if you keep adding weight, then eventually the force becomes so strong that the motor can no longer resist it. And if left unchecked, it would start accelerating uncontrollably. The stairs would go plummeting down, which is exactly what happened in Rome.
After a nearly 2-year-long investigation, the investigators published this 86-page report. Inside, it lists the exact sequence of events that led to the disaster. As fans crowded onto the escalator, their combined weight increased the load on the main motor. The motor tried to resist this change, but as more and more people funneled on, the force got too high, and eventually it hit a tipping point, and the motor started accelerating uncontrollably. Safety sensors in the machine noticed this sudden change and triggered two things in short succession. First, the power to the motor was cut, and immediately after that, the main brake engaged. Two massive arms clamped down on the drum to lock it in place and avert a runaway.
This brake should have had enough stopping power to bring the fully loaded escalator to a halt, even under the massive strain. But it didn't. Tests after the incident showed that its braking force was far too low, around 37% of the manufacturer's specification.
The weakened brake struggled to slow the spinning motor, and the escalator's downhill acceleration continued. This is when
they got too fat in Germany. And they expected them to be svelte, but they, or wherever this, I think this was Germany, right? Was it Italy? Oh, okay.
last
Europe, wherever, yeah.
line of defense kicked in. When the escalator's speed rose by more than 20%, the auxiliary brake triggered, driving steel wedges into a disc on the drive shaft.
But when investigators opened up this brake, they were shocked. The final mechanical backstop had been partially disabled. Someone had physically tied plastic straps around one of the two brake wedges and rendered it useless.
Was that like, either it's direct sabotage or it's like, we do this during maintenance to work on it so that way the brake doesn't engage, and oops, we forgot to undo it. My bad. Like, that's,
That just one little zip tie
well, because
caused that much damage?
Well, because they're supposed to be, you know how like a spoke of a bike tire, right? If you put a stick in there, it then runs into the bar and stops the bike wheel.
Uh-huh.
Same idea. This piece of metal gets wedged into a gear. The gear stops moving because this piece of metal is in there. But they just stop the metal from going up with a zip tie because the metal just slides up on a thing, and you just stop it from sliding up because you just put this thing to stop it.
Imagine
It's like just lightly tapping away the stick that you're about to put in the bike tire. You don't take much force to do it, to just stop the motion that's there to.
A very stupid thought came to my mind. Like, what if the escalator was just brand new and they forgot to take off the ties?
Yeah. Assembly required. Yeah, I see what you're saying. No, I mean, I was thinking the same idea, but like in a maintenance situation, but like an even more or a similar reasonable situation could be they just didn't install it right and forgot because in the packaging, all the loose parts are held together, right? So yeah, like when we got the 3D printer, everything was fucking zip tied down.
Your computer too. You had like a little thing on it, right?
Some of it, some parts of the computer case and stuff like that. Yeah, we're all.
Yeah, but like you were wondering, like, why is my computer running all weird? Why is it so hot?
Oh, the piece of film that was my cooler had a film on it to remove to get onto the copper plate, and I just forgot to peel off that film. And then I'm like, man, my CPU is running very hot despite this water cooler being on top of it. Then I was thinking to myself, like, I never took off that piece of plastic. Oh, fuck. And then immediately just went to it and was like, there it is. Ding, 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 ding.
Half the system unable to engage, its stopping power was cut by 50%, just enough for the weight of all those passengers to overpower the brake and render the last line of defense useless.
Oh, wow. So it's like putting 2 sticks into the bike thing, but they got 1 stick in, but the weight was still enough that it could chew past that 1 stick. Interesting that they put such a flimsy piece of metal into that gear. I would figure 1 would be enough to stop the whole gear from moving, but I guess they didn't. Yeah.
Investigators knew that these failures should have been automatically recorded in the error logs, but when they went to check, they found nothing.
Well, one of the 2 worked because there's 1 on each side. So that definitely implies that they installed 1 properly. Just, whoops.
Error codes had been turned off, meaning critical malfunctions could occur without leaving a trace. The only way this could happen was if they had been disabled on purpose, meaning someone must have reprogrammed the system to stop recording fault codes.
Next, investigators turned to the maintenance records. But they found these similarly incomplete, and evidence of major work on the escalator was nowhere to be found at all.
With all the main safety systems compromised and critical alerts turned off, the escalator had been a ticking time bomb. All findings from the technical investigation pointed not to a manufacturing defect, but to a pattern of neglect and falsification by those in charge of keeping the machine safe. This left the prosecution with one clear question: who was responsible?
Capitalism.
The trail of evidence led back to June 2017, when maintenance responsibilities for Rome's escalators shifted to a new contractor, Metro Roma.
Private equity.
The Transit Authority, ATAC, severed its contract with Metro Roma in an attempt to wash its hands of the situation. But as the criminal inquest continued, it became clear the problem went far deeper. The investigators discovered that Metro Roma had been working hand in hand with the Transit Authority, ATAC.
Ooh, an extra layer of corruption as well.
Together, they presided over negligent maintenance and falsified records all across the network. By September 29th,
what a stupid way to cheat the system to make money for yourself. Like, mechanical maintenance just seems like one of the things that is going to catch up to you no matter what.
Yeah, like,
I mean, America cuts corners and we don't fucking fix our bridges and shit. And they just go, it's made out of cement. It's fine. Fuck it. Let's pocket the money and then move on.
unless you're some like conglomerate that has so much money that you can afford to just pay the fines for a lawsuit, then I mean,
there's that element too.
There's you know, companies like that do that just all the time. They just don't give a shit, and they're just like, oh well, if something happens, we'll just pay the fine, whatever.
Yeah.
But like, you would think that if you're not a conglomerate, you don't want to get sued. You want to do things correctly and accurately.
Well, these are big companies, you know, literally working hand in hand with the transit authority or whatever.
But still, like, getting sued is a massive inconvenience and costs a lot of money, and
You got
causes
the- you
a
got- you
big
got-
chunk of your business.
That's why you have the legal department on staff. They're
Not to
on
mention
retainer, yeah.
that if people find out that your company fucked up that badly, it's just a bad reputation on your name. So why even go that far in the first place? Like,
to rename your company. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're
but
saying.
like,
Because I'm saying you're going to get caught, but you're
Yeah,
also saying
exactly.
that sometimes they don't care if they get caught because they just pay the fine, which that's true.
yeah,
There's
like,
that element of it.
construction companies do it all the time where like sometimes they'll just cut corners to just save money, but then they end up costing more money in a lawsuit later on.
Yeah.
And they cost lives and people are upset and they hate the company gets a bad reputation and just it's just bad all around. Just avoid it in the first place.
But wait, Kara, stop thinking about that. Did you see that the Oreo Reese's collab came out? Did you hold on? Shut up. Hold on. Stop thinking about that. Did you hear about the Oreo Reese's? Here's some tasty treats.
Oh yeah.
Dude, the voice is back on. Did you know that Gnarls Barkley is going to be reviewing it? Oh my God. Hold on.
Have you tasted the Oreos that Post Malone collaborated them with? They're pretty good. I'm just saying.
They're okay. Yeah. They taste like a face tattoo.
But I get what you're saying. Distractions to help distract away from the actual problem.
Yeah, and then that company changes its name. We no longer are Metro whatever. Now we're something Metro. Ah, much better. Yes, I see.
Still haven't given up on the Epstein files, just saying.
Yeah.
11 suspects were named, and the courts had suspended 3 ATAC managers, along with the chief of Metro Roma.
Fall
The
Guys.
prosecution's findings were grave. In many cases, safety devices have been deliberately sabotaged to avoid escalator shutdowns. And those in charge had covered their tracks through a pattern of fraud and obstruction. In the midst of the public outrage, prosecutors recorded a chilling wiretap of ATAC manager Renato D'Amico.
I'm kind of blown away that there's this much ability to fight the corruption within their own. Like 17 people got hurt in a small infrastructure accident, and it was an uproar that fucking fixed something. That's crazy. Like we have a bridge collapse and they go, fucking, I don't know. Shit, man. Get back to work. That's nuts.
The translation, if you run the numbers, out of 700 escalators, there'd be like 3 or 4 more dropping. Come on.
The prosecutors note in their report that D'Amico appeared uninterested in the possibility there might have been people on those 3 or 4 escalators. It was simply a matter of numbers and percentages to him. It was a callous remark, and it painted a clear picture of the incident. This wasn't an engineering failure, it was a human one. But that brings us to a more fundamental question. How safe are escalators really? The truth is, when they're properly maintained, the safety margins on escalators are enormous. Each system is engineered to handle forces far beyond what they'll ever.
I'm built different, brother. I can handle it. Out of control, I would simply, jump up and straddle the, I'd get into the middle section. I would simply, just transcend, I ain't afraid.
I mean, I feel like if I was in that situation, I feel like I'd probably be one of the people trying to attempt to climb over
The middle?
the handrail for that middle part.
Depends.
But then again, I'm short, so
not
I'd
that-
probably have to climb over some
Well,
people to get to it.
Like in this video here, the handrail is hip-ish height, and then the middle is free land right there waiting for you.
Yeah.
So it's just that when there's like 100 people on this long escalator and you're cooking, you're going.
Yeah, I would just
that
hate
could
to
be
be
like, wee. That
I
could
would just
be,
hate to be the person at the bottom of the dog pile, because either way, that's gonna suck. Like, not only are you getting crushed to death, but you're also trying to fight against this, metal.
there's that
going
weird
into the-
pile up too of all that shit at the bottom.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that's what everybody's like, whoa, like kind of leaping over / getting kind of tossed on top of.
Yeah.
Or whatever. So like you'd want to. I think the first person was able to just kind of run away. But then once enough people kind of tripped up, and then you get one person to trip, then they all kind of pile up and trip or whatever. So yeah, I'm not afraid to get on escalators, is what I'm saying. Even though I have my internal thoughts about like a shoelace getting caught and then me slowly getting juiced by the machinery or whatever.
No, I will always get on an escalator if there is one, just because like
I'm
I like
fat.
escalators.
Oh yeah. Sick.
Not gonna lie, that looks fun.
You got a nice big booty too. You would be able to rotate perfectly on that. Two spheres on that like conveyor system. You know, like a motorized Lazy Susan, but it'd be like a.
It'd be the most inconvenient Lazy Susan, but,
Yeah.
but I could do it.
in service.
So the braking load of our step is like greater 15 kilonewtons, so 1.5 tons. So you can put an elephant on the step and it will break. Well, I've never seen a step break in my whole career. Never seen a step chain break either. I mean that's it's just not happening. I mean, I'm not here to say that there are no accidents on escalators, but the accidents I know, I mean, it's critical, like that you ensure the right maintenance. That's the important thing, because in the end, it's all about maintenance.
Who was the guy from Parks and Rec? John Marco or whatever. That's what this like little like reporter on the street guy is. No, I didn't spell it right, or didn't get the right. Hold on, scrolling.
It's so weird, like
It's been a long time since we watched the show.
When,
John Ralphio Sebastian, that's his name. John Ralphio, not whatever I said. Like this dude looks like this like sleazy guy.
oh wait, is he the guy that goes like the worst?
Yeah. Like he's just super annoying and has no, scruples and is
And like
this guy just reminds me of that just because he's just
Yeah.
kind of like there to be,
Also, just remember that Jenny Slate is also his like very spoiled sister.
her. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's an edit of that with like Israel. I don't know. I didn't know idea who her name was Jenny Slate, but
I have done nothing wrong ever in my life.
I know this. And I love you.
I love you too, Daddy. Money, please! My money. Money, please!
Oh, no, there's no money.
Oh, my bad. No problem.
Oh, okay.
That's fine. I'll just destroy this office.
Hey!
Money, please! Money, please. Money, please.
Ben, give her some money. It's easier.
it was a decent show.
I
Of its
I
time.
love Parks and Rec. I arguably say that Parks and Rec is better than The Office, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, there's even less of a reason for there to be like the reaction cameras where people talk to it, and it's just kind of there because it's a decent way to listen to the different characters to have a different point of view. But it makes no sense why there is a reality TV show being filmed for some reason.
It's
in these private moments and in their personal lives as well. It's just kind of like it's just a way to tell a story, and and you just need to just literally just let go of that and just forget that it exists.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
like,
weird.
I do genuinely love the Office format, but
Jim Halper looks at camera.
yeah, or like the moments where they're just like in a room alone and they like
The
just
confessionals? Yeah.
talk to the camera, like.
Yeah. Reality TV show gave us
I
the
just-
confessionals.
I just think that like the Office kind of pioneered it, but Parks and Rec kind of perfected it. That's probably like a hot take for a lot of people, but I genuinely think that Parks and Rec is just kind of funnier
I like
regard.
I like 30 Rock.
30 Rock is good, but it's not.
I mean, 30 Rock is different. It didn't have that The Office style.
It has like kind of like that camera, like a person holding the camera versus
It wasn't like a traditional sitcom where it's like on a soundstage with like fixed camera positions. There's, you know, a bit of
that's what I
liveliness
meant,
to
like
it.
fixed camera positions.
Yeah.
Where like it does have that.
Zoom, you know, kind of like focusing on stuff a little
Yeah,
bit. But I
yeah.
mean, it wasn't as bad.
It wasn't as bad, but you could
Yeah.
definitely see that, you know, you could tell that someone is holding the camera and there's just a little bit of jiggling where you can notice like, oh yeah, there's someone just on the move with that camera.
Da, 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 da.
This is my body. Take him.
Oh my God! Peter!
He's dead. He's dead, Judas. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Can't you bring him back? Isn't that something you can do? They shot his fucking head, man! That's not leprosy! Let's go! Oh my God!
Fucking hell! Everything's over. It's all fucked. I invited them to that dinner, Judas. It was supposed to be me. What the fuck happened?
I don't know, but maybe.
You don't know? Face it. The prophecies were wrong. Someone ratted us out.
No way, man.
It was a setup!
It can't have been. Like,
how can you be sure?
Faith, right? Faith?
Fuck Faith. We gotta get out of here before they whack us too.
We need a clear confirmation, Judas.
Oh God. My time draws near. I can feel it. They're coming for me.
So, man, are you sure you're the one?
What?
Yeah, like, are you really sure you're him?
What are you getting at here?
Well, you most certainly are a one, but I'm just not sure you're the one, right? Right?
Of course I am. I'm the one, you moron. I am the Son of God.
I was sent down by my father to lead his flock to paradise, to atone for the sins of Adam and Eve in the garden. I am of one flesh with the divine and of the lineage of Abraham. I will bring forth a new age, and a new covenant shall be my legacy. I will vanquish all evil in my Father's name. Amen.
Can you say that again, please?
Which bit?
Hey, yeah, just the first bit.
I am the Son of God.
Yeah. Say it louder, please.
I am the Son of God.
Okay. Okay. Now say it slower.
I am the Son of God.
Louder and slower.
I am the...
Wait a second.
God, this thing never...
The Last Supper. You kept calling it the Last fucking Supper.
Come on. What is wrong?
You fucking knew, didn't you? You're the rat.
Confess! Look me in the eye when I'm talking to you.
Get ready to receive some Holy Spirit.
What?
Fuck, Judas got made.
Go! You covered your tracks well, brother, but not well enough. Jesus!
they doing here?
I'm sorry, Mary, but I'm about to kill a son of a bitch.
When that bullet hits, you better pray I don't rise up and... Did you forget the part of the prophecy where you kill yourself?
You'd better hope for a miracle if I ever see you again!
Get him! Somebody stop that fuck! Boys, get him! Get him, boys!
Jesus, help me find my proper place. Jesus, help me find my proper place. Help me in my weakness, 'cause I'm falling out of grace. Jesus, Jesus.
Yeah, Joel Haver was Judas. So that was cool.
I don't know what this animation style reminds me of. It seems so familiar, like a very early 90s kind of familiar.
Yeah, I mean, like some of like the weird like full motion video elements in between things.
Like just the overly exerted expressions, like the very simple line style, like God, what does it remind me of?
Jesus Part 2, Part 1.
Maybe like a little bit of heavy metal.
Okay, I can see that. Obviously not shaded the same way.
And something else. I just remember.
Also, this has the dissolves between things.
Split up.
I don't get this.
It's just random. Such.
What the fuck is this, man? Where's the body?
This is my body! Oh my God! Get the Lord's name out of your mouth, you goddamn!
Jesus Christ!
Yeah?
You're supposed to be dead!
I think you mean bread.
What?
Engage the target! My hands must be a temple, because these fists are open for business!
Wait! Jesus, wait! We were following orders! They told us you were dead!
Who talked?
I don't know! But they're building something! A weapon!
What kind of weapon?
What's your status? Did you recover the body?
He's alive. And he's coming. He's gonna make the earth as it is in heaven. Full of dead guys! Wait! Don't leave me! Don't leave me here! I'll return in 3 days! Maybe.
Begin Operation Cleanse the Temple.
But the weapon, it's not ready. We need his DNA.
And he's bringing it right to us.
Oh no. This was made over a year ago, so I don't know when Jesus Part 2 comes out, but we'll get a finale to the story. That's the last thing they had on it.
I really love how they made Jesus like not skip leg day. Like his legs were just so thick.
Yeah, I mean, this dude does a whole bunch of crazy animation stuff. The one that I think they're most famous, the one that their image is based off of, is this classic.
Wait, the Mickey Mouse one?
Yeah.
Oh, I think you showed this to me a long time ago.
Did you get the documents, Goofy?
Yeah, I remember this.
I did. But there was something else.
What are you talking about?
It's
what?
Well, it's a dossier. I read it, Mickey. Do you have any idea what the Americans are doing here with the Vietnamese people? Mickey, it's...
Hand it over. We need to destroy it.
But Mickey, we can't destroy it. The world needs to know what they're doing here. We need to leak these to the press.
That's treason.
But it could end the war. It'll save thousands of lives, Mick. We have to do what's right. We can't let this go on.
Goofy.
Once the people back home see what's happening here, support for this pointless fighting will collapse. I'll get to see my wife again. I'll get to see Max. Mickey, we'll get to go home.
There's nothing left for me back home. War is the only thing that holds me together. It's all I know. We're soldiers. We don't question. We act.
But Mickey.
Don't but Mickey me. Hand over the file.
Good soldiers don't always follow orders.
Good soldiers do always follow orders. And I'm giving you an order right now, Goofy. Look, Goofy. We can't let that information get out. We just can't.
We have to. It's our moral obligation. We can't let them go on with all this.
But, Goofy...
If you want the files, you're going to have to kill me.
Don't make me choose between my country and you. You're like a brother to me.
Then look me in the eye when you do it. Tell my Maxie that I love him.
There's a much longer version of that, and it's not done with the Goofy and the Mickey voiceover, but that's just the version they did with that scene with the those voices mixed in. But they make a bunch of, and then there's like Mickey's descent into madness through it and all that. Yeah, and then I think I watched this one, I guess 2 years ago, some weird post-nuclear thing. I haven't actually ever watched this one, and then this was another one, just kind of its own little thing.
You think you can fool the great captain, Salty Pete, with that average beard and those suspiciously perfect ears? Bah! Walk! Or should I say, fly?
Fly? I'm just Cannonball Joe. I polished the cannons this morning.
Great. Another day of nonsense.
Captain,
Anger's like a leaky hull. It sinks us all if we don't patch it.
Patch yourself, Steve. This ain't about me. It's him. I know what you are, lad. An albatross.
I swear, Captain, I ain't no bird.
Aye, that's just what an albatross would say before it spreads its cursed wings and leaves you alone. Desperate. Empty.
Albatrosses bring the wind, not misery. You're not making any sense.
Jane is right. Maybe the trouble isn't Joe. Maybe it's what's inside you.
Inside me? You think I've cursed myself? It's him! Look at him wobbling on that plank. He's trying to take off.
Captain, you've been spiraling for weeks. No wind, no sleep, no
Closure.
Closure?
You fought beasts and braved storms. But have you thought to face the scariest thing of all? Your own feelings.
Nay, you won't trick me into your landlubber's feelings talk. I'm a hardened sea dog, a terror of the tides.
Even the fiercest pirates got emotions, Captain.
It ain't that I won't feel. It's that there's nothing there. A dark void where happiness should be.
Maybe something happened. Something you haven't faced yet.
A loss, perhaps?
Maybe it's time to stop blaming Joe and start looking at what's right in front of you.
In front of me?
Let it out, Captain.
The sun. The sea breeze. It was a perfect day for Ryan.
Evangelion point?
No! Come back! Me red breeches, stolen by the wind.
Aye, Captain. We all lose signals to the sea. But you don't need to take it out on Joe.
Ye all lose clothes too?
I lost my whole coat once. Jane stopped me from diving in after it. You can't let a bit of fabric get under your skin like this. It happens.
Of course it happens. You leave something out, the wind's gonna take it. Get over it.
Ye too, Joe?
Ah, Captain. I ain't shirtless by choice. Sometimes things just slip away.
Arr, it's all slipping away, isn't it? Everything I've held on to, gone, like it never wanted me. As a lad, I thought being fierce would make 'em see me, make me feel like I mattered. But the sea cares not for such things. Every wave, every gust takes more, like it knows I'll never be enough. And maybe it's right.
Like you said, Captain. Just bad laundry decisions is all.
Aye, we'll get you a brand new pair of breeches.
No breeches. Sure. That'll fix it.
You can tell that there was one guy who had to like phone in his Discord call, and his voice sounded like shit. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting the. I have like a slightly wider version of the camera, so on this scene you get kind of cut off a little bit. If I squeeze it down, you're visible. Oh, and Zizi's sleeping too. Let's see.
Oh, look at her.
No longer there, but instead
Actually, I should save this as a spot currently. And then go back to there.
Hmm. Sleepy baby. No. Both babies are sleeping.
Oh, where's the other baby?
He's behind you. That goes on the floor, though.
On the floor, huh?
Hmm?
Oh, shit. There he is.
No.
Enhance. He's doing his little cannonball pose where he's like all balled up and he's holding onto his feet. Oh, now she's moving. It's like I'm back at work. I'm a camera operator, keeping the cats in frame. Kitties. Back to desk. Enhance. You can tighten up the frame. Oh, I'm at the max zoom here. Okay, well. Much headroom. There we go. Perfect. Literally perfect. And then if I go to here, they go away. I can bring them back. There's not a lot of room to put both of them up at the same time. One there. Goodness gracious, they're so big. The two kitties are so big.
I think I added a short to the Kara's Critters playlist.
Okay.
I think it'd be a cute short video.
Yeah. Pull that up. Oh, is this a little one? I guess I told you to do shorts. I should undo the pinning as well. Unpin.
Come on, grab it right here. Come on, you got it. Take it.
Thank you.
Thank
Ninja
Aw.
skills activated.
Oh.
He meows in lowercase.
Pretty eyes. Oh, chubby, tabby.
Good thing she didn't overreact.
What the?
Emotionally unavailable.
Yeah. There.
No.
He discovered rubber band.
Ow. Yeah. Little baby.
It was a cute one.
It's a little baby. I think we have. Yeah. I don't think we've watched this yet. Unless I have. Let's see. I'll tell in the first second if I have or not.
Hello everyone, this is your Deodosa Pets.
Eso.
No.
He just can't get comfy in that chair.
Jeez. Ew.
I think that's chops.
Hold on. Home. Damn it, get the fucking thing out of here. Home for Rescue is the name of the channel.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Good boy, fetch a beer. Fetch it. All the way, bring it. Yes!
This dog really needed a massage.
What the hell? Is he got fleas on him or something? No, poor puppy.
Hey, that's not yours. Give it back. Give it to me. It's supposed to be filling up this water tank. Rude.
Oh my god, this video is like 4K or some shit. It's crazy.
Where does this cat even go?
Into low bit rate. That's where it goes.
Oh, Dobby.
Oh, what a pretty little dog. That's what I do with a harp. Just like, yeah.
Oh my god.
Ernie is going flat out. Look at that mode.
Going flat out.
Mode. Ern, have you been into those Red Bull gum nuts again? I know it says it'll give you wings, but you're an emu. You're just gonna have to accept that you're never gonna have any.
This pigeon can do backflips.
What the fuck? Why? Amazing. Oh my god, puppy, no!
You on the ice?
Yes. You want some ice?
Oh my god, that is the fattest hedgehog. Oh my god. That's ZZ.
This is like a ball pit for ferrets.
Oh no.
Imagine the mess.
They're gonna shit and piss in it too. No.
Oh, don't drag the poor puppy.
Puppy tired.
Tommy, no!
You can tell
Oh
Tommy's
my
white.
God.
Just 'cause that's like,
That,
that's like
that smile.
that white lady, like dog licking the open mouth style.
Oh my god, the baby's smile. Like, he knows what he did.
Tommy, no!
Tommy, no, no, Tommy. They don't build cars like they used to. Tell you what.
Look at that dog. He's like, he works on 9 to 5. Oh no.
I think this dog has been on this ride before.
It knew.
Oh my goodness.
What the hell? Are you swimming in like the shallowest part of the water? What are you
It's
doing?
a Maya dog.
Her old dog was named Maya. What are you swimming in the shallow end?
Oh my god, Afghans are so pretty.
Blink. Good
Wow.
boy.
This cat decided to climb the stairs on hard mode.
It can lean against the wall, but still impressive. Cute kitty. That's a good ab workout. Look at that thing go.
Oh.
Gonna be a big puppy.
Oh, look at that sheep.
Doing.
It's a guinea pig train.
Zucchini? What is that?
Either zucchini or squash. A smart dog.
Flip it. Flip it.
Mr. Fergus. Excuse me.
Oh, it's a rat.
Excuse me.
Those
sir.
little toes.
What are you doing in there? Hello? Hello?
He's like, I'm
What are you
sleeping.
doing?
This little guy did not want to be shut inside.
Oh my god, the cats used to do this all the time. You close the door
I thought
there.
it was a raccoon at first.
Come on. Good boy.
What do you think they are dreaming about?
Oh no, even ZZ woke up. We don't even have an automatic feeder.
What's the matter, Harper? God forbid he stops petting you, huh?
It's always so
This
cute when
dog
they do that.
needed a midnight drink.
Oh.
Oh. It's so funny.
Oh, dachshund.
You touch it with your nose. You look just as shocked as we are.
This dog is teaching the cat how to play.
No.
German Shepherds seem like the sweetest dog. Especially when they're playing with little things. They seem so sweet.
As long as they're trained
Yeah.
correctly, they could be the sweetest.
This cat has no predator instinct.
Time for a stretch.
Ooh.
This cat is having a day at the beach.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's probably just like, it's so cool in here. Was that a chinchilla? Oh my goodness. They're fat hedgehog. They're so round. They're just ovals.
This dog takes his games very seriously.
You're not even hitting it, dude. Oh my
Oh,
god.
the scratches on that thing. That's a raccoon. Oh my goodness, he's
The
so
sheep really
cute
wants to
with those little
play.
hands.
Ooh, impressive. Ooh, a little puppy like that. Just whoop. He's so
Oh,
strong.
they're so Frenchies. Look at those Frenchies.
Come on. You're so good.
Kevin.
You see that? That's two.
Kev.
Huh?
Albert? Albert? Passwort.
Aw. Head down. Oh. He's all fuzzy.
Oh,
Aw.
that's so cute.
What the hell? Is it pregnant or something?
I think she just got a big pooch.
Yeah, she got a big pooch. Get this off the roof. I don't think I've ever seen a pink one before.
Oh my god.
It's crazy.
He's going nuts. So let's see what he does when we go over.
Yeah, like, I guess you feed it normally. So.
Like, got me breathing air, lady. Feed me.
Gulp, 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 gulp. Bro, why do you want to eat a book?
Metter. Metter. Your tail hurts. Jimmy. What do you want? Gosh.
Oh, what a pretty one. Wait, why is it moving?
That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
No.
Oh, they're so cute.
She's just loafing. And Philco's sleeping. He loves his brown paper.
He loves paper.
Yeah.
I was saying earlier, like, it doesn't take much for, for the cats to be happy. All you need to give them is, like, just the basic stuff. Bottle caps, paper.
A tiny bit of weed whacker plastic.
Yeah, like, we got, like, a little chewed up piece of neon orange weed whacker string, and we had it
They
like
love it.
somewhere. We were about to throw it out, but then the cats like knocked it over and just immediately started playing with it.
It's a little kinked up.
But they love it.
So I think
like-
that's what, because it has a weird shape to it, and when they knock it around, it kind of wobbles and wiggles a little bit.
And it's also bright orange because they can see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's very firm, but it's kind of springy. So it's like if you compress it, it'll kind of go back to its original shape.
Yeah. And also twine. Like, Philco is more of a string guy. Like, he loves just string. Like, if you trill it around, it'll just trigger his, like, this is a snake instinct and just immediately start.
Yeah, I gotta catch that worm. I gotta get it. It's funny because he'll very often be like, I don't have time for this, or I'm above this. But every now and then you can just trick his little lizard brain, and by giving him something, he'll like and lock in for a second, and then go like, "Wait, no, I'm supposed to be dignified."
Yeah.
Just like you can just sort of make him just
instinct will
reverts
just
back
kick
to
in.
kitten, just instantaneously, just for a moment. He'll bat at it and go, "Wait, no, self-control."
Yeah. It's like his hunter instinct will kick in for a little bit, but then the rest will just half-ass the way. Like he will successfully catch something, but then he'll like bring it in the house and then just let it go.
And then be very bad, baby, like, what the? It got away from me. Oh, well, and
Like,
walk
huh?
away. And it's like, the lizard's now in our bedroom. Come on. Yeah. He's pretty bad about that.
But I am grateful that they don't necessarily kill their prey, at least very often. Like,
And definitely don't kill it in the house. That's for sure.
yeah.
because that's extra messy and sad.
Like I remember you told me that Nook would like bring in half-eaten lizards.
Yep. Sometimes the front half, sometimes the back half. You would just see it perfectly cut,
That's crazy to me.
and it's just
Like our cats will just bring in whole live animals, both
Yeah.
ZZ and Filco, like frogs, lizards, possibly. Well, no, it couldn't have been the snake. They weren't out, or the glass lizard or whatever it was. But like,
yeah, that one snake that we had that looked like a snake but wasn't a snake.
but
Yeah.
and moles.
Couple of moles. That was Philco. Yeah,
I'm still convinced it was the same mole.
could have been the same mole. Yeah,
But like
we didn't tag it.
that was I think the worst animal that we've had in our house was the mole, because we tried to catch it with a net one time and it immediately just chewed right through the net like it was nothing.
Put a lot of holes in it.
And
Yeah.
I'm just like, crap. I gotta like catch this thing. And I was finally able to catch it and put it in a Tupperware container, but loose enough where it could still breathe. And I like walked all the way down the street and just let it go out into nature so it wouldn't necessarily go out in our backyard. Because like if it was the same mole, that was the problem the first time, because we just let it back out in the backyard.
Yeah, it's not a very good mole if it's getting caught by our fat cat. You know, it's like, come on, you can dig a little into the ground. Philco is not that skilled. You know, like I'm sure you can get away from him. ZZ, it would make more sense because she is an athlete in comparison to Philco. But I guess he is an apex predator, and you can't ignore it. So
Either that or just the moles are more active at night.
there's that too.
Because we see the little tunnels, or the big old like tunnels of dirt that would be around the backyard and the front yard and side yard, but we would never actually see the mole.
I don't know. Do we not see it as much anymore?
Yeah, we don't see them as much anymore.
There's just that one mole this entire time.
It might have just been that one mole.
Yeah, maybe. Terrorize you guys. Because like you step on the dirt and you're like, oh, it's kind of soft here, as you're like collapsing the tunnels that he built, you know,
Yeah.
or you know, and you're not sure why it's so springy out there and soft.
It's also crazy because like I expected moles to be way larger, but they're just like the size of hamsters.
Yeah, they're just like the hedgehog. They're just this little.
They're like little furry potatoes.
Yeah. Or a vole was another thing. It could have been. We didn't really get a good photo. I mean, we have a
I
video.
think
of
a
it.
vole is like a mole, but more shaped like a mouse with like a tail and everything.
Oh, okay.
I think I could be wrong.
It was definitely. It looked like the hedgehog, like you know, just round and
Yeah,
making these weird. It was weird, like squeaking kind of noises, and he's kind of like.
Yeah, 'cause he was
grunts.
just terrified because he was like,
He was
"What
trying
is
to
this
dig into
place?"
He was trying to dig into like the wood floor, trying to like escape the house.
Yeah, the poor thing.
Yeah,
like,
it's like, that ain't gonna work, dude.
Like I can imagine the poor thing is just out of its element and thinking it's gonna die, but it's just like
It was also shitting all over the place.
I don't
Leaving-
remember that.
It was leaving little nuggets of poop.
Probably yeah. Rodents do that, don't they?
Possibly a decent.
I guess someone dropped off the package.
Sounds like it. Okay, well, I guess we can.
It's okay, ZZ. Don't worry.
I guess we can
They're
end the
not
stream
coming
here.
in the house. They're both on high alert. Philco's just like, people.
Yeah, usually whenever they hear the ring notifications, they go bananas. Oh, I was getting hit up about setting up a meeting before the little class I got to hold on Thursday. So
The
I
what?
was gonna reach out and get some of the files and get some better action plans. Make sure I have access to the CapCut account and a few other things. Oh, I should. Oh, anyway. All right. Good stream. Like having it on.
Yeah, it's fun.
And we should do one tonight. So Bye-bye.
Yeah.
I might be late just because we're ending late here, so sorry ahead of
Bye.
time. Bye.